Hey ho, hello, what is going on, Casually FC? There it is. It's finally here. The intro I've been waiting forever to get. So big up to every single one of you. And welcome to the show. Welcome to a little bit of a upgrade, a long-awaited upgrade. What do we think of the intro panel?
Sweet.
You ain't got the minerals, man. You ain't got the minerals. You ain't got the minerals, man.
Yo, that reaction was crazy. Yo, just stay quiet, bro.
I'll be honest, he ain't got the minerals, man.
I was very for it was stupid.
Hater central.
Well, I mean, listen.
They hate to see a brother winning, bro.
I don't even know if I would call that win, to be honest, man. You know,
bro, we all trying to prosper on this platform, and we got trying to keep each other down, bro.
Listen, no need for prosperity, man. Listen, we need to be in the gutter together, man. We need to be in the gutter together. That's what we need to do.
Protest? Is that what you said?
No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, bro, you did saw my private message, bro. Quality, man. Quality, of course, bro.
No, I'm glad that finally got done. But yeah, like I said, guys, with all the support that chat's been showing, everything between the memberships and stuff, we're always going to try to improve the stream and upgrade the quality. So I'm always working on that stuff. It just took forever to get that done. But hey, look out, more improvements and more upgrades coming up. Welcome to the Casually Chelsea show, where we talk about news and stuff since the last episode. I think it's been like a week and a half since the last time I did this, so there's a bit that has happened. Obviously, I just chopped it up and did what I can to cover the most important stuff, and then we'll cover, obviously, other little bits and pieces of news and opinions and stuff too. But big up to RSM, big up to the Bridge Nation, Scott, Oliver, and myself, Marshall DBDX. Today's starting panel, I'm sure we'll have more people come in. You guys already know what to do. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new. Be sure to check out the memberships down below. There's 4 different tiers starting at 99p, and at the proper casual tier and higher, you get shout outs at the end of every show, which we will do that at the end. But yeah, check out all those tiers. First tier starting at 99p. Okay, well, I'm gonna get straight into it. Oh, I fucked this up. There we go. Let's get straight into it, guys. The first story that I have, and there's a lot to talk about today, but we'll start it off with a few bits and stuff, opinion pieces here, and then we'll get to the big news, which is the Boehly comments that came out today. Let's get into the first bit of news here, and it's stuff that I want to talk about in the last show. But there's been a few rumors and changes going on in the Premier League that I kind of wanted to discuss with you guys. I'm gonna just do it all in one clump, and then we can, single out any individual bits of news that we want to discuss here. But we'll start off with this first one here, which is the Premier League will monitor player goal celebrations and may consider imposing sanctions if they feel they are damaging the reputation of the game or could inflame opposition fans or players, which this is obviously something that was discussed a few weeks ago, but we never discussed it here in the panel. I never got you guys' opinion, so I would like to be interested in hearing that. Also, we have here Premier League clubs are considering reducing the winter transfer window to 2 weeks and closing the summer transfer window before the beginning of the season. Another one here is that the Premier League's controversial profit and sustainability rules will remain in place next season after legal challenges forced to delay an agreement on a replacement system. Also, this is something I've been saying it's going to take forever. Clubs agreed to introduce semi-automated offside technology from the FA Cup 5th round matches. The system will be adopted in the Premier League towards the end of the season if seen as being successful. And I think that's everything. Yeah, that's everything pretty much in terms of like Premier League news. But you got semi-automated offsides, which is taken forever to introduce in the Premier League, finally coming to fruition if it's successful in the FA Cup, based on what I'm hearing here. We also have the potential PSR rules being changed, but no changes have been presented just yet, so we're sticking to the same rules. Shorter winter transfer window, as well as the celebrations, condemning those celebrations. I mean, I'll start off with the celebration thing. I think it's a stupid rule, honestly. Unless it's like really, really defamatory, like obviously offensive, like a Nazi salute or something like that. I don't understand the point of, you know, this is competition. It's competition, it's rivalry, it's, you know, it's creating narratives to an extent as well. Who could forget like when Adebayor scored against Arsenal and he runs across the pitch to celebrate at the Arsenal fans that despise him for the move, right? Like stuff like that. That's like, it's dumb. Like we all talk about that still because it was such a historical celebration. The Sui and like all these things.
He got in trouble for that, you know, by the way.
He did?
Yeah, Adebayor got in trouble for that. He got a
What
ban.
happened? You got fined? A ban?
He got fined. Yeah, got fined.
I thought he got suspended. Oh, never mind. Okay. He didn't get away with it.
Yeah. But I feel like this all kind of stemmed and started from the whole MLS celebration where he was doing Haaland's celebration, which that's another one. It's like, that's such a mild celebration. Like, obviously you're mocking, you know, Haaland, right? But like at the same time, it's not like you're insulting him really. It's just like, you know, there's a story behind it. Haaland goes in this whole scenario that went down, if you guys remember, I'll remind you. Maya Lewis Skelly comes up to Haaland in that whole debacle, and Haaland goes, "Who are you? Who are you?" Dunks on his head top, and then that celebration comes to fruition. You know, like stuff like that. I just think it's so dumb. It's like, I feel like to me it's like the FA, or not even it is the FA, right? Or Premier League, focusing on shit that it's like, dude, there's other more important things to focus on, but you're focused on this. Like, I don't know. I think it's really dumb. I mean, by all means, guys, feel free to talk on either that or other shit. But yeah, go ahead.
It is stupid, and it takes away from a lot of like what we would consider like some of the most iconic moments in the sport. You know, when somebody scores, you know, in a very contested game, or you know, at a certain moment in the game, and they celebrate however they want to. Like, as long, like if you're not, you know, going up to literally running up to the away fans, you know, throwing middle fingers, you know, grabbing your sack.
Yo, Messi when he pulls out his jersey and shows it off.
Like, for example, I understood the whole thing where like they don't want you to take your shirt off. They don't know what message you can have on your shirt. Fine, whatever,
yeah.
Right? But like you now, they're gonna start going into certain celebrations. That's what I don't like, because now you're policing activity, you're policing celebrations that like. I get it, like with the thing, like it would start being problematic. For example, like some mid player scores a goal, lifts a shirt, it's a gambling sponsor, something like that. Obviously,
yeah,
like, should be against the rules, whatever. But somebody just celebrating in any type of way, like that's like I don't know, like I don't care. Like if you're not going directly to the away fans, what does it matter? I'm gonna be honest with you. Like at least if it's not obscene, I don't care. I really don't. I feel like I don't know why they're trying to sanitize the game in this way, because I know even in the NFL, like you can celebrate a wide range of things, but some things even then they still like trying to penalize you now for like over celebrating, and it's dumb. Like, it's not happening just here; it's happening in other sports as well. Like if you start over celebrating or whatever they consider over celebrating, like you could get fined. It's dumb, man. I don't know what to say.
What the fuck happened to the game, I love?
Listen, you know what this is, man. This is again, you know, further Americanization of the sport, because if you watch the NFL and the NBA, they have sanitized celebrations over there. You know, you can't do this, you can't be doing.
Oh, sure.
You can't be doing all that. You know what I mean? All that. You know what I mean? All of that.
On the channel.
I don't know. I don't know. I've been questioning it more and more lately.
You know, no. But listen, this is me being a bit honest here. This is actually
No, it's not. It's got nothing to do with Americanization.
I have to say, I have to say on some level it does though. However, so
No, it's not.
we're gonna have to disagree and agree to disagree on that one, mate. So thank you for no. On a serious note, obviously, right? Me being serious here, it's not great for the sport, right? I think one of the things that I think we love about the 2000s of football, right? Even the 90s of football, right? Yeah, is that there used to be crazy celebrations, bro. These guys used to give it to the away fans, and you would give it to your own fans at times. Like, something that I know there's been like the stupid add on Twitter for some reason, yeah, about crazy celebrations, yeah. But I remember like the one I forget the Liverpool striker. It's not Michael Owen. It's the other one. That,
Suarez.
No. It's the one. It's the one. It's the one that was before Owen.
Is it the one that sniffed the sideline, right?
Yes. It's the one that sniffed the sideline like it was like a gaming, bro.
That's funny.
Yes, I forget his name. It's the one that he used to call Graham Lasso or something like crazy. If you remember, like I forget his name.
Yeah, because Marshall, basically, I think the British tabloids were like making rumours that he was doing drugs, so he sniffed
doing
one
drugs.
line.
Yeah, so he did that. So he went to like the byline basically, and he went like he took like a whole line basically from the highline. Basically.
That's iconic though. Like
right?
the fact that you can remember that. Like,
no, but like, the point I'm trying to make though, Marshall, is like a lot of those celebrations are the ones that are the most iconic. Like, and I think for me the big issue, I think part of it is that I don't think it's that we've got a soft. I think part of it is also like that. I feel like from like a security standpoint, they may be scared. Like, oh, imagine the fans start rushing the stadium, because that's a big thing, obviously, in French football. If you watch French football, like myself, Italian football to an extent can get a bit rowdy around there sometimes. You know what I mean? Italian football, it's in Spanish football, bro. They just threw a knife on the pitch recently. I don't know if you know that, bro.
Yes,
oh damn, that's crazy. Wow.
Yeah, man.
They threw it at the keeper, bro.
They were at the keeper, bro. So listen, it's
crazy,
bro. That's the point I'm trying to make, Marshall. Is like on some level, I get maybe from that extent, but the reality is, bro, these are the best celebrations. This is what makes the game tick. This is what makes the team's blood boil. So like for me,
I just rivalries and
yes.
Yeah.
So I think for me, the reality is you need to keep this sort of thing, bro. You just need to keep this sort of thing.
Like even Jamie Vardy, like when he scores and dunks on Tottenham, like when he points at the Premier League and says his one, like that wouldn't be allowed under these rules. Like
that's
come
what I'm
on,
saying,
bro,
stupidity.
that's total. Like,
bro, imagine if I just did the random, like I'm facing West Ham, I score like let's say a hat trick, and I just go like up the armors, man, up the armors, like I just do like what are we doing? Like come on. Like for me, at the end of the day, like these are the stuff we have to keep in. This is what keeps the game, I think, more keeps the game soul, as I like to call it, the game soul. You need to keep the game soul, because like the thing is, I know I was like obviously doing a little bit of a joke about the Americanization of sport. Like you guys know that I watch the NBA like heavily. That's like my other sport basically, other than football. And the one thing I really hate about the NBA now is that they've really policed. They literally, they've really policed celebrations over there. Like, you can't talk to each other, you can't do stuff like that, you can't do any antagonistic celebrations either, that's right? Dumb. And that's hurt the sport, bro, as a result, genuinely, right? And you don't want that to be happening to in our league at the end of the day, bro.
No, I get that 100%. It's like, I don't like it. Obviously, players should be smart enough to know when to do it, what is a good time to do it, because like kind of to go back to what Ahmed was saying earlier in that statement, and RSM, you can vouch for me, actually I think Scott can vouch for me too, like when you watch like South American, like Copa Libertadores, and you see like the types of crowds they have there, even the Brazilian Argentina match that happened,
bro, they're insane. I know,
like if you did that like there, bro, like come on, now you're asking for trouble.
Colombian prince, bro. Darwin Nunez literally
yeah. You are finito, bro. Do you remember that the
like,
semi-final?
It's a time and place. You got to be smart.
Do you remember the semi-final between Uruguay and Thingy like recently? I forget what it was. Uruguay versus
not Colombia.
Remember, like they went onto the stands because right.
It was Uruguay Colombia. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Uruguay, bro. They went to the fucking stands, bro. They went the place.
Yeah, they were throwing hands.
Bro,
they were throwing hands.
Bro, in AFCON it's worse. I know it.
Too. Yeah, you're right. AFCON too. 100%.
Right. So like. AFCON's insane. I'll be honest. Listen, I'm scared about us. AFCON, bro. Listen, South America and AFCON, they're dangerous. They're very dangerous. That's that's like, you know what I mean? That's like DEFCON 5. You know what I mean? That's not even DEFCON 4. That's DEFCON 5, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, obviously be smart about your celebrations.
But like the point I'm trying to make though is like, yes, like we should have these celebrations in the game. Obviously, we want to be a bit smart whenever we use them, of course, but like at the same time, we need to also realize to a lesser extent that some of these fan bases, they're wild boys. You know what I mean? Like if you listen here, I'm not doing that sort of celebration if I'm in the Stade Velodrome against Marseille and I score the winner. You know what I mean? Listen, like I need my life there, bro. If I do that for the Marseille ultras, I'm finished.
Like that's what I'm saying. Like for example, like if it's England, Mexico, and Mexico City, Foden, do not pull out that gun celebration, dog. I'm telling you.
Hey, yo,
don't do it.
It's not even that. It's even like the no, you're not wrong for that one. But like, it's like the Real Madrid and Barcelona one, right? You know when they started dancing. What's his name? I forget. His Lamine Yamal and like I forget that the left back Balde, yeah, were dancing. Yeah. Bro, they were getting called the N-word point blank, bro.
They was getting literally monkey and gorilla noises thrown at them.
You know, that's what I was saying, bro. Like this is crazy. So listen, we must understand, bro. Some of this stuff, man. Generationally crazy, bro.
Oh god.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean, outside of the celebrations, I mean, we did discuss a few other things in this little roundup here. Anything else that stands out to you guys?
Bro, what happened? What the fuck happened to the game I love, man? What the fuck?
I was gonna say another thing as well. I think two things I don't know that were spoken about on the channel. One is I think the same dude who did the Talksport interview did another one at the protest, and he spoke about like Villa. In the way that bro, Villa are in 10th, and I don't know if you saw the report that they're literally about to be investigated. And then second,
are you serious? I didn't know that.
Yeah, the report came out that they're going to be investigated. It seems like they are in a lot of danger in terms of breaching FFP. And then the second thing as well is that La Liga is now suing Man City. Did you see that?
I did see that too.
What?
Yeah, La Liga is suing. I thought it was Barcelona,
president?
or is it La Liga?
No, it's La Liga president.
Yeah.
Javier Tebas is suing Man City.
Oh, bro, that guy's a nutcase, bro. He's off his fate, like, bro. He's off his head.
Yes, no, it's true. Bro. No, you could bring it up, bro. It got reported everywhere. I sent it in the chat as well.
Word.
Let me see. But bro, it's crazy.
He's high.
That's serious.
He's high.
Here,
he's high.
He's literally put it on Sky Sports, bro.
He came out like yesterday, I think it was, or the other day, talking about Real Madrid, bitching about Real Madrid again. Like, bro, this guy is
the
Real
Madrid one was deserved because the Real Madrid was deserved, bro. Because like they be doing something.
No, but it's not the.
No, but I don't care. He's concussed, bro. He just talks shit.
The thing is, it's not the Barca. It's not the Barca guy. It's not the Barca guy. It's the Liga president this time.
No. I know who he is. He was talking shit about Real Madrid literally the other day. He's just concussed.
Yeah, but the thing is, he did the same thing about Xavi when Xavi's complaining about the.
Yeah, bro. He's just concussed, bro. He's off his fucking head.
How do you even win a case like this, bro? Like,
I have no clue, bro.
I don't even know how you can win the case, bro.
Yeah, I was listening to this, but I never actually got the general grasp of it. It was kind of in the background. What exactly is the point? Like, what exactly is he suing for?
It's the same thing. Sponsorship money.
So he's suing basically. From what they say on here, EU competition. So they're basically saying they're not being competitively fair, right? They're not playing the same play level as everyone else. So that's what I would assume, and then we can go into other stuff. The thing is, by the way, guys, we were meant to get by now at the very least the result of the Man City case with the Premier League.
No, bro. That's been going on for so long. It took them like what 3 years to charge Everton for like one case of like irregularity.
Yeah, we better get that. Yeah, we better get the
3 years, bro. To
we're
charge
get it at the same time we get the Mudryk news, bro.
Bro, it's gonna take. It's literally if they take the same amount of time they did for the Everton thing, which I think they said they want to consider each case like not. I think like individually they want to like investigate each case thoroughly. Bro, it's gonna take them like 20 years.
Yeah, give or take. Literally, give or take.
Bro, half the team, their entire team will be retired by the time they fucking like investigate, like fully do the investigation and charge them.
Crazy, man. That's crazy. But
yeah, and on the transfer window thing, by the way, because just talking now, that's just nonsense. That's absolute bollocks. Like, why would you like? Why would you make? Why would you actively? The FA makes no fucking sense. Why would you actively harm your teams? We are the English FA, as far as I can tell, are the only FA that actively go out of their way to hurt their own teams.
By establishing PSR, is that what you mean?
No, not just PSR. the whole thing around the Club World Cup, the fact that every team, as far as I can tell, every other team in that competition from every other league is being given a grace period to be able to get transfers in and whatnot, and be able to sign players outside of England. No, they said no. This whole bro, why 2 weeks in January, bro? No,
that seems kind of crazy. I ain't gonna lie.
I think no transfers are going to happen, so that hurts your team's chances in Europe in the latter end of the season, especially if for teams that go very far. Also, the one, like, again, the summer transfer window, bro. Why just leave it as it is? Season. Is it broken? No, it's the same as everyone else. Like,
I really
just
wonder
leave
what the
it
reason
as it is. Stop trying to break stuff that's not broken.
Yeah, I agree with Scott on this one. I don't feel like this is really necessary. And on top of it too, with the whole winter transfer thing being 2 weeks versus one, like, to an extent I get it, where it's like it's not a busy window usually, but regardless, like, negotiations don't happen like that. I mean, we would fucking know, right? Our negotiations take months at a time. So negotiations don't happen at a snap of a finger. And not even that. When it comes to the January window, usually the January window, a lot of teams use to kind of fill in spots for players that have been injured, that are going to be out for the rest of the season. Things don't work out. Like, it's a window to kind of reevaluate the team and kind of bolster it. Especially considering, I'm glad Scott brought up the Club World Cup, especially considering the amount of games that are being played in the game nowadays between, your national team and your club team and club tournaments, bro. Like, I even with this kind of goes into the PSR thing, right? Even with the PSR rules, I feel like there needs to be a little bit more leeway, because now we're seeing that teams need to, the market's inflated with pricing, right? The prices on players is more expensive now than I think it's ever been in the history of the game. You look at salaries as well. Salaries that have to be negotiated, agreed on, and paid. All that counts towards PSR. It's a lot more tricky of a time to just simply sign a player and say, here, you're earning this much. Like, you have to take into consideration all these little rules and regulations. And not even that, you're limited to how many players you can get based on how many players you sell. And all that to say, now more than ever, you look at how Chelsea have, I guess, built the squad, right? Although it's not the best built, we have the numbers. And although the numbers aren't the best quality, it's because we have the best numbers that we've kind of somewhat sustained not too many crazy injuries. Like, look at Tottenham and how completely wiped they were with injuries. Look at how Arsenal have been going to an extent too with injuries. And they have much smaller squads than we do. I think the trend is going towards building bigger squads so that you can have a big enough squad to rotate and be able to participate in all these competitions. And I feel like this is only hurting that and, kind of jeopardizing the players more. I don't know if you guys agree. Microphone.
I would partially disagree with that, because if you think about it, Marshall,
Brother,
let's look at it from this aspect, right? You've got academies now. Particularly for a lot of these bigger clubs now. So I think an argument can be made that, you're making trying to build these players, right?
Fucking A. Okay.
hell, bro.
Hold on.
You went underwater there, man.
Before you continue,
can I ask you a question? Do you understand? I have to keep asking you this every time. Do you understand how a microphone works? Yeah.
No. I want echo cancellation.
Before we continue, I turned it off. I turned it on, and you turned it into water. I turned it off. Just give me a little more gain on the microphone. That's all you need to do, and I think you'll be okay. Just bolster it up a little bit.
Okay, how does it sound now?
Injected a little steroids. You know what I'm saying? And then talk into your microphone, please. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Talk into the general direction.
So the point I was just trying to make is that I think, quite simply, if more than anything else, we've got academies now, right, in these places. Like,
yes.
We've got Cobham, Hale End for Arsenal. I don't know what the city one's called, but at the end of the day, you got places where you've got these young kids that are up and coming players and everything like that. So why not use them as well? I mean, that's like a fair argument to make, no? Yeah. Like, you don't need to also make transfers all the time. Sometimes you can supplement it with like quality players that you are also building up from your own academy too.
But PSR's created the whole pure profit thing.
I get that, but on some level, I've always maintained like you can keep 1 or 2 players that are elite from there, and just sell the rest if you want to.
I mean, it's now. I think now more than ever, teams have to come up with more creative ways to work around this, whilst also be able to maintain a certain standard to be able to still compete in these competitions. Because let's be honest too, like I know most teams have academies, if not all of them, but at the same time, like you're talking like an academy player versus like a player you bought from a transfer window, a starting player, like a starting 11 player, is a big drop off most times than not. Very, very seldomly you'll have like a Man City type of academy where most players that come up from there are quality players, you know? Like, I think we've been lucky as Chelsea fans to have pretty good quality players come from our academy. I don't think that's going to be the case for everyone. So I don't know. I think there's a case you can make for the arguments for and against, and I just think overall, like, I think the PSR rules need to loosen up just a bit to allow teams to be more flexible with how they can go about building a squad big enough to actually compete at a high level, at a certain standard in all these tournaments that they're involved in now. And that also includes all the players that are going into national leave and, you know, doing, your Copa Americas, your AFCONs, your international duties, and so on and so forth.
What I'd say to that, though,
go ahead.
That's the for me. That's the responsibility of the Premier League clubs themselves, because Premier League clubs are the ones that voted these rules in the first place. That is true. They agreed to all this, so it's their responsibility. If anything needs to be fixed, they need to vote it through.
Yeah, that is very true, actually. Anything else you guys want to touch on before we move on? All right, cool. Let's go ahead and move on. It's a damn shame that Chris isn't here because, you know, he loves this segment so much. But we'll make this brief. We'll make it short. I know Ahmed loves this segment too. Let's go ahead and go into our favorite segments. Kit Talks. Yeah. These actually look pretty interesting, guys. I actually like them. Let's see what you guys think. Pull it up right here. First one right here. So this is the quote-unquote prototype for the home kit. I think this has been the best one that Nike has made in quite some time now.
Disagree.
Really?
Bro, it literally looked this one, and then if the other rumored ones are true, it looks like they took a recycled Portuguese and France template and used it for us. Respectfully.
Wait. All right, now you're gonna make me look up the France kit. Hold up.
I don't mind this.
Bro, this looks like I don't mind that. I don't think it's bad. But I don't think it's the best either. I'm not gonna lie.
The 5 out of 10.
Yeah, I think it's just like it's okay. It's all right. I don't hate it, but bro, it's like it looks like a template. I'm not gonna lie.
It does.
I mean, it would also help to know what the front of shirt sponsor would be.
If we actually ever had.
But wait, no, but it's there.
Yeah, get used to that.
True.
No, the front of shirt sponsor is there in the leak.
Oh, I don't know if I have it in this leak. Maybe down
We
here.
don't
No,
have
it's there. It is in this one. It is in this one, Marshall.
Your misthread?
No, it's right there. We have no front of shirt sponsor, bro. there is a sponsor. There you go, bro. It's right there. I can't believe you fought for that for so
Yo,
long as well, by the way.
I really did.
He's so convinced.
I was like, there's another one with like a prototype, like Infinite Athlete, like sponsors. Like, fuck me, bro.
No, not that, bro. Yeah.
I like this
God
kit.
damn,
I think it's a.
You guys remember when we had like 2 sponsorship deals on the table, and now we're in February?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to.
We had 2 sponsorship deals in like December. They were on the table. Now we're here.
Yeah.
Great success.
We'll talk about sponsorship news next time because I forgot to put it into the thing, but it's okay. We have plenty of other things.
No, you did the right thing.
Good. But I can see why people think like I can see the French thing because I see the red in the neck on the collar and the inside and then the white. Time will tell. I think this is a improvement from. Well, I have to see the back of it because the one thing I don't like about this season's kit is that the legit kits. The back of it has just a giant square. And it's just like, all right, if you're going to have the design, at least follow through with the design. Don't just have a random square there. I think it's a really weird design. There's also these, though. So the away kit is what RSM was saying pretty much. Like, it's based off of this retro kit, and this is what it looks like. I'm just not. I don't know. I don't find these colors fitting really. Like, I don't associate them with. They don't make me feel Chelsea. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's why you're called casually, innit? You know what I mean? You don't know about our history.
I know, but like, this doesn't scream Chelsea. You know, like, this isn't Chelsea. You know what I'm saying, bro?
This is Chelsea. Though.
It is though.
It is though. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying, man.
It's not Chelsea anymore, man.
If I start speaking,
we've outgrown our identity.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? If I start speaking, you're gonna call me xenophobic, man.
Bro.
I mean, it's an away shirt too. Like, how often do we wear the away shirt anyway? So
we wear the away shirt pretty often. We wear their away shirt way more than we wear the third kit.
Marshall, we had an away shirt.
Yeah,
we had an away shirt 2-3 years ago that was a Palace like rehash.
Oh yeah, I hated that kit. That kit was horrible.
Bro, I don't get it. Like, I think this looks cool. I like the red and green. I like there's something different as well. I think it looks cool. And I like the fact that it's like, it's not some stupid design as well. Like, it's like actually looks cool. Like, I think it actually it's cool.
You know, it is lucky Singh here. I have to say, bro, what do you mean all whites again? Like, listen, I like white kits, man. I'll be honest. The white away kits, man, they hit different. Yeah, it's that color, bro. Yeah. I like all white kits. Like, what are you trying to say? Yeah.
Bro, are you good, bro? Yeah, straw.
That's what you need to ask. You know what I mean? I want to hear Ahmed's thoughts on the Americanization of kit designs. You know, logic here. I have to say, you know, logic here. If we had the Americanization of kits, yeah, that would be a positive. That would be one of the positives you'd be getting. But it seems that, you know, we're getting Italians to do them, man. You know what I mean? We're not getting the, you know, we're not getting the lads down in California, stuff like that, to do these kits, because that's what you need to. That's what you need to get the kits done. Isn't that right, Marshall?
I didn't see it. Big up Ziad for the raid. YouTube did not tell me that Ziad raided, so big up Ziad for the raid. Thank you so much, brother. Oh, there it is. I see it now in top chat. Why does I see it in top chat and not live chat? It just popped up on my YouTube now. But big up everyone that came from Ziad. Be sure to smash up the like button if you haven't done so already. Be sure to subscribe to the channel if you're new here and enjoy the content, because we're gonna get into the meats and potatoes of this, the latest news happening at Chelsea. But yeah. Ahmed, are you done, you know, with the slight xenophobia?
Listen, if you want me to get xenophobic, we can go there.
The dash is xenophobia. Are you done?
You know what I mean? The hint of xenophobia.
After what I tweeted earlier today, like,
listen, bro, you know, this is what happens, man. Seeing Marshall has triggered me to become xenophobic. You know what I mean? No.
Oh, Jesus Christ! All right, Ahmed.
Sorry. Okay, I'll chill out.
Ahmed, we're back. Ahmed, we're back to this again. Ahmed.
Okay, but like, seriously,
you're not only the first person to get a yellow, but you're also the second person ever to get a yellow in this channel. Talking about, man. That's crazy, bro.
You know that I think I like the design. I just think the line thing. I just much rather it just be the actual full thing. If does that make sense? Like, I would prefer it to be the full thing. Like the line thing, nah, you know what I mean? It's not good.
I don't mind the kit. I just don't know if the
I like the kit. I like the colors. I just wanted to. I just think it's just better if it was like a single thing, like it was previously. Where it was just. Does that make sense? That's what I just prefer it to be.
I am kind of curious what it would look like. Well, first of all, what would a sponsor look like on this, right? But also, like, I wonder what color the numbers are gonna be.
The sponsor will just be on top of it, though. You know, what I mean, that's how because they stick on top of the kit.
I think it's a nice kit, but I just
all right, Jess, chill out, mate. Chill out, Jess. Sure. Like, we know what you mean, okay? Chill out, man.
Jesus Christ.
He said it in the comment, bro, not me.
Yeah. I see it. But yeah. Final thoughts on these lovely kits.
I think Chris would like them.
Yeah, looks good.
Yeah. I mean, this is the first time I'm seeing Scott mostly positive on the kits.
No, I like the kits from this season. Like, I like the. Well, I don't mind the home kit. Not the best, not the worst. I like the third kit. And I like
third kit's my favorite kit.
Bro, last year I liked all three kits.
What was last year's kits?
It was the mint one.
You had
fluorescent one, the mint, and then
the dark blue, and
yeah, bro, last year's
the black and dark blue, remember? Black and dark blue.
Oh yeah, the grid. Yeah. Oh yeah, those kits were good actually. Now that you mention it, yeah, you're right. You're right. Ahmed with 2 yellows, 2 streams, something fishy here. He's doing a paqueta, placing
It's
bets on
interesting,
himself.
man.
You
You know,
might be.
I could say something else here. You know what I mean?
If you accumulate 5 yellow cards, you're gonna come out with a
listen,
punishment
you know,
on cash.
I think Scott was talking about, is that a color thing, man? We need to start asking that question. Two on one person, the same color.
No, it's an unhinged
I
thing.
agree
To be
with
honest.
the server. I don't know, man. Somebody check the accounts. I don't know.
Yeah, check the accounts. Check
Check
the
the accounts,
stick.com
man.
accounts.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know, man.
Check the
It might be
Nation
Ivan-
accounts, man.
It might be an
Oh my
Ivan Tony
God.
thing. I don't know, man. We gotta look into it.
It could be. All right. Let's go to the next part, which is actually Ahmed's favorite subject, which is stadium updates. So there was a bit. This is a pretty big update as towards the what we can do going forward with the stadiums. So let's read about it. It's a long tweet, so bear with me here. So, the CPO board met Chelsea club officials last month at the annual general meeting and offered some insight into stadium solution. The options are complete rebuild of Stamford Bridge, stand-by-stand redevelopment, move to a new site entirely with Earl's Court regularly rumored. CPO chairman Chris Issett said in his statement at the AGM, whichever outcome is eventually proposed, the timeline for the redevelopment project will stretch well into the future. Issett added that we understand that no decision has yet been made and that a decision is not imminent. However, we continue to ensure that the company and its shareholders have a voice and play a part in the next steps. I'd like to remind shareholders that under the Articles of Association of the company, CPO was created to ensure that football continues to be played at Stamford Bridge by a team called Casually FC, and that's all coming from Kieran Gill. Big updates there in terms of what can be done. So it looks like, you know, it's a reiteration kind of what we've all talked about, but now it's more solidified, right? And it's either complete rebuild at Stamford Bridge, which we've seen already. We can't build higher up because of the tunnels, right, underneath. Expansion is limited to a few spaces and properties we're trying to buy, and we're gonna have to wait till the properties become available to expand in even more of the property around the bridge. Stand-by-stand redevelopment is an interesting one. I think that would entail also building upwards, right? Maybe. And move to a new site entirely. And Earl's Court still being rumored. I don't know why, but I was under the impression that Earl's Court was not an option. But yeah, what do we think of this? Because this could lead somewhere. Don't know though.
I don't know. I only pay real attention to that last paragraph from the chairman. Yeah, this is going to be an obstacle.
Yeah, for sure.
And like that's just like, yeah, like people want to make out that like they're willing to hear the owners out or whatnot. Not even that it's the owners necessarily. Like, I'm not saying they hate the owners, but it's like people act like these lot are going to hear them out. But you've got the chairman here literally saying, "Let me just remind you guys, we exist to keep this
we going nowhere,
club
bro.
at this
That's
stadium."
what it is.
Yeah.
There you go. They said it plain clear, you know.
Yep.
By a team called Casually FC. I think that's the part that sticks out to me because it's like, okay, what do you mean by that? Like,
well, that's the idea that they revoke the club's name if they move stadiums without their consent.
but
I'm
remember
pretty much
how
saying if they move, they're no longer called Chelsea. It like all
Yeah,
the trophies, all the
because the
history,
CPO owned the
everything's
name.
just done. Yeah.
But you know what this made me think, guys? Remember how not too long ago, Blueco bought the rights to Chelsea, so on and so forth?
Did they?
What if
Did anyone own it before, though?
Bro.
No,
conspiracy theory time?
They bought a trademark for it, bro.
What if this means going forward they're thinking about, all right, we're just gonna rename the team. We're gonna move somewhere else. That's more reasonable. We're just gonna rename the team Chelsea. I don't know. Just an idea.
The thought of that makes me want to be violently sick.
Yeah, I genuinely don't think that's gonna happen. I just think they bought those ones because I think it's like a branding thing. They're trying to sell. They probably have got like some branded stuff for like the 120. So well, we're about to be 125 years old quite soon, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Right?
Yeah.
So like a few months until we're 125 years old. So I think that's more to do with that, if we're being honest. But again, in regards to any of the stuff, like just like talking about the stadium stuff, I think listen, I know there was like a report. I don't know if you're gonna talk about like how we've got like the oldest, what's it called, season ticket holders, like or like the oldest. Like,
no,
fans.
I actually didn't see that. So,
Yeah, so like, listen again. I realized that just going to the stadium, but like
the old guard, Scott.
No, I mean to be honest, also got Chelsea pensioners too. So like, listen, I mean, like it's not a surprise there. Like, if you know, but the point I'm trying to make is that. Again, a lot of the people that obviously are CPO members and stuff like that, I think a good bunch of them like are guys that are like obviously well into their 50s, 60s, 70s, maybe even their late 40s if I'm being a bit more generous. Yeah, you may have like another group that's in their 20s and 30s, of course, but like a good chunk of them, though, like a high percentage of them is gonna be of that group, right? And like again, the reality is, unless like if every other club moves stadiums out of the big six, or like gets a bigger stadium, then we're the only ones that are stuck in our own stadium, then I think you didn't have to just question. You're gonna have to question them, right? Because it's gonna be like, listen, guys, we are limited to what we can do here, right? You're either gonna have to accept this, and then some of these kids are gonna obviously have to go by the PSR thing that they're forcing us to do, right? Or because we're not bankrolled by a sugar daddy anymore, sadly. You know what I mean? We ain't got that sort of guy that can do that job for us, right? So, no, but honestly, Marshall, like that's the thing that we're just gonna have to accept on some level, right? Like it's all well and good that we want to play at Stamford Bridge. It's like it's sentimentality, everything like that. I love it, bro. I love going to Stamford Bridge, bro. I'll be honest. Because like, plus I used to, for me, it's more so even just like a part of my childhood.
I understand.
But I also realized at some point though we are gonna have to move somewhere else. It's gonna have to happen as an eventuality because I've said this before. It's just too much. There's gonna be a lot of too much work, bro. It's gonna be like very complicated, bro. I've said this before, right? Going stand by stand, bro. It's gonna be. I don't even know how you even do that, bro. I
was gonna ask you, like, what was the idea behind?
Even I don't know, bro. Like that's like.
You can do the stand by stand thing. It's going to take a while, but you can do the stand by stand.
It's going to extend the time. That's the thing.
This is my fundamental issue with this whole stand by stand.
The problem with stand by stand too is that
by the time that gets done, bro, we'll be like 20 years in the future, and we'll be behind every team, even the relegation teams at that point.
Bro, stand by stand though. Stand by stand in particular. Our stadium is already really old, bro. Right, it's not got, and remember the space is even limited. Right, whenever you're trying to move around the stadium too.
Point.
Like going stand by stand is gonna be probably the worst option. That's probably, in my opinion, the worst option.
It's not only the worst option. It's gonna take the longest amount of time, and it's literally not going to do it fast enough or be worth it at the end. It's just
the only appeal to it, and this isn't. I'm not saying this is worth it, but the only appeal to it is that we don't have to move stadiums. We just stay there whilst they do one stand and then another,
so
one by one.
Even more quiet.
But it's not worth it.
Lose a whole stand every time, bro. Like,
it's not worth it, though. That's what I'm saying.
No. I think the point you're making, Oliver, is a good point. I just think for me, because of our stadium, right? Yeah, it may be been made slightly up to date and stuff like that, but it's still an old stadium, bro. The structure is still virtually the same, right, and everything like that, right? In terms of like everything that's been built around it. Like, yeah, you may have had some updates here and there done to it, but that's probably gonna be the worst. I'll be honest, in terms of like how small the stadium already is, like the surroundings and how difficult it is even just to get around in general. It's really quite difficult. I'll probably say stand by stand, if I'm being realistic about it. Like the one that, like for me, either you're gonna have to redo it completely and then just get the 55k thing done. Right, because again, I think we can only build up. All right, we can't. I don't think we can build down because of the underground, if I'm not mistaken.
But we can only build up so much because there's a sideline that needs to be preserved.
Right, and again, you can only build up so much because of again height restrictions. There's probably something in there that even I'm not remembering.
There is, because we would block sightline of some fuck ass clock tower that nobody cares about, bro.
No, it's not clock towers because there's actual council houses. Like a bunch of old people home. Chill out.
No, there isn't. No, it's not that. It's not that. If we build too high, we block the sightline from. I can't remember where the start point is, but there's like a sightline from somewhere to St Paul's Cathedral, and we would block that sightline, and it's like a very
sightline from there.
Yeah, it's like what's the word? It's a very.
Bro, I knew it was
Cathedral is quite far. There's no way we can see St Paul's Cathedral from Chelsea, bro.
Maybe not St Paul's Cathedral, but there is a sightline, a very like.
Only thing I can think of is like maybe like.
It's like a 16th century law or something. It's crazy.
Maybe it's not St Paul's. I don't know why I thought St Paul's, but it's like a sightline, a very historical sightline, we would lost. We built up.
Yeah, it has to be stuff like that. Then. At the end of the day, but you could probably again, even with that, if you're smart or something like that, you can probably get something sorted out for that. I'll be real. There's a way to bypass that law. I'll be very real. There's some laws that you can genuinely pass. If it's like that old,
if anyone's gonna find a loophole, it's gonna be this.
Yeah.
The thing is though, when Roman made it.
Listen,
when Roman made a plan for the thing, he actually Roman wanted to build down because of that sightline.
Yeah,
the thing is his proposal.
The sightline is from St. Henry's. It's in Richmond Park, basically, to St Paul's Cathedral, and Stamford Bridge is in that sightline.
What?
That's a weird law.
Bro, I've always looked at the High Line.
Law, Marshall.
Yes, it's the
yeah, bro.
law.
This is 400 years old.
Fucking A, bro. That's a very antiquated. Like, they gotta update that, bro. Maybe that's kind of like a loophole that maybe they bring that up and it's like, listen,
I would like to think, I would like to think you could probably change that law. I'll be honest, but like, I think for me, going deeper underground, that's too problematic in terms of just like the underground integrity, underground line integrity stuff like that. That's just too much. Like, you can't do that one, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, but building up could be a solution, and at that point, you're doing
because that's what Boss is doing, if I'm not mistaken, right? Boss is just building upwards, by the way, if I'm not mistaken. So if I remember the redevelopment
plan, they're doing a bunch of renovations.
They literally rebuild upwards. Sevilla, if I'm not mistaken, they just built upwards, bro. Like, I don't know if you've seen like Sevilla Stadium, they literally is built upwards, bro. So a lot of these stadiums, the way they solve stuff is just by building upwards, because that's the best way you can do. That's why you got high-rise buildings, etc., etc., etc. So
yeah. I mean, they got to figure this out, because if I'm not mistaken, this is part of the whole agreement with buying Chelsea, is that they have to upgrade the stadium. So, I mean, time's a ticking for Blueco and Clear Lake. Like, they got to figure this out. They got to hire the best engineer, the best whoever, to just get this thing going. Like, come to an agreement, get some meetings going with these people, the CPO, figure out what you're going to do, figure out if you're going to even stay there. And if you don't stay there, well, prepare for Chelsea FC, ladies and gents. I'm just saying.
Big up to Logic's comment, and I hear Logic's comment again. I've also obviously put the opposite side, like in the sense that a lot of these clubs that have left their stadiums to go to like newer versions of ones. Yeah, barring like a lot of these places, like right. You know, West Ham's one trash. West Ham is like
City
one.
It's right, yeah.
Oh, it's all
shit, bro.
Yeah,
it's okay for baseball. It's not good for football.
Yeah, but listen, at the end of the day,
I hate when stadiums do that.
Yeah, but like again, barring City, as I said before, every other club that's moved stadiums in England has not led them to be successful trophy-wise, and I think that's one of the things that if you look at a lot of other clubs, who? Barring City,
Manchester City.
Barring again, you didn't hear what I said. Barring Manchester
City.
Barring Manchester City, bro. Keyword. You didn't hear what I said. That's why. You're like,
how many clubs in the Premier League have moved? Hang on. How many clubs in the Premier League have moved?
Let me explain. West Ham, for example, right? Obviously, you can.
Where the fuck would they go? Hang on. What the fuck were they winning before they moved?
Wait, chill. Please, let me finish. West Ham.
And hang on. They have won stuff. Hang on. Did they not win the Conference League?
Okay. Listen, come on. Let's be serious. Anyway,
they won something.
Okay. Let's be serious. Let's be serious.
He's so wrong.
Listen, let's be serious. Okay. Listen, Arsenal. Wait. Arsenal's the other one, right?
Fair enough.
Say maybe Arsenal, you can see the other one, right? Spurs right now, of course, is another one that you can probably speak about, right?
I think the only success, and this is technically EFL, when Brentford moved from Griffin Park to the G-Tech Community Stadium, they got promoted just after that.
Yeah, so like I think this is my point in general is in terms of like major trophies, once you've won, after you've gone to a new stadium in England in particular, really barring, I said this before, right? Barring Man City, it's not been successful, right? And you've looked at a lot of these other stadiums. Listen, Emirates, it looks good, I'll be honest, but like and everything like that. But like if you speak to people about the atmosphere that you get there and everything like that. Same with Spurs to an extent as well. West Ham, I know for a fact because I've been to West Ham. Yeah, that stadium, with all due respect, bro, one of the worst stadiums I've ever been to, bro. Point blank, period.
Yeah, but it's also not a football stadium. I think that's not a football stadium.
It used to be an Olympic stadium. I understand, but like the point I'm just trying to make is that you know there are stuff that happens once you move to these other places that it doesn't feel the same either, right? This is just me playing like the devil's advocate card, if that makes sense, right? Which is why I get why some people might be against this moving stadiums, because like so far it does seem on some level you do lose 80s this time. So you know what I mean? If that makes sense.
I mean,
No,
let's be honest. Stamford Bridge
Bro,
Bailey has a soul right now, bro.
I hate to put it like that, but like this is devil advocate for me. Yeah,
that's fine. I'd hear this stuff with like the atmosphere, because like that's fair enough. I'd hear that if Chelsea's atmosphere wasn't already shit.
Yes.
Yeah,
Exactly,
if it was
bro.
Anfield, I'd be like, yeah, I get you.
Shit.
But we're not
The-
even
the
like
only
anywhere
soul-
near that.
The only soul we're losing is like big games. You know, when that crashing noise happens whenever we score like a mad goal or something. That's
Yeah.
the only
No,
thing we're losing.
no. They have to add the gate smacks if we get a new one.
But they
just
need
have
to
add
keep
the
that
gate.
somehow. I can't lie, but
Yeah.
Yeah, but also, like,
I mean, it's not that
also
difficult,
on-
bro.
on
It's just
on
sheet
the
metal that
movement.
you can smack on, but like.
Also on the moving thing, bro, like barely any club moves like nowadays. So like, obviously, most of the clubs that do move is because their stadium is tiny and it's literally your Brentfords, your West Hams, your Palace should move, but they're not. Yeah, it's clubs like that who aren't winning anyway. So who gives a shit? Like the only big teams really that have moved, or 3 teams, Tottenham, yeah, pretty much. Arsenal and then City, and City have won since they moved.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of that, like Everton are moving to a new stadium. There's Everton, who gives a shit. Who else? That's pretty much it. I think that's moved.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the table right now. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think. So yeah, who cares? Like, I don't really care. Like, because the thing is, we need to get a bigger stadium, right? Because I think currently we have the 9th biggest stadium, and I don't know whether that's before or after Everton have moved. Because we're now behind them with them getting the biggest stadium. So yeah, we're like the 9th or 10th, I think, biggest stadium in England. That will go down, like depending on who gets promoted in this championship window. We could go down on that list. If Sunderland come up, we go down.
Oh, but Scott, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like by the time we do these renovations,
there are championship teams.
We will.
There are championship teams who have similar sizes to us, by the way.
That's what I'm telling you, bro.
Cool.
That's what I said. Give it a couple years, bro, and we're cooked, bro.
Out of curiosity,
like even teams that are coming up in the Prem will surpass us, which is why I'm saying the real viable long-term solution is the one that is just moving, bro. But they don't want to do that.
Well,
because
not
even
without
then, like,
not without us
if the
keeping
club
the name.
listen, if like speaking honestly though, if the club reaches the heights that we want them to reach, then what, we're gonna be playing UCL with like continuously for years with the size of stadium that we have, like with one less stand, etc. Like,
I'm looking at it now, right? So Sunderland have a bigger stadium than us. They're in the Championship. Sheffield Wednesday with Hillsborough are 1,000 people. They are 1,000 seats away from matching our capacity, pretty much. Nearest makes a difference. Leeds, Leeds, who will be promoted this season, are only 3,000 or 2,500 away. And it's like these are teams who quite easily could expand their stadium in the Championship with the right money. Like if Leeds managed to stay in the league for a few years, managed to do like a Brentford, I could easily see them extending their stadium by like 5,000. Cool, all of a sudden they're above us.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, yeah, at some point you have to increase the size of the stadium. And we said this before. What?
No, I'm just saying, Chris. He's in the chat.
No.
He's not here.
He's getting ready for 2K25.
Oh, there he is.
What was I saying? Oh yeah. So getting to like 55,000. Cool, you could do that, but you can. What was it? I think it's like. Isn't it a lot? Am I wrong in saying it's like $2 billion? Or is it less than that to go to 55,000?
Sorry, what did you say, mate?
$2 billion to go
Is it
to
like
55,000 stadium?
How much is it to increase the stadium to that size?
I have no idea, bro. It depends on like a number.
Because I think we have seen a number. I can't remember what the number is. I thought it was $2 billion. It might be
I think it was. I know that it was obviously the Spurs one was way over budget, but the Spurs went to a bill, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
something like that.
My point was, I can't remember the amount, but I remember when we saw it when it was reported. Bro, however much it costs to go to 55 million is a waste of money, considering at that point we'll only go up like 1 or 2 places in terms of where we rank for stadium size, and that can easily be overtaken by, I think Villa are planning to build a new stadium or increase the size of theirs, and they'll go above us. And then again at that point, yeah, like, and also it's just for that money. If you just put a bit more money towards it, you can go and build a new stadium. Like again, it's just as much as I like Stamford Bridge,
bro, like everything and all the arguments that we say just make too much sense. But you know why we know why it's not gonna happen, bro. The people who are stalling it, like I said, unfortunately, give them 10-15 years, you feel me? They're a bit older, then maybe we can have this conversation again. And that's not me being mean, that's not me wishing death upon anybody. It is just realistic. There needs to be what's called a changing of the guard. It happens in governments, it happens in culture, societies. At some point the guard needs to change. Something needs to move forward. Like I said, these people are older, bro. They want to live their last decade and a half of life with the Stamford Bridge that they grew up loving and visiting every weekend. Fair enough. However, we need to making plans now to be able to do that in the future, bro. At this point, my kids might be able to see the new Stamford Bridge, bro. I'm being that serious. Because being honest, the real estate in London is only gonna get more expensive.
No, you're not wrong. And the way I see it too, it's like, and we talked about this. Also, out of curiosity, does Stamford Bridge have a parking lot for public parking?
No.
So that's even like
a lot of stadiums do.
Most train stations right next to it.
No, I get why. I'm not saying it should be.
Most stadiums in London don't.
Yeah.
The only one that might, I think, does the
City
Emirates have
one.
one?
It's the City one. I think it might be the City one. I'll be honest.
That's not London.
No. I'm saying most in London don't have because of just London and how close everything is that you won't find parking.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I get it.
So like,
And
I
that's
know United does, City does. Like most stadiums outside of London do.
Yeah.
My point in bringing that up is that makes it even easier in terms of like expanding the stadium, because you don't even have to account for that. In the States, you have to account for that a lot. Like even in if you ever go to Philadelphia, the one thing you'll know is that there's 3 stadiums for their basketball. What's the name of the basketball court they have there? I can't remember. Is it?
What?
I know Citizens Bank is the baseball field. Then you got the Eagles Stadium. And
then you go to 76ers Stadium. Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah. So then you got the 3 stadiums there, and it's one giant parking lot, and people just park there. You know, you have to account for that. Logic, just to answer your question real quick, to give you a little bit of history of myself. I've never been to Giant Stadium. I have been to MetLife. The better example for me would have been Shea Stadium to Citi Field, because I did go to Shea Stadium once before they got rid of it. What?
Where is Shea Stadium? Why does that ring a bell?
Shea Stadium is like right across from where Citi Field now stands. Like that's where the Mets used to play, and then they moved to Citi Field. And they did the same thing with the Yankee Stadium. I'll be honest with you, I can't say I prefer Shea Stadium or old Yankee Stadium versus the newer versions, because I remember Shea Stadium walking down those top tier steps and thinking I am going to die at any minute because it's steep as shit. So it's always a safety hazard in my opinion. Also, by the way, old as shit.
Imagine someone knocked you over, yeah?
If they did, I would have died.
Yeah.
The Stamford Bridge is kept in decent condition at this moment in time. But like Ahmed said, it's old. It's only going to get worse, only going to deteriorate more, and only going to cost more to maintain.
Okay, yeah, it's gonna cost more to maintain.
Financial. Oh, but what I was gonna say is, like, I think the most reasonable solution to this is, one, you guys need to smash the like buttons if you're watching right now, because there's almost 75 of you here watching and there's not enough likes. The second thing that I think is super reasonable is, I think the CPO need to let go of holding on to the name of Chelsea. Because I think it's totally reasonable to say, okay, we're going to build a stadium somewhere else. Just let Chelsea use the name, and you can still beat Chelsea. You can still have the women play there, right? Just have the women take Stamford Bridge, and then Chelsea's men's team can have a different location.
Think that's gonna happen.
I just don't understand how that's not reasonable.
If
you don't get rid of Stamford Bridge.
You're getting very technical there, though. You're getting very technical there, because the women's team aren't called Chelsea FC; they're called Chelsea FC Women. It's very literal and technical.
It's too different. It's too different.
It's not going to happen.
It's too different.
What if we change our name to Chelsea FC Men?
Oh my god.
No, fuck off.
Yeah, but again, bro, we have the conversation every time where
at that point, London Cowboys, whatever, man.
No, we lose, bro. We lose everything. Yeah. We lose all the trophies. What's the whole point?
Hey, we can still be Arsenal to a Champions League, probably.
Like, it's the same club. It's the same club. Like, I don't like. It's annoying.
I don't mind them.
Also,
I think they go on.
And I'll say also, so like the thing as well about the name change, why I don't want it to happen ultimately, not just because I think we'd end up with a stupid name like London Cowboys. I don't actually really mind. It's more like the history stuff. Like, I know like history doesn't always matter, and it's like when it comes to Stamford Bridge, there is history there, and it sucks. But like, you can still have that history with the club and the name and the badge and everything, even by moving. Like that's what happened with Ajax. Like Ajax moved stadium, to the Amsterdam Arena. No, the Johan Cruyff Arena is what it's called now. From another arena they had, but they've still kept obviously all of their history. Like they're still Ajax. They're still, you know, the team that had Cruyff, that had Bergkamp, Overmars, all these guys. Like they're still them, and it's because they're the bunch of the name. Like ultimately, that's what I don't want to change, and it really sucks that we're in this like not catch-22, it's like what's it called, impasse, where like we can't really do anything.
You imagine uproar if Chelsea called Cowboys at end, like.
But Coco, you don't understand. Football isn't about finances. It's just about results and success. That's all it's about. Finances don't matter at all. It's so stupid. I hate this. And it's, you know what the thing is too, like, this is me being optimistic. This is just hopium. I would like to believe that if we did get a stadium, then we wouldn't have to resort to the way we're working our finances now as much. They would still do the pure profit bullshit and the flipping and trading of players. Like that's a common thing all clubs do. But I feel like it wouldn't be as excessive as it is now if there was actually some stadium revenue to be made.
But they can actually upgrade to a 55k stadium. What's a decent size? That's where they have to make their decision. Are they going to move?
The problem is,
or they're just going to stay and build up to 55k.
The problem is, Chris. Yeah, I would have agreed with you if you said this to me 10 years ago. The problem is now, bro. People are getting minimum
spectrum, isn't it?
People are now getting like minimum 65k now, boys. That's the new minimum. 65k is basically the new minimum, right? And like 55k, you know.
It's not huge,
it's plus,
but
it's like it's plus 10k. But like, bro, if you comparing that with every other elite team, bro, we're like minus like at least 10k.
Yeah.
I was gonna say we
can't move the stadium though, really, because the pitch owners won't allow it. They're just not going to. It's weighted.
I was right earlier, by the way. We are the 9th biggest stadium, and that's prior to Everton moving. So once they move, we will be the 10th biggest stadium.
I thought it was like
it's only going to get worse as time goes on, bro, because these other clubs aren't in London. They have space to move.
Yeah,
it's only going to get worse from here on out.
Yeah, that's like we are.
It's real.
We have the 4th smallest stadium in London.
Yeah.
Yikes.
In the Premier League.
It won't be long before that becomes 5th, and then 6th, and so on. And
so I'll be real. That'll be a while before it becomes 5th. The next biggest in London is Fulham, and it's only 29,000. So
yeah, that's pretty small. And I just
but like in a decade, in the span of a decade, you don't think there'd be 1 or 2 clubs?
No. At least in London, like I told you, bro,
that excessive.
Most clubs aren't going to have the financial ability to buy that much real estate in London. They just won't.
I mean, I mentioned Brentford a few minutes. I mentioned Brentford a few minutes ago. They moved like 4 years ago, so you know they're not going to be moving anytime soon at all.
Yeah, and they've got the second. They've currently got the second smallest stadium in London. Sorry, in the Premier League.
Yeah, and plus, like I would probably also add like Fulham is next to a main road, by the way. Like just like us, they're next to a main road. Their thing is like I think closed off. If I'm not mistaken. Like it's been like what a year since I've been there. But like their thing changing anytime soon.
Bro, Arsenal have and Liverpool have 20,000 more seats than we do.
Do you think Chelsea end up like moving or making the stadium bigger in the next 5 to 7 years at least?
Yeah, they probably make it bigger. Like I think that's the like worst case scenario is no way of putting this, but I think that's the like if all else fails, I think they do make it bigger, but I don't think that necessarily changes much. Like give it say they upgrade it, let's say in the next 2 years, give it another 5 years, I think we're in the same position we are now.
Yep. Well, we can't make it bigger. That's the downside.
No, and then at that point you couldn't make it bigger. You just have to accept what you've got or move. So that's the whole
yeah.
like,
that is literally
you can make it bigger.
The fact that you
just
can't make it bigger.
You have to move.
Yeah, you're delaying the inevitable, which is either you have to stick with what you've got or move. That's the ultimate. That's ultimately where we've come to. And if we, like we said, if we stick with what we've got, that's fine. But then we have to find other ways to bridge that gap financially we're missing out on. However much it is we're missing out on. It might be not a lot. We don't know ultimately. But
no, but Scott,
might be...
the thing is, if we don't move, we're kicking the can down the road to a future generation of Chelsea fans who are going to be having the same exact thing that we're saying.
No, but that's what I'm saying, bro. Like
60 years in the future, and now we are in the bottom 5 for stadium size in the Prem.
Yeah, no, that's ultimately what I'm saying. Is like, as I said, like you said, we just kick the can down the road. We stay where we are. That's fine. And as I said, financially, we just got to find other ways to earn that money. So that's most likely either player sales. That's player sales is number one, the easiest way. Number 2 is other sponsorships, and I'm not talking front of shirt. I'm talking about you get your what they call, like, not endorsements, but it's like your Argyle, the film on the seats or whatever it was.
Jordan stuff like that.
The branding stuff, like not even the Jordan stuff. I'm just talking like the stuff on the halftime shows, like that. You just get that sort of stuff. So, like, because you have to bridge the gap financially somehow, because that's revenue you're missing out on ultimately.
Mm-hmm. Which leads to a lot of the shit that our fans have been complaining about, which, you know, rightfully so to an extent, complaining about it. But if you look at the situation as a whole and not just focus on those scenarios in isolation, you can understand why it's happening as well, to an extent. It's such a predicament, or whatever word that Scott used earlier. I forgot what word you came to. Impasse that we're in. So empathetic.
It's impasse.
I'm an empath.
It's been a while. I've been a moron.
Interesting.
I said impasse, but then I wanted to say other words too.
Is that on the English American dictionary?
Merriam-Webster. Speaking on impasses, let's impasse our way over to this next little topic. Just kind of debunking this whole situation that people have been
he's leaving. He told me.
He's leaving. He told you.
Yeah.
He told you he's gonna. He found a club that's gonna buy out the rest of his 9 years.
He told me. Yeah, he told me.
Trust me, bro.
Yeah, man.
So
he'd be telling the guy from Shrewsbury the answers, mate. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Doxing me again, Ahmed.
Chelsea fans have been touting this rumor that if we don't make top 4, there's a very likelihood that Cole Palmer will ask to leave, which under normal circumstances, I'd believe you, but the circumstance isn't normal. Cole Palmer has signed a 9-year contract, and that's going to require another club to pay the remainder of that 9-year contract. And I'm telling you right now, there's no way in fuck Chelsea are going to sell for anything less than 100 mil, even 150 million pounds for this player.
Especially with the codes that Boehly literally just said, by the way.
Oh yeah, we'll get to that for sure. We'll get to that. So here we have Kieran Gill saying here, there is no release clause relating to Champions League in Cole Palmer's contract, nor will Chelsea entertain offers. Palmer extended his stay at the start of the season, tying himself down for the next 9 years with improved terms as a reward. There you go, guys. I don't know what else needs to be discussed here. I mean, does anyone actually think that there's a possibility Palmer could leave the club? If
I would say not end of the season, no. Just not happening. But like, say for example, Chelsea don't improve, Chelsea don't win anything. Say Chelsea don't get Champions League football in the next 3 years, maybe.
See, 3 years is different because he has so much less time.
2 to 3 years, like
you got 5 years left on your contract.
He could be going, and we might just end up selling if he wants to move. And but not now. It's he's got 9 years left. It's just not going to happen. I don't know how much Chelsea have won. They want 17 million for Nkunku, who's not really playing for Chelsea or playing well. And Cole Palmer is obviously our best forward or something like that. So, and he's on 9 years left. So we're probably off like 200 million or more with one at least. So that's not happening.
Minimum, bro.
Yeah, I was gonna say, going around the horn, how much do you guys think is Palmer's actually worth? Like,
I wouldn't go below 250 at this point.
Probably. That's what they value him at.
No, that's not. I'll be honest.
No,
how much do you think?
You say that, but with the length of contract plus what the team.
I don't think the club will go below 200 million, Scott. Though.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's 200 minimum, bro. minimum.
They sold
to
Kai
get him.
Havertz for 65. They asked for 70 for Nkuku. They asked 50 for Broha.
I'd have said 150 personally, but
I could see 150.
I think near him
if you're being
170,
reasonable.
If you're trying to be,
But even
I
then,
mean, that would still be the league record.
oh,
150
yeah.
would be like a bargain
I
considering
feel like
the
this club would say
contract.
200 million now, just
No,
because
it
I've
would
seen.
not be.
Well,
No,
why
let's
would
talk
they?
about Isak. How much
Yeah,
does
like
Isak have left in
180.
his contract?
They're asking 180, aren't they? I'd rather
180
call
euros
Palmer.
for Isak, who I mean,
He's good. He's good.
he's good. I don't know, is he?
He's
better than
injury
Pa-
prone a
he
little
might be
bit though.
better
That's
than
his problem
Palmer.
though. Nah, I'd rather Palmer. He's younger.
In terms of like goal scoring output and stuff, you know.
I mean, actually, he scored more in Isak this season still, I think.
Man, you even got the Spurs fans saying he's worth 150 pounds.
Yeah,
Mil,
well,
by the
maybe.
way,
Yeah,
not
he's
100.
getting him in.
100.
Yeah.
I know, Jess. He's just 150 pounds. It's crazy. Chat, what price do you guys think for Cole Palmer? Go ahead and spam it in the
A lot of
chat.
English fans I know actually really rate him. Man United fans and all I talk to, they would love him at the club. I
Obviously,
spoke to him
yeah.
recently.
I
If
think
I had Bruno
200
Fernandes, so would I.
if let's say at the end of the summer he were to go for
he has
for
19.
sale,
Oh, my
I would
bad.
say they're probably going to ask for 200 mil in pounds. If
Either
it's this
that
summer.
or
130.
it depends on the club. They'll try to do like a player trade. It needs to be a big
Oh,
time
it
player
could be
too.
that too, yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Like the only people who have that cash flow available would be like what, maybe a Bayern, a Madrid, a City. That's about it, bro. Those are probably the only clubs that could afford him.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah,
I
but
think
like,
for me though,
no,
Palmer's untouchable for me though.
Like it's not like people are like, oh, he's gonna go to United, bro. They have no money. You have to look at clubs that one have money and would be interested. That Palmer would be interested to go into.
Real Madrid,
Man, they can't even feed their own clients free food. But if
Man City.
Yeah, I mean,
Do not do this again.
chill. They can't even do the basics for their own, what's it called, yeah, their own employees, and we're expecting them to pay 150 M's for Cole Palmer. Let's be realistic, boys. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
come on now. It's not happening.
No.
Yeah.
It's
Again, I think
unrealistic.
for me, because like, you know, you've been hearing this thing of like, oh, he wants to go back to Manchester and stuff like that. I'll see it to believe it, mate. You know what I mean? You know, one thing I always say, man, once you're in London, man, you don't leave, man.
Yeah. Took a Hazard for a while.
That's like, you know what I mean? That's
No,
like,
I mean,
you
he
don't leave
left
shit.
and that
That's
was
like,
pretty much it. Like,
that's
the
like,
fact that
you
Hazard
know,
left
one
him,
seat in
that was-
Shrewsbury, man, you don't leave. Yeah,
Again.
alright. That's not doxing, bro. We're not doxing
Yeah,
here.
you gotta keep saying the
That's not good
city,
doxing, Chris.
the town.
I'm just mentioning the town, Chris. That's not doxing,
Hey,
bro.
it's
You
not
can say
that
I
big,
live. You can say I live in Battersea. Battersea's not that big either. So you know what I mean.
To be
That's
fair,
not
no one
doxing.
knows what Chris
That's
looks
all-
like. They just look for his dog. I
Yeah,
hope a lot of people have
literally. Yeah.
They got a
Nah,
car and
like-
a dog. That's it.
To be fair, Di, you're right. Saudi could technically pay that money if they wanted to.
Oh, Saudi.
Yeah,
could,
but Palmer, come on, with the player that he is, bro, he's not going to Saudi this young. Stop it.
Maybe he goes.
Yeah,
Listen,
that's
I'll
true.
be honest. I don't know if you heard, man. The latest Vinny Jr. might be going Saudi next season, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially looking
Then
at the
or goodbye.
looking
then
at bro,
after that.
Palmer's already done how many collaborations with these different brands, bro? He has the money on lock. He knows, bro. He's an English player, etc.,
Yeah.
etc. He's not going Saudi, bro.
That's true, actually. With the imaging rights and all that stuff, he just got voted. What did he get voted? The most beautiful player of the year or some
Yeah,
bullshit.
they were taking the piss. They were taking the piss, bro. Was that Centel? I can't lie, bro. Was that Centel? Because
I don't know. It was a weird award. And I was like, I don't know about like.
No, it's a London
Yeah,
football
I don't know
awards.
about that.
It's normal.
I don't know about that.
It's a regular thing.
It's a weird one. I don't know. Was he on the cover of GQ like Pulisic? You guys remember that? I'm dead ass, Jez. Like, there's actually an article that apparently he won the most like attractive
Also-
football player of the year. Or
If
something.
we can win the most attractive male, then that means I can win it too. So there you go.
No, you can't.
can we no, but like speaking a bit more seriously.
Alright,
like, this
man.
would be a
If
good
I've got
transition.
listen,
Warning.
Uh-oh.
Final warning.
Oh,
Second one.
What to me?
That's yeah, to you.
Wait.
What did I
That's
say?
straight
Wait.
waffle. That's straight
What
waffle.
do you mean? No, don't do that. That's no.
That's
We need to
straight
VAR
waffle.
check that. No, we're VAR checking that. That's no.
No,
You're
this is
VAR
FA
checking
Cup. We
that.
don't do
Say-
VAR check here.
Calling it to the
Nah.
monitor, bro. They're calling it to the monitor.
Listen, we just got an intro. You think I got the facilities for a VAR, bro? Nah, chill. That's
Nah, but real
still
talk, I was gonna
that's
say,
casually
like,
2026.
speaking about this, you transition into Boehly's comments that he made, like about like how every like a teams need play like a star player to stick with them for the entirety like of like a.
I think part
like
of
10-something year span.
You know what? You know what it is though, RSM. I think obviously, I think a big thing that we also need to realize here is that I think he's on how many years he's got left on his deal, chat? Is it like 9 years left on his deal?
9 years. He just signed a 9-year deal.
Yeah,
much.
right.
Oh,
Right. So,
No, he
yeah,
signed
so
it.
like-
Did he not sign it when he joined? A 9-year
No,
deal.
he signed it afterwards.
No, he
signed it
re-signed it
afterwards.
though.
He got the extension, right? Remember, I think the
Yeah,
extension.
it was a 9-year, and he signed an extension, so it's still 9 years.
Yeah.
Because
I think there's also part of it is that now, guys, on some level, the club also does have like power over his where he goes now. Like, you know, he don't really have like I keep on hearing, oh, don't no, he's got more power. If he wants to leave, he can leave. Overall, it's gonna be very hard for a player to leave when they've got that length of contract and when he's getting that boosted level of like wages too, right?
That's 100% true.
Because then that's basically like an NBA contract, bro. Essentially, what he's got there, man. You know what I mean? Or like a baseball contract, essentially. I think is a much apt example of that because they get like a decade worth contracts at times, so it's very hard for that.
Yeah, it's exactly. It's kind of mostly this little topic was just kind of to debunk this. Listen, people want to have it both ways, and it's just not how the world works. Like you can't at one hand say, "Oh, these players are now signed to prison contracts," and then on the next hand be like, "Yeah, he can leave whenever he wants." Which is it? Is it a prison contract, or can he leave whenever he wants?
Listen, this happens all the time.
This you don't catch yourself.
I think Joel's comment is good. It's a good comment. I like Joel's comment, Marshall. Just want to put this just for you to read.
No, Ahmed got the card for saying if Palmer can be the world's sexiest player, then he can be something that I didn't even listen because as soon as he was making that comparisons, I was thinking warning.
I give you the point I was making. If you give me the world's sexiest player, then I give you the world's sexiest player too. Like I'm trying to hype myself up.
You see, that is pure.
Is that how is that pure awful? Alright, fair enough.
Look at for the camera, bro. Don't let me get on the camera and tell me the truth.
Wow, bro. Look at Marshall tearing down a young black man, bro. You hate to see
Another
it.
black man. Listen, always a black man. You know what I mean? Listen, there's a nickname for this channel that's in the streets. I don't want to be mentioning. You know what I mean? But
I like how he says it, bro. It's literally just you.
you know what I mean? I just wanna put that in there.
Well, I don't know what Chris is. We don't know what Chris
Oh,
looks like.
bit of Marshall after describing Octagon after. Listen, man. Hey, can't wait for UFC
To be
next week,
honest,
man.
that
Can't wait
would
for
be
UFC next
such
week.
laughter. Like I don't know who would win. I deadass don't even know who
Yeah,
would
I
win the
don't-
octagon. Let
that's-
me stop. Before I get carried away. Let me stop there. All right. Let's go on to the next thing I have before we get into some Jose stuff. Okay. So we got a little bit of an injury update. We'll run through this pretty quick, and then we'll get to the Jose stuff that obviously I'm sure people heard about. Okay. So exclusive Wesley Fofana is back in the group tonight against Southampton. So we did see him on the bench for Southampton. He has been training. Nani has been ruled out until after the international break in March. Nani Madueke's absence is another blow to head coach Enzo Maresca. It is hoped his injury is not as bad as first feared and that he will not miss a significant number of games. So hopefully if things work out, he's back after international break or at least training when he comes back from international break. This is going to be a trigger warning for those of you in chat and in my panel. So Omari Kellyman is set to return at the start of March from a hamstring injury. He is hopeful of making his senior Chelsea debut before the end of the season.
Another hamstring.
Oh, no. Scott, hear me out.
Keep dreaming.
Oh, Scott, stay with me here. Omari Kellyman is an attacking midfielder and provides a natural option to allow Cole Palmer some rest
good luck
with
to
the
him.
Chelsea star struggling form-wise at the moment.
Fantastic again. Who gives a shit?
You know what's crazy too? In the back of my head, I was like, what if these guys have a master plan that none of us know? Like, what if their master plan is they're going to just roll out the carpet for Omari Kellyman? And then 4 days later, this comes out, and I'm like, okay, I was joking. I really didn't want that to happen, and I really hope this isn't the case. And right here, to end this segment here, there's still a feeling that if Chelsea stick together when players return from injury, mostly after the nearing March international break, the club can charge up the league and claim Champions League qualification. We're 1 point away from fourth, and we're currently
forget fourth. Marshall, if City and Forest draw and we win, we go back third. This league is cooked. This league is cooked. Like,
this league's more competitive, but yeah.
Bro,
yeah, in a bad way.
What do you mean? We've been absolutely buns for a month and a half, and we're one win and two teams drawing away from being in third.
Marshall, if Nottingham, like you said, if Nottingham Forest or a Bournemouth, Brighton's decent, but like it's competing against us, the league's a bit cooked. If Nottingham Forest is still third or fourth.
To be fair, like, okay, I'll say this: I genuinely think Bournemouth is a good team.
Okay.
I do think Fulham are pretty decent. Like, if they had one or two more quality players, they can be a pretty formidable side like Bournemouth.
Bro, stop. These teams, stop. These teams
Villa should be better,
right
but
now
they don't have enough
could
depth.
not go
They
above
should be
City
better,
when City were 1-18 or something like that. Come on, man.
No, but if you look at the players like who Bournemouth brought, and like look at the players Chelsea, even Aston Villa, it should be doing better.
But that's what I mean. Like, I do think some of the teams that have gone up in the table, the Bournemouths, the who else is in there? Nottingham. Okay, to be fair, Nottingham Forest, no one expected. So I don't know if Nottingham Forest are going to repeat this next season. To be fair, but I can see Bournemouth doing it.
Probably not.
Listen. I think
if Bournemouth keep Areola, I can see them putting up another similar season.
I just think I think of Bournemouth just going to depend again. Can they do the scout that they were doing, bigger than Huijsen, bigger than some of these other guys? So, that's what it's going to depend on. Can they continue to do that? I think for me, Nottingham Forest, I actually think they can continue to do this because sadly they do overspend. That's one of the clubs where they're willing to spend 200 million out of nowhere because
they're more like 36 players.
Their owner is also a bit of a sugar daddy too. You know what I mean? If you know, he owns a team in Olympic, right? And he's also allegedly a criminal. So that's like Roman.
What did he do?
I don't want to listen. Not for the camps. Not for the camps.
Hey, you want to understand my time? What did he do?
Listen, not for the camps. I'm being serious when I say that, by the way. So let's keep it pushing.
We'll keep it pushing. But yeah, I mean, we'll definitely have a discussion on the Premier League at the end of the season where we look over our predictions and all that stuff, because I think there's a lot to be discussed in terms of the teams that have risen up and the teams that have dropped way below the standard. I mean, that's where we can get to talk about Tottenham and United. Like, Ahmed likes to talk about United a lot. I think there is a lot to talk about with United, to be fair. But okay, let's go to the next segment, and this is a big one, and you see it on Oliver's profile picture. Jose racism allegations.
Oh, office injury up
Do
there.
we have to talk about this?
You don't have to talk about this. You don't need to talk about this. Bro.
I mean,
Like
what allegations, bro?
This is a non-sequitur, but we don't need to do this one. I'll be honest.
I mean,
You think it's nonsense? Yes. A lot of people think it's nonsense.
I'm gonna talk about it, and if you guys don't really want to talk about it, we can skip through it pretty quickly. But let me.
Don't say we don't want to talk about it. Like, oh, you guys don't want to speak up on racism. Stop, bro.
No, I'm not saying it like that. Like, I know. Okay, first of all, let me just say this. I'm pretty sure all of you think this is nonsense.
Yeah,
that's why.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, but I'll say my piece on it. If you guys want to add on, then by all means. But I'm pretty sure all of you guys think it's nonsense. I think it's nonsense too. But let me at least inform the people who may not know what's going on, But all right, let me just really quickly get into this first tweet here. So this is what happened. Galatasaray says say no to racism, and Galatasaray came out with a statement. Since the commencement of his managerial duties in Turkey, Fenerbahce manager Jose Mourinho has persistently issued derogatory statements directed towards the Turkish people. Today, his discourse has escalated beyond merely immoral comments into unequivocally inhumane rhetoric. We hereby formally declare our intention to initiate criminal proceedings concerning the racist statements made by Jose Mourinho and shall accordingly submit official complaints to UEFA and FIFA. Furthermore, we shall diligently observe the stance adopted by Fenerbahce, an institution professing to uphold exemplary moral values in response to the reprehensible conduct exhibited by their manager. Now, people might not know what's going on. Fenerbahce had a response, and then I'll show you what actually happened. So, official statement. We deem it necessary to issue this statement concerning big up CP. We deem it necessary to issue this statement concerning a matter that has dominated the agenda following the match between our football team and Galatasaray. A post-match remark made by our coach, Jose Mourinho, has been deliberately taken entirely out of context and distorted in a misleading manner, as any reasonable person can clearly recognize the expression used by Jose Mourinho was solely intended to describe the excessive reaction of the opposing team's technical staff to the referee's decision during the match. These remarks cannot, under any circumstances, be associated with racism. Any attempt to portray this statement as a racist remark is completely malicious. We would like to inform the public that we will exercise our legal rights against this baseless accusation, which aims to take competition off the pitch, shift the agenda, and manipulate public perception. Fenerbahce Sports Club's official statement. Now, bear with me. I'm going to switch over windows real quick so you guys can hear the audio on this. And this is the supposed statement that is being alleged to be racist.
And again, I have also to thank the referee, because with the Turkish referee, after the big dive in the first minute and their bench jumping like monkeys on the top of the kids, with the Turkish referee, you would have a yellow card after 1 minute, and after 5 minutes, I would have to change him. So thankfully, it was perfect experience for him. And
so after that statement, it is what is being accused of being a racist statement. I very much disagree. Let me finish into a few more other comments. So obviously, as this rolled out and this happened, ex-professionals, people who have played under Jose have come out with their statements. Like Drogba right here, this whole statement pretty much, having been a Galatasaray player, saying that he is not a racist, and even referring to him as his dad, pretty much, like a lot of African Chelsea players have referred to him. Even saying here, how can my dad be a racist? Didier Drogba responds to recent comments about Jose Mourinho. Another one here, which is actually from the Obi-Wan podcast. I'll actually play this as well, just so you guys can hear it.
Went crazy at Jamie Carragher too.
Oh yeah, he went in on Jamie Carragher, deservedly so. We won't talk about Jamie Carragher; that was a waste of time. But guy's an idiot. But here, this is what Jonathan McHale had to say.
Jose Mourinho is not a racist.
For them to label, our African dad a racist, for me, that's a fucking joke. That's a fucking joke. Not Jose Mourinho, not somebody that I know really, really well. Somebody that we all know really, really well. This is politics this is politics in football in Turkey. And, Jose Mourinho is somebody that, loves everybody. He loves every fucking body. A beautiful, beautiful human being you can ever meet. The straightforward human being you can ever meet in your life. Says it as it is. Didier Drogba, Michael Essien, loved us as his own children. So for me, this comment, this situation, I don't even want to get into it because it's baseless.
100%. And a few more other updates. We want to say something, Scott?
No, just say facts.
Yeah. And a few more other comments here regarding and updates here. So Fenerbahce filed a moral compensation lawsuit against Galatasaray, citing an attack on the personal rights by Jose Mourinho. And also Jose apparently is exploring legal action against Galatasaray for defamation after they accused him of racism. And I mean, very much so. I mean, I'll say what I have to say on this, and if you guys want to add to it, by all means, I know you guys agree with that this isn't racist, but if you want to add on, by all means, help yourself. But so here's the thing. It's not a racist comment. It's clearly not a racist comment. He's not directly referring to a person of African descent or a black person as a monkey. That is clearly a racist comment, right? And we've seen it happen with Rudiger in the past and Vinicius. It happens to players. That's the abuse that they get. I understand. When you look at the context of how it's being said, he is saying how the team is reacting and acting like monkeys, like the animal and in their behavior. He's not referring to them or trying to, discriminate them based on the color of the skin. It was something that was said based on their actions and reactions to something that happened in the game.
What do monkeys like to do?
They jump around and make a lot of noise, and exactly. Like it's just such a baseless accusation, and it's so like you're really reaching. And to be honest, I think this really hurts actual victims of racism, because then you delude what the meaning of the word racism is, and it should be. This is shameful from Galatasaray, to be honest with you, and a lot of people have been saying. And I think it makes sense. Obviously, Galatasaray looking for ways to get Mourinho, I'm sure, out of a job and out of the league, because since he's come into the league, he's been doing nothing but exposing how corrupt the league is, which I'm sure more people know more than me. I don't, follow the Turkish league, the Super League, but Jose's been, a fiery character in that league, calling out all types of corruption, all types of issues with the league. And so this is only escalating it. And now with the lawsuit and stuff, and Galatasaray being the biggest team in that league,
they're not doing too bad. Jose's team either. They're right behind.
No, they're
them,
not.
Aren't
This could lead to something big.
They're doing.
That's not. Wait, how many games left have they got?
Wow,
they're doing fuck all.
All right, so
it's not crazy.
Yeah, I just think. Listen, at the end of the day, I think of Turkish football is very much tribally driven. At the end of the day, right? Like they hate each other quite a lot, etc. So that's why, like, you see this crazy stuff that's happening with Mourinho. So that's why it is legit. It's not necessarily to do, with of them calling out the race. It's more to do with like tribalism, them trying to get one over the other team. That's literally what it comes down to. Like, these guys fight each other, bro. Again, you just need to look at last year where a referee got punched by one of the owners of the football club because he felt
crazy.
Like
I didn't know that.
Wait, was that in that league?
Yes, that was just last season.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So again, the league itself is not necessarily to do with corruption. It's just that it's mad tribal. The league, it's probably the most tribal league, probably other some of the Eastern European teams generally are like some of the French teams. That's all it is, bro.
Yeah, no, it's. You could tell it's malicious in its intent.
That's the whole point, though. That's the whole thing. Listen, Galatasaray is not moving like, oh, man, let's chill out, please. You know what I mean? I don't move like that. You know what I mean? I'm a striker.
That's true. They win things. That's true. You don't get it.
God.
Also, by the way, just to add a bit of context, by the way, if you literally check Galatasaray's bench, there is a
I did that. RSM.
There's
RSM,
one black guy on the bench.
RSM, I did that. That was the first thing I did when Marshall was talking about it. When he was talking about it, and when he was playing the clip from Jose, I was going to look at their bench, going like, okay, let's go and check who's. Yeah, there's one black.
By the way, you want to know the worst
part?
Too? It's all the. By the way, it's all the African players
Oh.
sitting up for Jose, bro. The one black on the bench is Colombian.
Fucking Christ.
Damn!
Bro.
Yeah, no,
it's so you can. I mean, it gets worse the more you look into it.
I didn't actually see the bench enough.
so-
That's crazy.
it's so
Sorry,
nonsense, bro.
That's right. There's literally one black dude, and it's Colombian.
He's Colombian, bro. He's Carlos Cuesta. I know.
I can see why Jose's going after him then, because they're going after his character for no reason, just because they drew.
Yeah, they're trying to character assassinate him, and then they're also trying to
And
character.
they're
putting
now
pressure on
going for
Fenerbahce
media.
to do something about it too.
I think a lot of people just saw sentiment and Jose's just not being racist. Because what I've seen online or whatever, I don't think anyone's really on social media or anything like that. It's just calling him a racist. It's just their club.
Well, he's not a racist. That's the whole point.
No, yeah, I know. We know.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
If you know Jose, you know he's not a racist, and you can just based off bro, what manager? I remember when he was telling the story of Essien and stuff. He actually went to his hometown and his home and met his parents and stuff. What manager and coach nowadays even does that? The love and passion you have to have for your players to actually do that. Bro, that's just crazy, and I respect.
Marshall, what do you mean by that?
Okay, Marshall,
going to a black person's family's house, is that such a big deal for you? I get it.
He went all the way to Ghana
to
visit the man's hometown.
I had to make sure you got the country right there.
Oh, Marshall,
I
just wanted to say, you know,
was gonna wait for that.
that's actually quite.
Trying to bait me, bro. I know.
I just want to say, Marshall, that's actually something they do quite regularly in the US, actually. So
what do you mean in the US?
Really thing. Yeah, man. When like people scout players, sometimes, right? Sometimes the managers will actually go to their house to see them, to talk with them, and then you get to know them. So this is not like that. You know.
Yeah, but that's a state.
Even in football, listen, and also in football these days, bro. Why didn't you go to their house?
Wait,
bro?
but that's
even in football, even in the football argument, yeah, brother, like, hello, what's up? FaceTime, please, bang. Yo, what are you saying, big man? That's what you need to do, bro.
Bro, this was like 2003 and 2002.
But that's what you probably you had to do that back in 2003 because. Yes, that was because you had to, bro. Like, listen, like that's in 2009. Yeah, we had guys like Ancelotti coming to these guys setting up kids' birthday parties, bro. Okay?
Again? What did you say?
You know, but Ancelotti was talking. Ancelotti used to set up like guys like parties to like meetings, dinners. What did I use?
You said something about coming in guys. I was like, whoa, what am I hearing?
No, I didn't say that. Chill out. Maybe you mishearing me. Come on. You give me a yellow card. You give me a yellow card, yeah? Is that not a yellow card worthy?
Coming to guys, kids,
is that not a yellow card worthy?
I forgot about the
players.
I gotta give you a yellow card, Scott, for taking it that far. That was crazy twist. It's a crazy twist.
It's about wording things. It's about wording things.
I'm appealing this yellow card. This man's the one talking about coming in guys, bro. Like, I wasn't.
Keep it a clean game, Scott. Keep it a clean game, bro.
Keep it halal. Keep it halal.
I do where Scott's coming from. He could have just said he's helping with players' kids' birthday parties. He didn't have to say to coming to guys, kids, like, dude.
Yeah, that's
like,
what he said, bro.
Again, man. Maybe it's just your hearing, man. You know, we got a lot of old guys in there.
A
lot of uncles, man. We got a lot of uncles.
What is going on, bro?
Okay, let's listen. At the end of the point I'm just trying to make is that I think it was more so a necessity of the time that people had to go to these places, right? Again, I don't know, like recently on Twitter, like I actually saw like how Ajax used to bring in like young African players, like in the I think it was in the mid 90s or like the late 90s, right? Like they would bring their scouts to like Ghana. They would actually get them there, see them train and stuff like that. They would then check their age rating, birth certificate, stuff like that. They would then take them to the Ajax Academy, see what they're like there, and then they would get chosen like out of like 4 players. And like that was a process that was happening in the mid 90s, bro. So it's quite a regular experience at the end of the day. That's what I'm trying to say, bro.
Fair enough. Based on the story, it made it seem like he already.
Hey, you need to yellow card yourself after that, man. You putting these comments out there.
Essien already played for the club, and he just went to visit just to get to know his culture more. That's what it looks like.
Can we not yellow card Marshall for bringing up this comment?
But no,
I bring up all mod comments.
Yeah.
But this comment, what does it say?
I don't know how to read English.
It's okay. Don't read it. Don't. Anyway.
Fair enough.
Alright, then next time let's speak English. I'm not going to understand.
ESL, bro. English is a second language, bro.
Exactly.
ESL, bro. I hear it.
Yo, this is insane, man. This is insane. Brady listen, it's Scott, man. Scott should get red carded for this, bro. Look what he's created. Look what you created, Scott, man. You fraud, bro. Look what
unless you're wearing a Captain's arm, man. Don't chat to me, man. All right. Let's.
But the last thing I gotta say is there's no player that I know in modern football that has promoted, backed African players like Jose Mourinho has. So I don't know.
Sure.
Like I'm sorry, whoever. I'm sorry. That man is bigger than your fucking shit orange and white club, you dickheads.
Oh,
okay.
Chill.
No, it is. What are they gonna do to me in Canada? They're not gonna do shit to me in Canada.
No. Listen, this is me. Listen, this is crazy comments, bro. Because Galatasaray is a big club, bro. Let's not do that.
Yeah, no, but
come on,
but Jose has Champions League.
Listen, I can say whatever I want. I'm over the pond, bro. I'm in the hood. I'm fine.
Yeah, Jose has 2 Champions League. I'm in Canada. You think these Turkish men are gonna be surviving -30 sometimes? Now these Turkish men.
Yes, they can. They have mountain ranges that go to that for a picture, bro. What are we doing?
They're not surviving -30. What are you talking about? -30 Celsius, not Fahrenheit. Celsius.
Yes. Celsius is still like, bro. I survive -30 Celsius on occasion.
Yeah. So,
like
that sounds
anyway,
really cool.
But anyways, yeah,
That
dude.
sounds-
Well,
Bro,
yeah,
zero.
there's no manager that
Oh.
has backed African players like Jose has, like in so many ways. So I don't know what these
That's really
managers.
cool,
I remember him
Minus
speaking so
22
highly of
degrees.
like the African, like
We just-
league and all that. And
Marshall, can't you
yeah,
convert? Can't you convert Fahrenheit into Celsius into
Oh.
Fahrenheit real quick?
Not in my head. I don't know how to. I
Dude,
don't know what the equation is.
it's the basic. Okay, let me just teach you because it's okay. American things.
Ah,
So
yeah.
you multiply. So it's Celsius.
It's
You
true,
multiplied by you. So when it's positive for the most part, right? If it's positive Celsius, you multiply it by 2, and then add 32. So let's say if it's 2 Celsius, you multiply by 2, which is 4, and then add 32, which gives you 30. So I feel like 36 Fahrenheit. You get what I'm saying? That's how it gets.
Okay.
You know. So yeah, you got it.
Multiplies
There you
by
go.
2.
No.
34.
Yeah. Yes. 32. Not
Okay.
34. 32. There you go, Marshall.
Oh,
There you go.
32.
We're,
Okay.
we're learning something
Jesus.
every.
Hey guys, if you're American watching my channel and you didn't know that, now you do. Thank you, our friend CP for the math lesson.
Can we get to
Not
the
even
main
math,
event, Marshall?
it's,
Let's get to the main event, Marshall. Man.
Yeah, bring it up.
Chemistry? I didn't know. All right, let's get to the main meat and potatoes. Let's work our way into it. So we're start off with directors. We're going to manager, comments and PR protests, and then we'll get into the Boehly. Okay, so the first part of this long segment. So we've recently had a bit of an update as the into words like the stance that Blue Co have in terms of our directors. So we'll start off with these tweets. Jibber jabber about it. We'll move on to the next segment. So starting off here, we have Simon Johnson saying, since the Todd Boehly Clearly Consortium took over in 2022, Chelsea have won just 23 out of their 50 league matches at Stamford Bridge and lost on 12 occasions. Not a very good record. We continue. There's confidence at Chelsea that lowering the average wage will make it easier to sell those who do not shine at Stamford Bridge, which obviously, at the time of this coming out, not a good look. It makes you just look like you're focused on pure profit or just profit in general. But at the same time, I get where it's coming from. You're not stuck with players like Lukaku, so on and so forth, right? We continue on. Paul Winstanley and Lawrence Stewart retain the full trust of Chelsea ownership, despite criticism frequently directed at them from supporters. Winstanley and Lawrence Stewart, in particularly, were identified as being willing and able to build out the kind of organization Chelsea were looking for: a modern, collaborative, expansive team behind a team that would provide best-in-class expertise across every sporting department of the club. If Chelsea's form continues, that could impact Enzo Maresca as head coach if they fall away from Champions League places. But it will not erode the ownership's faith in Winstanley and Stewart, who were hired to do much more than simply buy and sell footballers, and who will be judged over a much longer period of time. Lastly, here from Liam Toomey, Chelsea are under no illusion that recruitment has been perfect since Winstanley and Stewart took charge, but there is a strong belief that the bulk of the work to position the first team squad for sustainable success has been done, and the future windows will be about minor tweaks rather than major surgery.
Speak, Laura. Let's go, man. Let's go, man.
Sorry.
Comments, thoughts, concerns, smashing the like button.
Also,
I have. You know what? All three: comments, concerns, questions. You know, the whole shebang.
Yeah, bro.
I can't lie, Marshall. I slapped, and the reason why I slapped is like I felt like that's what they were basically just trying to do. Like, you know, they're
Did
trying
you
to
do
like
that off
self-police.
camera? Because
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
that's crazy, bro. That's crazy. You did that off camera, bro. No one knows that you did that with your. I mean.
Hey,
let me not.
You don't cut yourself, mate. You don't cut yourself for that.
I stopped myself. I pulled the tackle before I committed.
No, but like, you know what? Yeah, if you're actually discussing this, yeah, this last comment, yeah, is actually genuinely speaking disgraceful. It's disgrace. Are you so? They really believe their spine is basically sorted out, bro. Barring basically one tweak.
I don't think the center backs are done. And to be fair, actually no. To be fair, yeah.
What do you mean center backs?
Only the midfield, really.
No. There are 3 positions in the squad that are still need surgery, brother.
Yeah.
Okay, both of them.
Well, I don't know about surgery, but
No. I want to hear it because I think I've heard about it.
We bought like 6 goalkeepers, and our best one is 18. And
no, I agree. The goalkeeper. it's either one of these youth keepers step up, and that's where they're putting their money on, or we need to buy an actual like experienced goalkeeper. So I agree. That's
Bro,
not
we're
done.
not buying a keeper. Bro.
I think
We're
Petrovic-
doing in-house
centre-back,
solutions only.
our best
Wait,
centre back has knees made of paper mache.
Yeah, I think.
And then what's
I
the other
think.
position? What's the other position?
I think the center back needs
Striker.
surgery because we still not
Striker.
figured it out.
Striker.
We bought so
So,
many
Scott,
center backs.
can
and
I
it's
go
not
through
even
them?
out.
Center back, keeper, striker, bro. Like these.
I think
can I go through
midfield
them?
is pretty solid. I'll
Oh,
admit.
here's-
Like,
Yeah,
I
midfield is
real quick, CP. I think midfield is like in terms of that. I think it is set, and we do have players coming back that could fulfill in that role. I do still hold that Jackson can be one for the future. Keyword the
It'd be good
future.
backup.
We still need to get a striker, and then Cole Palmer I think is going to be good for the 10. So realistically, 3 out of 5 positions in the spine still need work.
Here's the thing. I'm just gonna preface this. I'm on my major trolling thing because I don't care right now. So here's the thing. So Scott, here's the thing. We got everything sorted out. We got Sar, Regen, Fofana coming in next season. You know what I'm saying? We got Anselmino, Baby Romero coming in. You know what I'm saying? We got Baby Raul and Mark
Baby Romero.
Gaggi. Yeah, Baby Romero.
Like Cuti Romero.
Yeah, World Cup winner, man. Then we got Baby Raul and Mark Giu. You know what I'm saying? He needs to come back. And then we got Baby Courtois. So I don't understand. Like, if you're thinking about this, I'm getting Real Madrid flashbacks right now, man. I'm hyped. I'm ready. I'm excited. Be excited, man.
Yeah,
Be
yeah.
excited.
Listen, you could feel the dynasty
Yeah,
building.
just be excited.
You know what I'm saying? Scott, have you not thought about manager mode in 2036, man? Scenes. It's gonna be beautiful.
It's incredible.
2036.
Scenes, bro.
Oh god,
No,
it's supposed to be
2036,
like
bro.
late
I'm saying
20s.
2036 when we finally lift that Carabao Cup, bro. Scenes.
No, that's gonna be unreal. I'm gonna celebrate that.
Scenes, bro.
Champions League.
Scenes,
I'm
bro.
literally
Scenes.
gonna celebrate that. That's the Champions League.
I'll tell you, 2036 when we lift
Our
that
mentality
Carabao Cup,
dropped
bro.
by
I'm
then.
telling you, man.
Oh
yeah, by the way, no, Jez is 100% right, bro. We're about to be deadly on FM, bro.
Yeah, you know, listen, I'm gonna have to step in here and be honest. Yeah, end of the
And
day,
we got
guys.
Esteval,
What
we
do
got
you
Baby
mean
Neymar,
step in
we got
and
Baby
honest, bro?
Neymar.
We've been
You
nothing
know,
but honest.
listen,
You
I
know,
don't
baby
feel
me.
like there's enough honesty in the chat. The reality is, guys, yeah, you still need to do a major restructuring in terms of the spine. If we're being realistic, right? A lot of players just in our centre back department have to leave, right? Again, like you probably as in our centre back department, you probably at best are keeping 1, if not maybe 2 at a push. Yeah, but realistically, you need to get at least another bunch of centre backs in that are gonna be starter than even backup material. If we're being realistic in that department, goalkeeping department we've spoken about before, striking department, you need a consistent guy there. Do we like it or not? Jackson at this current state is not like that. He may be that for the future. 9 that. So again, the spine needs to.
We're getting
so,
the lap, bro. We're getting the lap.
But again, I know, but listen. But at the end of the day, the spine needs to be fixed. So this comment, you know, is very what's it called? Yeah, unfaithful to.
It's detached from reality. That's what it is.
Yes,
call it
unfaithful to the
detached
truth,
from reality,
as I would say. So again, like, you know, I feel like again the sporting directors, bro, they love to self-glaze themselves. That's why I did the little slurp thing, by the way, Marshall, right? Because they love to bring whenever things are going well, bro. They love to do the little, yeah, man. Listen, see, look at what we're cooking, boys. You know what I mean? Then people like me, bro. Whenever I win like a game of like a game on FIFA, bro, like chill out, bro. It's only one game. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, this is me being charitable, right? Like, it right now in terms of the spine, you have potential in the goalkeeper department. Yeah, that's about it. Because center back needs work. I don't know if you have potential in the center back department.
Marshall, the
Penders-
potential
No,
we
centre
have
back
to.
has
Penders-
potential, but that's the problem.
Yeah, that's what I
It's
mean.
just
But that's
potential.
let's put ourselves in their position. In terms of building the spine, they're building something for the future, not for now results. And if you're basing that off of potential, then you have a player in potential in Penders, right? And Petrovic. So technically, you did the potential thing there. Anselmino, I don't know. I feel like that's way too early to call it right now. If he's the potential spine, to be fair, I think of all the positions that need work in terms of having even potential or now results, it's definitely that center back position. Striker, you have Jackson has potential, Esteval has potential FC. That's pretty much the way I think they see it. Yeah.
Wait,
So,
sorry.
I mean,
Sorry,
this is
Scott,
as much charitability I can offer, really. It's not
I
really
just
much.
want to say the summoning spell. Can I activate Scott? I'm just gonna say three players' names, and that's why I activate Scott. Okay, Penders, Anselmino,
Is
Gio.
it a Yu-Gi-Oh
That's it.
card? What the fuck?
You got it. I'm saying it's like Exodia. I'm summoning Exodia, man. I'm summoning Exodia. I
My
believe
man
me.
said Penders. You know? Penders. Okay.
I don't know. Time will tell. Time will tell, Penders. Let's.
The problem
let's-
is, Marshall.
By the way, and of all these comments, the one that bothers me the most is this one. Really, not so much the potential spine thing. I think our team does have potential, and in the future will be a really good team. But if Chelsea's form continues, that could impact Enzo Maresca as head coach if they fall away from CL. But it will not erode the ownership's faith in Win Stanley and Lawrence Stewart. I'm sorry. What do you mean by that? That's the part that gets
I'll tell
me.
you
'Cause,
what,
like,
No. You know what? Hang on.
We
hang
need
on.
to we need to reverse. You know, we need to actually reverse back here to a comment you keep on talking about: potential. Marshall, I have the potential to become the greatest player of all time. You have the potential to become the wait. You have the potential to become the greatest player of all time, right? When we were younger, wait. You need to understand what I'm good. You need to understand the analogy I'm trying to make. Okay, the point is, yeah, with potential. In order for potential to lead somewhere, you need to be able to nurture it. You need to be able to get it through the hard times. You need to be able to mold it to become what it needs to become, right?
Sure.
So that you go from potential to success. Bro, we do not have the environment right now, bro. Where's the environment?
You need to stop. I know we don't have the environment, but you're speaking in generalities.
No. But the point I'm trying to make though is that it's great having potential, but
Yes.
what's potential doing for us right now, bro?
Fine for
It's not
top
doing-
4.
Okay, we'll get to Boehly's comments because this will address what you're saying.
I'm not talking about this is even me before the Boehly comments. I'm just talking about just us specifically to speaking about their thing about their getting potential. The problem right now for us as Chelsea, right? If you look at it from like a squad perspective, is that we've got too much potential. We need solid guys. We need guys that we need that bit of quality. Guys that are already got the know-how to do it. We can't rely on potential, bro. At this moment
I
in time.
don't disagree, but based on the framework that they're working with, I'm just trying to point out this is what they're doing. They're building Potential FC, and in terms of building Potential FC, I do see and Profit FC too. I do see there are promising players in the horizon. You have your Estevals, you have your Willians. You have
Santos is a good buy.
Bro, that's the same
I
player.
mean, I'm
You just
sorry,
named the
Esteval,
same
Kendry
player.
Paez, I meant to say, sorry.
Yeah.
You have your Paez, you have Santos, Leslie Ugochukwu. There are players in the horizon.
Can I just point out, you've named 4 players there, one of which has
I
spent
understand.
2 seasons. One of
And
which
I
has
never-
spent 2 seasons out on loan, and we have no guarantees it's actually going to come back into the squad next season. I
At
hope you
no
don't.
point did I say the model was perfect. And
named one guy-
I agree with you on that.
Marshall, of the 4 guys you've named, one is going out on loan next season.
Mm-hmm.
One is being sold, guaranteed. The other might be sold, might be brought into their team, we don't know. And the other one could be very good. The other one has good potential. So you've hit on 1 out of like 20. Congratulations.
Mm-hmm.
You just gotta keep hitting until you.
Listen, I don't know. Like, I genuinely don't. These are the ones that I believe in. I don't know where I stand with Anselmino. I do like what I've seen very briefly of Penders. Like, even the other day, I was actually looking a little bit into David Washington, and he actually has a lot of potential. He actually has a lot. He's actually a decent player.
Marshall.
Where you
What?
seen this?
As someone who watches the Brazilian league for 11 years, don't you fucking dare do a hype job for David Washington. When we initially bought him, even people in Santos were like, he needs a fucking 2 years to develop into even being potential enough for Europe. Why are we doing a hype job?
Have you not seen his Chelsea under 21 games? Like, he's a decent player.
No, Marshall, we're not hyping this fucking shit up. Marshall, don't you fucking dare hype up.
I said under 21s.
You're making this is literally sounding like Lucas Piazon 2.0, man. This is fucking sounding exactly like when we hyped up Lucas Piazon, who was mid-tier in terms of Brazilian talent. No, in terms of Brazilian talent. No, I know, but in terms of but in terms of how people viewed him in Brazil, no one viewed Lucas Piazon that highly. But because Chelsea got him, we were like, oh, left-footed fucking caca. I remember this shit. So stop doing a hype job.
I'm not saying that.
No, but you're hyping him up.
I at no point said this guy's the next Pele. I just said they have potential.
His fucking potential.
I think he has potential to be sold for a higher price.
If developed right, if done properly,
I hear it, Scott, man. I hear it, Scott.
If developed right, if done properly.
Man's doing hype jobs on David Washington, man.
All right, you know what? Then they're all shit. Then how about that? We just buying shit players to flip. Like, do you want me to go to the polar opposite? Can I not say that? Like, oh, these players have potential to be good, whether they come to Chelsea or not. Like, it feels like I'm saying they can have potential, and all you're hearing me say is like, yo, this guy's the next Pele. Yo, this guy's gonna be the starting striker for Chelsea next season. I promise you. CP, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro. I watched you Chelsea 21 all the fucking time. Up to Chelsea, proper Chelsea. Where were you at the protest, bro?
Okay,
like what are we doing?
Okay,
What are you in the protest for, bro? What's going on there, bro?
Let me address it. At least you're on the right path when you were talking about Penders and Esteval and Payet. Those are people you can't see have actual potential. David fucking Washington is not the guy you say has good fucking potential, my guy. That's all I'm saying. Don't do
Why not? The motherfucker's a 6'4" Brazilian. He's a fucking unit.
Oh,
and he's actually decent.
Stereotyping. Whoa, what do you mean by that? 6'4" Brazilian?
Hey. You know who's also 6'4" in the unit? Fucking Fred. Fucking Joe. If you know, you fucking know.
Fred is not 6'4". I'm about to look at
Fred is tiny, bro.
No, Fred is tiny.
Yeah, I was gonna say, stop capping, bro. Fred is not 6'4".
No,
Fred's probably like my height.
No, he's 6'2", by the way. He's not 6'4". He's 6'2".
Yeah, I told you. So I'm 2 inches. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I remember him being over 6 foot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I remember.
Yeah.
I remember the hype job.
Yeah, Ahmed was up.
Yellow.
Yo!
But it's like this is the thing. Like this is the thing that like I go to where Scott's at, and this is like Scott's energy. Like I see players like David Washington, and I get pissed off that we actually didn't nurture this player and actually give him a path to the first team. Instead, we wasted 2 years of his career in the U21s just to send him back to Santos on loan. When I'm seeing what he's doing in the U21s, I'm like, what the fuck, dude? Why haven't we done better with this player?
No, but even the U21 thing is like, I'll be so honest when it comes to David Washington. I'm not even an academy guy, but like, bro, why? Like, why can't you just, in that situation, just do something with one of the academy guys? Like, this guy is, yeah, cool. He's nice. Like, it's gonna sound nuts and pre-pause before I say this, but like, he's a nice looking 18-year-old Brazilian for these guys. That he looks kind of good, and they're doing the confidence. Ultimately, it's like for like 13 or 14 million what he bought him, and he's now back in Brazil.
Oh my god.
Yo, let's get off this topic, bro. We have to get off this topic. Let's go to the next part of the show.
That is insane.
Nah, I appreciate Scott, bro. Let's go to the next part, right? Also, apparently, Maresca has a review coming up. Very much like Pochettino, but there's more details in regards to this. So, at the Chelsea director and ownership level, they are too frustrated. They want to win. Their pain is acute, and there is an acceptance within the team that the team is living a bad moment, and no desire to hide from a form guide that shows 2 victories in 9 PL matches. As obviously was before the win against Southampton. The belief remains that they have something to work with, to build on, to strive towards under Maresca, with a very big 13-game PL run-in coming up. Chelsea director Jonathan Goldstein says Enzo Maresca is 100% safe as he became the first Blues chief to publicly back the Italian, adding they are optimistic they can make it into Champions League positions this season. Chelsea wants Enzo Maresca to be their long-term leader, and he is less than halfway through what is regarded by them as effectively a double season with 2 PL campaigns bookending the Club World Cup in the US. The next Pochettino-style review, led by Paul Winstanley and Lauren Stewart, has always been projected to take place in the summer of 2026. There is no appetite to bring that forward, according to The Athletic as well. Liam Toomey.
What's happening next year?
Next year. Not we have the Club World Cup, and apparently they want to assess next season as well. So this goes into the whole not challenging for top 4 this season, challenging for top 4 next season, which we've heard Maresca say. Also, before I continue, big up, Omar. Thank you for the raid, my friend. Everyone coming from Omar's raid, thank you for coming here. Be sure to smash up the like button. Be sure to subscribe to the channel and join in the chat as we're about to start discussing the protests as well as Boehly's comments. So Chelsea view Enzo Maresca's style as a route to success, and they're building the club around it. They believe it suits the players they have signed and the ones they intend to sign in the future. A style of football they believe offers the best chance of transforming this vast recruitment project into a consistent winner on the pitch at the highest level. And we got 2 more here. Let me just finish this up. Enzo Maresca's achievement in guiding Leicester to promotion from championship as champions impressed Chelsea senior leadership, playing a style of football that offers control, balance, chance creation with defensive solidity. Ahmed, did you say something? All right, never mind. Chelsea always expect to qualify for UCL, whether that's a formal objective or not. I know nothing about Maresca being under threat, and to the contrary, I think he is well liked and while of course there are things he needs to learn and improve, I expect Chelsea to move forward with Maresca, and that's coming from David Ornstein. So Maresca not expected to be sacked at the end of the season. They are expecting top 4, and they very much think he can get top 4, as well as he won't be really assessed and reviewed like Pochettino until the end of next season. Guys, what do we think of that?
I mean, all this stuff is stuff that I think we.
It is a lot of PR. I know.
Yeah, it's all PR. It's all like mixed messages.
I'm surprised it's coming from Liam Toomey, to be honest, too.
I'm not.
I don't know, man. Like with these comments and the ones that you brought up earlier, I mean, I think that they're trying to do PR. I think to massage the fact. I think they don't. I think they know internally that they severely messed up the winter window, and they just don't want to admit it. They're doing everything but saying like we messed up, bro. It is what it is. Like I think they're just trying to divert away from that. They're like, we're confident. They're trying to portray strength in a time of weakness. This is what companies do. This is what people do. They're trying to portray like everything's going perfectly, exactly as planned. Maybe there's a couple hiccups, but I think internally they know that they messed up. I think Maresca's probably expressed a bit of dissatisfaction with the fact that he was very clearly left shorthanded coming out of the window.
Yeah.
He probably is looking at next season, bringing in Santos, because I think realistically Santos is probably going to be for us next season what we were expecting Lavia to be for us, right? Somebody who can come in, play a little different to Caicedo, but also still be, defensively solid enough to where Enzo isn't left, trying to defend space. I mean, I don't know what to say, because like a lot of this is PR. I think we won't know what's the truth and what's a lie until we hit the end of the season and see whether we qualify for UCL or not, because that'll tell us right then and there. If we qualify for UCL, we get sponsorship, we get a front of shirt, we get this, we get that, we get the transfer window looks good, then everything that they said, fair enough, right? If we don't get UCL, right, and all of a sudden Maresca is under threat and we don't get a front of shirt, then you were lying about UCL not being the target this season. So like all this is PR. Like it's hard to decipher what is true and what's not, because the evidence that we need comes at the end of the season. I mean, it is what it is.
That is true. Xtel actually brings up a good point here, and I kind of wanted to bring it to the panel. Keep Enzo. It's their first season hire. Let's see what he does. I mean, do you guys think, based on what we've done this season so far, do you think Maresca is exempt from being sacked at the end of the season?
Yes.
Okay.
If he gets top
based
4,
on the same reasons, by the way, because he does seem like the first season hire. I mean, Pochettino did turn it around late, but he never had us in top 4.
No. and we never look good.
I mean, that's true too. But I mean, I feel like it's a good statement he made here, because it's like kind of one of those things like, you know, he's not wrong. It's their first season hire. He could potentially get better from here. It could also get worse. But I like to be a little bit more optimistic on these things. I do think he can get better as he gets more players that suit the system, so on and so forth. Other players that don't suit the system leave. And I do see it as being like their first decent hire that actually had us competing in top 4 for most of the season. I mean, I do say Maresca is one that I would say he does deserve another season. But I did also say that if he fails to win Conference League, I probably would want Maresca out.
Oh, yeah,
and I don't know if I stand
he
alone on that.
League, he gotta go. I ain't gonna lie. That's
if
you
win
can't
Conference
win a
League,
layup.
He gotta win. He gotta win a layup, bro. You know what I mean? That's like.
That's what I'm saying.
like
If you can't make a layup, bro, you're not making first team. Respectfully.
Yeah, that's a tough end, bro.
I mean, that's kind of where I'm getting at it with it too, right? Like, if you can't win the Conference League, what confidence are you giving me to say that you're going to win, like, the league in the future and
listen,
FA Cup and all
fair,
that shit?
If he gets top 4 in Conference League, me personally, that's what I said I would want out of the season.
Mm-hmm. Does anyone disagree with any of that? Like, is anyone, like, legitimately, like, on the fence about Maresca and keeping him? Be honest, this is a safe space.
What I'll say on it, you know, I definitely wasn't on the side of like getting rid of him, but particularly when the whole Sanchez thing was getting really big, I was on the side of saying, you know, yeah, like, and we all were, by the way, like, to some extent, you know, he's not immune from criticism, and I wanted there to at least be like some sort of evaluation of him at the end of the season to like pick out these like what at the time looked like a fatal error to keep him in the team so long, but now we're seeing, you know, with Jorgensen, like, you know, we just don't scout our goalkeepers very well, particularly with the ones that we have at the club. So I can't hold that against Maresca anymore. So that's just me changing my stance based on the new evidence. I'm personally fine to give him time unless something else happens from now till then that proves otherwise.
Sometimes it's refreshing to come on this panel and see people like, I got presented with new evidence and I changed my mind, because then I go on Twitter and it's absolutely a mess.
Oh, it's a hellhole.
I'll be real, X-Star, man. Losing, I don't think it's even 200%. I think that's minus 1,000% if he loses, bro. You know what I mean? That's, you know what I mean?
If we don't win the Conference League,
I go back to something that Ahmed said that I think is really, really smart. I think a lot of the stuff that we potentially criticize Maresca on is stuff that when he was brought in is kind of a known quantity about him. Like, exactly. He is learning on the job as much as the kids in our team.
Yeah.
I don't even think it's necessarily a like that sort of stuff. It's more like the stuff on like the style of play. Like, we knew this before he came in, and it's like, if you disliked his style of play and disliked how stubborn he was before he came in, that's fair enough. If you didn't and are now complaining, you're an idiot, because he was the same way at Leicester. Like, you just either are an idiot or didn't do your research, which means you're ignorant, because you didn't look into this guy before we signed him and just decided to accept what was there. And then, yeah, and in terms of, like, for example, like, I don't know if you guys saw the comments he made about Jorgensen. That's the exact same thing he said to Hermansen when he was there as well last season. The only reason I think, and I still maintain, the only reason why he never said that about Sanchez, because Sanchez has been doing that all season. Like, I think the reason why Sanchez doesn't do that, or he doesn't get it, is because there's politics. There's external reasons why Sanchez plays and why he kept getting defended. Like, I will keep maintaining that. So yeah, like, as I said, I think it's just a case of, like, he is very set in his ways. He's making slight tweaks, but they're not really that big in the grand scheme of things. And yeah, like RSM said, he's also learning on the job to an extent. No, not completely, but to an extent. And so yeah, he's like making mistakes that I'm not surprised he's making.
Scott, question for you. In terms of those comments from Maresca, when he said to Hermansen and now Jorgensen, do you think that when he says, like, don't go long, do you think he means that he wants short passes? Like,
no, I think he means he wants to keep hold of the ball, because, like, in the situation that it was spoken, like, the situation that both those comments come from is when we have the ball, we're being pressed, and it's a case of, like, don't just clear it. Don't just get rid of. Don't just like get the ball as far up the pitch as possible. It's a case of like if there's the option to go long, like say to chip the ball long to like out wide to a wing back or something, or fullback or the striker or something like that. I think that's fine. It's a case of like when you're getting pressed, don't just hoof it. Don't just hoof it out the ball away from goal as quickly as possible. I think it's keep hold of the ball. Yeah.
What was the Sanchez like long pass percentage, like 1 for 30 at the end of the game? Like, don't do that.
Like, to be fair, Sanchez always aimed at someone, but it never got to them.
No, stop.
No, he always aimed when he knows the players behind him.
Yeah.
He's
no, like
because
I asked that because like I feel like you see Ederson, right? Like even in the most recent games, like in the last 5 games, I think Ederson has 2 assists because he goes long ball into an open space and Haaland
he
finds
knows when to hoof it though. Like half time,
yeah.
like when he sees a counter attack,
and he can actually pull the passes off as well.
Yeah, because like if one
compare-
thing with me,
compare
right?
stuff to, like,
If Maresca's saying like if you do long balls and he means like any long ball in general, it's like, bro, what are you doing? You're just restricting your goalkeeper at that point. Because if earlier this season we had a throw from Sanchez, right? That found it was Cole and then Jackson. I forget what game it was. I think that was the West Ham game, maybe.
Where it was Wolves.
Or was it Wolves? Yeah, it was Wolves. Right? If you're saying like don't do that, like then I'm criticizing Maresca there because it's like, bro, like what are we saying? But if you have the liberties to go long as long as you're targeting someone, then yeah, that's cool.
I think
just
it's
don't
like
clear it.
Because we don't know like the full like conversation context. Like
Yeah,
maybe like say there's a counter attack opportunity, and maybe the man just found, but we don't know. But like say for example that is like then yeah like I'm good with it. But like I understand it like because I'm sure Pep always like wants this goalkeeper to pass a short majority of the time. Just the odd few big long balls. And Edison's got the ability to do it as well. Like Edison's like through balling is actually quite good.
Yeah,
but yeah,
they also
like,
have
we got bang average
team.
keepers anyway. They
It's not
and listen, I think for me, my thing is always that if you're not gonna give the manager power, then there's only so far I can take you in terms of like managerial decisions, right? Because like he shouldn't be forced to play Sanchez consistently, and have us suffer as a consequence of him hitting the ball long as much as he is, right? So it's gonna put that there.
But with the power thing though, I want to know what's changed though, because the guy's been dropped now. So
what's changed is that what he did. He accumulated so much of what he's done that it's kind of gone too much for like people to
It's
recognize.
indefensible, bro. It became indefensible.
all right. So what we're saying then? Next season, clean slate, Sanchez back. Like I'm just asking these questions. Like I want to actually know like, what you guys think is going to happen.
It's a good question. Legit, it's a good question because he shouldn't. It's 2 seasons where he's been dropped for making mistakes. Like,
the problem is, and I think you are right on this aspect, Oliver, is that we don't know what's going to happen. Particularly, I think a big issue is that we don't know what is if he's going to be able to be sold. One of the things that we were hearing about was that they tried to sell Sanchez last summer, and there was no market for him. So it's going to be
shock and horror, man.
Of course there isn't.
It's about like literally it's a shock horror. Nobody wants to buy him.
Yeah. Okay. So let me trump through this PR because this is a segment that has PR pretty much and comments because it's been spewing out and churning out a lot lately, obviously due to results. But stop me if you find something of interest that you want me to, you want to discuss. So I'll start off with this first tweet. And then we'll get to the protest part. More on actually right here. Enzo Maresca clarifies Chelsea objective for this season, saying, "We spent almost all of our season in top 4. Now we have just 13 games to go. The target for us is to finish in the top 4." More from Maresca. "Since day one, since I joined this club, my ambition has been to win games, to win titles, to bring this club to where it deserves to be. The club is ambitious." He said here as well. Well, this is a continuation of the other one, right? So we said many times, I think we spent most of the season in top 4, and with 13 games to go, the target for sure is top 4. We will try our best to achieve that, knowing that difficult moment we have now is one of the most important reasons why is because of the injury situation. 5 or 6 significant players out. So Maresca kind of putting a little bit of onus on injuries, which is a dip in form. I mean, that's understandable, but doesn't really make an excuse. Over a month ago, there was a meeting called by Enzo Maresca at Chelsea's training base, taking place in the canteen in Cobham, where over 100 people were in attendance, including the kitchen staff, those in charge of preparing the kit, and groundsmen. In said meeting, the Italian said staff members to keep pushing in order to help the Blues achieve their targets this season. Enzo Maresca has shed a light on a large meeting with the Chelsea staff members of Cobham more than a month ago to ask them to push until the end of the season to help qualify for Champions League. Reece James also organized a social gathering last week for Chelsea's players amid a bad run of form, very similar to what happened last season. The gathering saw the squad have an informal meal out after a period of just 2 wins in 9 matches under Enzo Maresca. Probably happened during the off time they had recently.
Informal meal chat.
Also,
the ends
here,
where these guys are going for lunch.
Stop, bro. Stop.
I can tell you from speaking to rival clubs, they're increasing speaking well of Chelsea. Increasingly speaking well of Chelsea. Quality of signings, age, profile, contract lengths, wage bill, Maresca appointment, multi-club entry with Strasbourg, etc. It's never nice to be told to be patient, but I think that's required. The amount of on and off upheaval at Chelsea has been extraordinary, and it feels like we need to give it more time before forming concrete judgments. I'd expect a striker to be signed this summer, and this is coming from David Ornstein, right? Someone we find to be really reliable. So it's really crazy to see that even the PR is coming from him. More PR. Winstanley and Stewart led the process, which resulted in Sonia Bonpastor being appointed, as well as overseeing the recruitment of Kira Walsh and Naomi Girma in pursuit of sustained Women's Super League dominance and
took credit for everything. I told you, man.
Women's CL glory. And then, last but not least, our favorite topic, this guy. Confidential can confirm Willie Issa has already began working with Chelsea in a full-time role at the Cobham training base. His responsibilities including objective to instill a winning culture in a player support capacity.
Where have we heard this? I think
it's already working though. It's already working. We won against Leicester, man. Let's fucking go.
Southampton.
Oh, sorry.
Let's go Leicester next. Now we might lose Leicester now.
Listen, man. When we win 2-1 Leicester City, Neto knee slide into the shush, bro. We'll beat it. That's the mentality that we needed.
That's when I remember this rugby guy.
Let me just say quickly. Yeah.
Back-to-back wins against relegation fodder. Let's go.
It is actually nasty work. They're trying to take credit for the women's for how well the women's are doing.
Yes, disgusting.
100%.
Genuinely, the most disgusting level of work, bro.
Yeah, how do you know it's not true, man? Come on,
genuinely,
bro. They showed up last day. They showed up last day, put their name on the project, and presented it, bro.
Bro, they're trying to cook up the thing. You know what I mean? They're trying to cook that pancake, bro, with the women's team, like to make sure,
bro,
like, oh,
they ordered takeout instead. I cooked it at home myself, bro.
You know
they took out the plastic containers on plates.
They're doing a just eating, man. They're doing a just eating, man.
Yeah. It's a lot of PR, guys. I'm not very happy about it, and I'm not even. I'm honestly, I'm not happy that it's also coming from David Ornstein and the Athletic.
Brother, the reason why it's coming out of them because they know they need, bro. That's like their number one news source. They actually, I always say, I don't know. I just said it's a personal theory of mine that they must be like they must get it from the top guys, bro. They must have relationships like a lot.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, which is why you always get this news sources as well. For me, this stuff about Liverpool and other teams that are interested in what Chelsea trying to do. Yeah, the only way, you know, I always say I'll have to see it to believe it. If they do what we start doing, then I'll start saying, okay, that is true. Otherwise, bro, because then it's pointless. Or for me to be hearing this nonsense, basically.
It's just cap, bro.
But do you guys think that to an extent it's an overinflated truth?
No. You have to see it to believe it, though. That's the thing.
Well, it is working with United. It is what they're doing with United.
Like, I mean, even United, like look at Erling Haaland, right? His recent contract and how long it is. Like that's not
but like
common
I think
for Man City
my
to do.
my thing, Marshall, is not about the contract length because I felt like the contract length thing was a smart loophole they found, and then I think obviously other clubs are gonna take notice of that, right? My thing is more so about the model that they're trying to do. I need to see that being replicated. I need the multi-club model has already been done at Man City, right? So you know that already exists. The multi-club was not my issue. I'm talking about the model itself of young players being. I need to see that for other clubs happening in Liverpool.
I mean, you look at Man City as well. They bought a bunch of young players. Kusanov. There's
they've been doing that for years, though, bro.
But they've been doing that for years. That's the difference, Marshall. That's why I'm not including. I'm not really including City because City. The difference with City is that they've already done their stuff on the pitch in terms of like the actual pitch. Obviously now it's a bit more different, right? So we're gonna see how what plays out. But if I exclude City from the equation, I need to be seeing Liverpool do that now.
Yeah.
I need to be seeing Arsenal doing that now. I need to be seeing other clubs like in the top 6 range, and then
The clubs they name that are impressed by us.
Yes,
are scared.
that's
or
what
whatever.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
It's such a weird thing to come out and say, though. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, why? What is the point? Like, I know what you're trying to do, right? You're trying to alleviate all the anger and tension within the Chelsea fan base, but like, I don't think this is the way you go about it. It's such an odd thing to bring up. Like, other clubs like our models. Like, what do you mean other clubs like our model? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Is that supposed to make me like the model because other clubs like the model? I don't give a fuck what other clubs care about. Like, it's
I mean, you're literally mentioning Arsenal Football Club, who you guys probably saw the picture of a fan at the protest literally took a banner saying "We are not Arsenal."
Yeah.
You know, why are we gonna why are the majority of Chelsea fans going to take aspiration from the fact that they admire our model?
Yeah, no, I get that 100%. I mean, now that you mentioned the protests, let's get right into that. The protests. So, protests happened a few hours before the Chelsea Southampton match, and in my opinion, I think it was a waste of time. But they did have their voices heard, and definitely are making progress towards Blue Co leaving, because that's what their overall message was: Blue Co out, rather than doing things that are tangible like getting the sporting directors out. But let's get into it, guys. So on the Chelsea protests, Kieran Gill here reporting that there were 50 people at first, if that number soon swelled to something closer to 200, as they marched together down Fulham Road, singing the name of their former owner, Abramovich, along with "We want our Chelsea back." Okay. Chelsea hoped to shield their players from the protests, not wanting any distractions ahead of the must-win match. That is hard to do in the social media age, and Pedro Neto and Levi Cole later celebrated their goals with yapping hand signals, which, to be honest, I don't blame them. Enzo Maresca and Captain Reece James each urged supporters to stick together in their program notes. Continuing on, chants of Roman Abramovich, Blue Co out, Boehly, you're a cunt, you should have bought Brighton, Jose Mourinho, and you've won us fuck all. A vocal minority of over 100 fans. Yeah, very productive.
Solid message, guys.
Solid message, yeah. Fucking dumb cunts.
Solid message, great message.
Okay, chill out. Listen, you know what?
Hey, Ahmed was there. What are you calling him dumb cunt for?
Listen, for the
Ahmed, you were
time,
there?
No, I actually couldn't make it. So I was on my way back. I was no. Chill.
Ahmed wanted to be there for the bike.
No. Chill. I actually still got stuck in traffic at Westminster on the way back, so I had to leave. Then I couldn't do my stream.
Yeah, dogging my homework, bro. Dogging my homework.
This is not my domain. If the one at Leicester happens on Sunday at 2 p.m., I'm there. So listen, don't you worry about that.
Come on, Ahmed.
Don't do that, man.
Yeah, if I see you Boehly, you're a cunt. If I see you singing Boehly, you're a cunt, I'm calling you a dumb cunt too.
He says that because he knows the Leicester protest isn't happening. He's saying that because he knows the Leicester protest isn't happening.
Why is that not what's gonna happen? What do you mean, bro? What is gonna happen, man? What's going on, man?
We'll see. Let me continue reading here. While the Chelsea fans were heard at the protest internally will not prompt an immediate change to an approach which the Chelsea hierarchy believe will bring the good times back, that will hopefully start with a return to CL football next season. And then lastly here, Enzo Maresca on the protest. I was focused on the game, so I didn't know about outside. The only thing I could say is that in this moment, I think the fans have to trust the club, but because we are in the right direction, we are in the right process, we are in the right direction. So listen, here's the thing with me in the protest. I wouldn't have an issue with it if there was actually a clear goal and something that is actually tangible that can be changed, like the directors. The signs and the biggest, because everyone says, oh, there's mixed messages, all types of messages. You look at the pictures, you look at the statements, you look at the chants. The biggest message that came out of that is that you want Blue Co out, and that is not a tangible thing.
Okay, are you done, Marshall?
Yeah, I'm done. So that's what I'm saying. They're idiots.
Okay, so
Coco's comment is hilarious, bro.
You know, okay, that was crazy, Coco's comment. Firstly, That's a red card, Coco, man. That's a red card. But you know,
Let's have it right.
See, wow. You know, my thing for me though, and I've said this before, and I'm gonna play devil's advocate to Marshall here, and I kind of agree with the sentiment as well. Listen, yes, of course, blue coat out is gonna be extremely impossible. That's like 99%, like of course, like a level of impossibility, right? But isn't any noise, right? Any noise, like this is the first protest. Obviously, it's not gonna be so cohesive as maybe a second protest, a third protest when it's gonna be probably a bit more homogenized. You have your things, you have your rows, you have your ducks in a row, etc., etc. But like for a first protest, you're trying to bring people together. You're trying to like at least focus something somewhere, right? Seeing blue cut out for your first protest, like just to put in some level of pressure. I don't think that
wasn't the best message,
right? Listen, that wasn't. Listen, we can criticize the message, but I think for our first protest, like
you know what the best message was, Armado.
Tranquilo, Chris. I agree with this take because I've been saying this as well before. You should just watch Liberation Nation to know. But I'm just saying, as the first protest, okay. Yeah, just putting out noise there, just showing that you're protesting something, that you're not happy with just the way the club is moving forward on some level. Shouldn't that be isn't that like a positive, right? Because at least you're trying to show them, listen, boys, we are not happy with the way things are going so far. That is just, I'm just saying, as a first process. Second process, obviously, there has to be some level of like, you know, conformity, right? In terms of the stuff I want, probably you want, Marshall, right? Where like change the wage, change the age, right? Trying to increase the age group, trying to bring the quality, removing the sporting directors, bringing a better sporting director, making sure you allow the funds to provide us top tier players, you know that sort of stuff, right? But I'm saying as a first protest though, I don't think that's much of an issue in my personal opinion. If you're just showing that you're just genuinely unhappy, you can say blue card.
If they stay consistent and do it more, yeah.
That's what I'm saying to you, right? That's what I'm saying, Chris. Yeah. Because that's the way I kind of see it, Chris, right?
Quiz time.
If that makes sense.
What was the best message out of the 50 messages?
I know Arsenal, fuck off and win.
There we go.
There you go. You know what I mean?
That was literally the best message, man. That was elite.
Because my thing,
I like should have bought Brighton.
The one thing I've always said is that I don't know. Like obviously, there's the comments today from Boehly, right, which probably make the situation even worse in my eyes, right? Which is even in my personal opinion, that makes the situation even worse, and even makes me question why am I kind of supporting the model even as a fan. I'd probably make that argument too, because if that's the way you're thinking, obviously we'll discuss that later, but my argumentation has always been these guys are not going to leave the club, guys. Like, you know, I keep on hearing this thing about Blueco. Chelsea's not a part of Blueco, so Chelsea can technically be sort of via Blueco. I'm like, guys, we can't do that, bro, right? If that was possible, believe you me, I would love to see it happen. But I think for me, my issue is even in general, the club is not getting sold in the short term. The only way the club gets sold in the short term is if, whereas obviously again we talked about the Boehly comments later, but it does seem that Boehly's time at the club it looks like it's over soon, bro. I'll be very real with you. It's like Boehly's time at the club is over, and he's probably gonna sell his shares to Blueco. And once that happens, bro, and I think another thing that worries me is that, you know, there's been other clubs that have had protests, right? There's been other clubs that have had protests before, right? You know, United, Spurs, all this other club. Yeah, and, you know, my worry also is that if these protests can continue and stuff like that, but if they don't care and are not bothered by listening to it, because as you just saw today, with some of the comments that came today and even yesterday, right? Then what's the point? As well, on some level, right? I hate to be like a defeatist mentality as well, but there is some level of it, like if they're like, we don't care, we're just gonna keep pushing forward.
Ahmed, the thing is, like, you're mentioning the Spurs and the Man United one, but there were one singular protest. Like, Man United fans protested once, got the win, and then they were all like, you know, like so happy and jubilant.
That's my worry, yeah.
And then the same with the Spurs one. And the other thing is, I'm sorry, I have to criticize people in England like I did before the protest. 200 people. Spurs protested with 1,000, and that ownership didn't give a fuck.
Time zone in the weekday though.
I don't give a fuck. So, but no, you guys make excuses for a population of a city that's over 3 million.
Context. No, but listen. This is CP. I have to do this because
people are lies.
These motherfuckers don't even know.
CP. It is 9 to 5. See if we have a 9 to 5, right? 5 to 6 p.m.
You know what?
is
We're
literally
gonna-
called rush
we're
hour.
gonna-
It's called rush hour. It's literally rush hour, bro.
Yes,
That's
I know
why.
how cities work. I know how cities work. Thank you. I know how cities work. Thank you.
Come on then, like
One
we've
sec.
been a bit
Oh,
unfair.
no. You know why? Because of
One second, I need to
population.
go to take a piss.
There's 3 million people in this fucking city at the very least. You're telling me you can't even get 1,000 people to
They can't
show
spell
up?
standards.
I don't think
Yeah,
thousands.
that's also funny.
I feel like thousands
I
are
think that's
high
kinda
number.
funny.
I
Okay,
would
we're
say
being
maybe more
nitpicky now,
200,
Marshall.
Yeah, but
Chill
I
out.
think it's funny though.
Yeah. I'm
I'd
sorry.
say maybe more than
Okay.
200 though.
Because-
CP, but thousands a bit mad at 6
No.
no. I'd be
come
very
on,
surprised if they got thousands.
I can get that shit easily in Vancouver. And we have a population of 1.5 million. You have at least double that shit. And rush hour. I can do it in
Thank
rush hour.
you.
In
This
rush
is
hour.
exactly what I mean with Jez, and he said it right here in this comment that
Yeah.
I wanted to allude to. The thing with those two protests that you mentioned, Ahmed, is in United's case, it's been happening with the Glazers for over a decade now. In the Spurs case, it's been happening for multiple years now. And mind you, in the Spurs case, yes, Daniel Levy brought them to a point where they're now relevant, they're considered a top 6 club and all that shit, but they have fuck all to show for it. And in terms of the recruitment and the finances, you can tell very clearly they do not care about success. They're happy with top 4, and that's all they care about. With this whole protest with Chelsea, Blueco, and all that stuff, these guys have only been here for 3 years, right? I know it's not perfect. We all know it's not perfect. We all have our issues, and we all maybe disagree or agree in certain issues, but we all have our issues with the ownership, right? The thing is, this is the intangibles that I'm talking about. Although there's also intangibles with, well, not really even, with Glazers and Daniel Levy. Yeah, they could sell. They just genuinely don't give a shit. Same thing goes with Clear Lake, except with Clear Lake, they're stuck with the club. As far as we're aware, that consortium is stuck with the club until 2032. They're legally binded to stay with the club until 2032. And on top of that, I don't even think they can sell until they improve that stadium too as well. That was another factor. So it's like, why? Like, I understand expressing your frustration. That much I get. But at the same time, to me, it falls on deaf ears because I talk to Jacob a lot. We play EAFC all the time and all that stuff. Like, me and him hang out. You know, big up Jacob from United Spurs of America. Every time I try to even complain about Spurs, or not even Spurs, about Chelsea, bro tops me every time. Pause.
Easy.
He talks to me about Spurs and shit, and it's like, I can't even talk to him. I can't talk to United fans about Chelsea's situation because their situation is so much more fucked, and that's not to excuse our situation, right? Obviously, our situation could run better, but their situation is so fucked and it's been going on for so long. You got to look at our situation and say, like, okay, even in the hypothetical that we do, and we spoke about this, that we do get these owners out. 1, Roman's not getting the club back. 2, they're gonna have to make their money back, so the club's gonna be worth at least maybe somewhere upwards of $6 billion, right? So someone's gonna step in and earn and pay that $6 billion. And 3, and Alex from Blue Fans TV said this, and I was like, bro, you are literally living in a pipe dream. Respect to Alex, but you are literally living in a pipe dream. If I were to run the club, I wouldn't care about the finances. I would put all the money into the club and the performances on the pitch. We'd win trophies and stuff. Bro, it's nice and all to say that, but we live in the real world. There's PSR, there's financial gains. You have to pay for infrastructure. You have to pay for staff. You have to pay salaries for players, so on and so forth. There's a reason why, and I said this before, there's a reason why when Chelsea was purchased from Roman Abramovich, the club was over $1 billion in debt that Roman paid for himself out of pocket. No other owner is going to do that. I'm sorry to tell you, no owner is going to do that, and no other owner is interested in running the club out of pocket for however long that Roman ran. We had a unicorn in Roman. We're not going to get another Roman. In fact, I would like to believe that if we do replace the owner, we are actually going to get worse owners than what we actually have. Because I genuinely don't think that these owners are going to sell off like Roman did, actually screen these guys properly like Roman did, right? I don't think these owners care to screen properly, to leave a legacy with the next guy, to make sure that the next guy's taking care of it. They'll just take their profit and leave and tell the owner, do whatever the fuck you want with the club.
If they're a Saudi owner, I would feel like I'm comfortable with that because they don't care about what they spend.
Yeah, but they're not doing that again, bro.
I'm not even saying Saudi, but then
we're not getting the Saudis. They own Newcastle. They can't own two Premier League
I'm not even
clubs.
saying Saudis, but Marshall, with that logic, you're sounding like Arsenal fans. If you fire Arteta, we could get a worse manager. You could also fucking improve. You could also get a better manager. So I'm gonna disregard that hypothetical with that one.
Wait, but like CP, can you please tell me what recent ownership takeover has actually been a good one? Like, I'll be honest with you, the only ownerships that I see right now that are pretty decently run, maybe
Forest.
PSG.
Forest.
Yeah, Forest.
They absolutely destroyed their league, bro.
Yeah, Forest right now.
Well, Newcastle.
Time will tell the Forest, but yeah, you could say Forest.
Yes,
We're just bring it in league. I'd say Bournemouth. I'd say Everton's, even though
Brighton as well.
Are they new?
Yeah, but Brighton, like, let's be honest though, Brighton is a mid-table club and always has been.
Hey, well, wait.
Club. We're not trying to be a mid-table. I'm trying to tell, I'm trying to
But
tell you, give me
Marshall-
examples of ownerships that can.
Villa.
But Marshall, they just last season got Europa League. They're still in contention to get some level of European football even right now, Marshall.
Yeah, they can be with us.
If fixtures go their way,
Yeah,
so you have to say them.
Okay,
I would
hold
have
on.
to say-
Let me rephrase my question because I think you guys misunderstood me. Give me another ownership that owns like a big club. Newcastle.
Probably Villa, Newcastle. Probably say yes.
Villa's a big club.
Villa's a big club.
They are.
Villa is a big club, bro. They've got two.
And even then, guys, Villa right now in Champions League, great. They're going far into Champions League, but they're in 10th place right now.
Yeah.
Yes, but they're
Our fans would be fucking livid with that.
Yeah, they're in the Champions League.
They're in the Champions League.
Yeah, we don't have them Champions League. We have no excuse not to get top 4.
I'm sure. Listen,
you're saying
Marshall,
personally,
we could get worse ends, but we
they're
still
10th.
can.
Hold on. They're 10th with 42 points, and Champions League is 47, and that's 4th. If we're taking 5th, where we are, it's 46. So 4 points is between 10th and 5th, and they have Champions League right now. So they are being pretty well because they could literally win a game, and one or two teams could lose a game. Or if we lose next game and they win, there will be 1 point behind us.
Yeah,
There'll be 1 point behind us.
So
And
Marshall,
they're still Champions League. So
I think my question to you, Marshall, is this is the way I'll ask you. So I think your argument is that even if we do get a Blucher out, if I'm not mistaken, right? Let's say we get them out, the ownership is you still gonna get a similar ownership. Is that what you're basically saying?
You think it's gonna be worse? It could be.
There's a potential it could be worse.
I think it's more likely to get worse than it is to get better.
I don't think he's gonna.
The thing is, like, if we get a new ownership, what I would want out of the ownership, because I'll be honest with you, that's nice that Villa's in Champions League and all, but I'd be pissed the fuck off if my team was in 10th place, even if we did have Champions League. If this happened under Tuchel, I'd be pissed the fuck off that we were in 10th place.
I think my thing is,
listen, we were in Champions League under Lampard, right? I was still pissed the fuck off that we were losing and going down the table.
Yes, that was because we also knew we had no chance in the Champions League because at the time we were playing Atletico Madrid. So we knew, we're going to be out of the Champions League soon, and so things are getting worse. For Villa, that's not the same, and also it's different because at that time we were spending every single year in the Champions League, pretty much. So it was like we knew we were going to be in the.
I
want
to attack your argument though.
Hold on, real quick, Ahmed, before you continue on, because the other one too that I wasn't sure if I like this idea is Newcastle. Let me look at Newcastle's recent form because Newcastle hasn't been. They made it to Champions League 2 seasons ago.
We're not gonna argue. We are not gonna argue ownership since they've got the new ownership. It hasn't been a success.
Yes, you can't.
They've been a success.
They're in a final next week, bro. They're about to play in the final in 2 weeks.
They're in the final again.
I say they're about to play in the final in next year.
They're in 2 finals in 3 years, by the way. 2 finals in 3 years.
Okay, we're not in Champions League. I know that's a big factor, but we were in 2 finals last season too with Pochettino. You're not telling me much with that.
No, we weren't in 1 final.
And they were in a final recently too. In the first year of their ownership, they were in a final and they lost.
I think the point that we're trying to make is that the point I'm trying to make is that Newcastle have been a success under new ownership in terms of where they've gone, right? I think for me, the idea that we're gonna get worse, I actually think is a lot more unlikely with a new ownership. I think what's more likely, however, to happen is that you're probably gonna get more of the same. I think that's actually the more likely scenario. Where I think for me the big thing is that's happening at Chelsea is that clearly it seems that we're probably gonna get brought by another private equity firm who probably wants to do this a similar model to what Blueco is doing right now, right? So I think for me on some level, right, the model is going to be replicated by any other private equity firm that comes into our club. And that's the most likely club that's going to buy us, bro. Not a billionaire, is because a lot of the these days where billionaires don't have enough cash flow to be buying us, it's going to be private equity firms, which are usually 9 times out of 10 American based. So I think on some level, we just need to admit we probably are going to get a lot more of the same. I think that's a bit more of a fairer point. I think it's also going to be way harder for us to be getting sugar daddy money, right, in general, because again, you know, with that new like fit and proper test, the reality is we know a lot of these guys, blood money, blood oil, whatever you want to call it, blood diamonds, etc., etc. It's going to be nigh impossible for us to get that type of owner for the future. So,
but I'll be real, Ahmed. I don't think you can't even if we did get a sugar daddy owner, it doesn't matter because you'll see like this comment here. Newcastle have the richest owners in the Premier League, one of the richest owners in the world, and they can't, because of the way the Premier League and PSR especially, obviously it's going soon, but the way it's set up, they can't just invest money. They can't invest money, like lots and lots of money into the club. They're not allowed to. Because if they could, Newcastle would, and Newcastle would have a title-winning challenging squad.
Yeah.
They would probably have a better squad, but they're also like doing well in terms of who they get, like getting Rodgers for 8 million.
Scott,
like
do you think that if there was no financial restrictions, that we would also invest into players like that as well?
No,
because they clearly are in love with the
we spent 1.2 billion that Newcastle wishes they could do right now. If they spend that much money and with the model they have now, they would be fucking killing this league.
I was gonna say
they could have spent it, but they didn't know to amortize like we did.
No, they can't. They physically can't because they're Newcastle, and they're in terms of global revenue, in terms of TV rights, in terms of all that stuff, they don't earn enough as much as we do.
Bro, they're tiny.
They have a bigger stadium than us, but other than that,
this is a club. This is a club that was neglected for years by their owners, by their owner, and so they're always going to start off in a worse position because of the financial thing, where it's every 3 years. For every year, they're on the back foot because they've been neglected, and so like they just can't do as much. If you give the Newcastle owners the money we've spent, they have a title challenging team. I guarantee you that. They'll look at some of the guys they've signed.
That's actually a good example that you said.
Bruno,
they've upgraded since they've got a new manager or owner.
Bro, since these guys have come in, they've brought Bruno G, who's one of the best midfielders in the league. They bought Tonali, they bought Isak, they bought Barnes, they've bought Gordon, they've bought Shaw. They bought Botman, who when he's played has been great. They bought in Pope. Bro, Livermore,
Trippier as well. Trippier,
bro, they've hit on damn near every single person they've bought in.
When did that Saudi ownership come in? It was in 2022, 2023, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but again, I don't understand. Like again, we are just arguing if buts or maybes. Like, I don't.
Again, for me, I think for me, irregardless about the ownership angle, I just think it's impossible right now just to get them out. So I think talking about them getting them out is going to be
7 years left.
Yeah, I think for me the next angle is then can we then target the sport directors getting out? Can we change the model? I would have said yes until today.
I still think it's possible, Ahmed. Here's the thing. So this next one with Leicester. No, I think the Leicester one. No, here's the thing. I'll tell you why. The Leicester one, I think, is going to tell me everything about this fan base as a whole.
That's true.
No one, because this is going to be on a Saturday, so no one.
It's all result based. People.
There's no excuse.
No, it's on the 8th. No, don't we have a game on the 8th?
It's still no excuse for him.
It's Sunday, bro. Because I thought it was a 2-game kickoff.
I don't think so.
It's a Saturday.
I'm going for the calendar. Yeah.
Anyways, it's on a weekend. Anyways, regardless, it's on a weekend. So I want lots of people to show up. Sorry. Okay. Thank you. So lots of people can show up. Now you have enough time because people have spoken into the void about their grievances. You have a week and a half since Tuesday to find a fucking message. Refine your message, people. You have a time to gather people. Refine your message. So I want lots of people. I need a refined message, and I need you guys to protest on Tuesday again, because that's gonna show me that this is not a one-season wonder. It's not a one-off where you guys just put your grievances and then we win against Southampton and then no one's gonna show up. So it's gonna tell me about a bit of consistency. It's gonna tell me about manpower, and it's gonna tell me about your voice. These are the 3 things that they need to hit. If they don't hit these 3 perfectly, then I don't believe it's not going to work out, this protest.
For me, just before we move on to the Boehly comments, which I know everyone's been waiting. I'm sorry, I've been cucking everyone. In terms of like just new owners, right? Even in the Newcastle case, yeah, they made top 4. They crashed out in group stages. They were 7th the season after, and then this season they're in 6th. They're in a top 4 race with us. And no trophies won either. I'll say this. I look at every club and their ownerships, and everyone has something to complain about, barring Man City. Liverpool, FSG spent no money, got Chiesa, did fuck all with Chiesa. Chiesa might not even win a Premier League medal this season if they win the Premier League. I just saw that earlier because he doesn't even play enough minutes. Arsenal, the standard, they don't want to win. You can tell. Nottingham Forest, the verdict is out. I would like to see sustainability because last season they were a few points away from being relegated. And again, if I was a Chelsea fan and that was me, I'd be pissed the fuck off. Bournemouth, I could see potential. Brighton, mid-table club. Villa have been yo-yoing. We'll see how they do in terms of bolstering the squad. I mean, there's an argument for if, ands, buts, and maybes for everyone. I just don't
Villa's
think...
been consistent. They went from 6th or whatever when Emery came in, because they were 17th.
Since Emery.
Yeah, since Emery. They were 17th,
Yeah,
then went to 7th, now in Champions League, and now they're on
I
Champions
mean,
League.
they were what? They were a league side where they got demoted to Championship, then worked their way back up to the Premier League, so on and so forth.
And look at this window. They got a Rashford and Asensio on a free, on loan.
But it didn't. But my point being is that it didn't happen overnight. Like, here's the thing: if we actually make top 4, all of us are saying we're probably going to crash out because of the recruitment, right? That we'll probably crash out in group stages, just like Newcastle. I know different circumstances because if Newcastle could spend money, they would. But it's just, I don't know. I just don't see it being an optimistic outcome if we do get different owners. I just don't see it changing much.
I can't lie. I think trying to compare our ownership to FSG and the Cronkies right now, I think is stupid. Like, personally.
I mean, they just run their clubs very differently, but regardless, like, there's just... If you had the Cronkies right now, you probably wouldn't be happy. If you
I'm
not
saying that, but like trying to compare them, you're talking about an FSG. Yes, they haven't spent money. They lost Klopp, the most successful manager in their history, and went and signed Slot. Like, they went and got Michael Edwards and brought him back to the club. They went and signed players like Salah, and they signed Mane. Yeah, like their main issue is they don't spend enough money. But when they do spend money, outside of when they had what was his name, Schmatka, when they lost Edwards, outside of when he was in charge, when they kind of didn't really hit on a lot, but some of that was also Klopp being a moron, they again hit a lot of the time. So, like, and even Arsenal, even though they haven't won anything, they've done better recently. And like their recruitment has been better in some areas. Obviously, there's still some ways to go. But again, I said I think trying to compare them right now, I think is silly.
Yeah, like I think we just need to. I think again, we need to come back to the point that I said before. You know, with the protests, like, what can we do? Can we change the model slightly? Can we get some things to actually help us get the job done? Right. That's the things that I think we are all asking for more than anything else, right? And I really just don't see it happening, man. I hate to say it.
This is where, in terms of like, but that's the thing too, like all the models that we brought up, like FSG took 5 years to win something, right? With the Cronkies, time will tell. It's been a 6-year project with Arteta so far and still nothing, right? We're in our 3rd year. I think it could have been done better. I think we could have been here a lot sooner. I think we're a season behind, if anything. I think this season it should have been the season that we're challenging for the league, but we're not there, and it's frustrating and annoying. Let's get to the Boehly comments. That way we don't waste any more.
It's just been waiting for too long, man. What's the crash out?
Yeah, man. He's ready to crash out. All right. You guys tell me when to stop because there's a bunch of comments and we can do this by comment and discuss it from there.
Let's go slow, baby.
Is it about the protest? I'm guessing.
Hey, yo.
No, dude.
I never want to hear that from Ahmed again. I never want
Yeah,
to
no, bro, that was nasty.
Never would have. Man made some other noises early in the stream, and then
final warning. As a final warning.
My guy is
that was crazy.
Slurping, talking about guys coming.
Yeah.
I should have, to be honest. I was looking away. VAR wasn't checking. I didn't see the slurp. It should have been that should have been the final warning. You could have gotten sent off, bro. I didn't go to the bar for that one.
It was FA Cup, bro. FA Cup, no VR, bro.
FA Cup. Yeah. Okay. Let's go to the first comment that I have here. So Todd Boehly due to speak in person at the Business of Football Summit in London he's in London too, wow, on Thursday, February 27th. Confidants are refusing to say what he plans on discussing specifically. Possible topics include the Chelsea recruitment model, his working relationship in Clear Lake Capital, the future of Stamford Bridge, Enzo Maresca succeeding Mauricio Pochettino, the Premier League's PSR rules, and so on. So let's go to the first comment. Or one of the first comments. So Todd Boehly on Chelsea. December was peak, 8 weeks out. It's a little different. If you look at the foundations being built, new management team, new academy leadership, sporting director leadership, and player mindset, all that there is now is about cultivating and development of the team. You are always going to try to get better. Let's see the next tweet I have here.
Can you just go back to that comment quickly?
Go back to that comment a second. I know.
When did he start learning English slang, by the way? Like, you know what I mean? When did he start learning about
bro,
peak and that
yeah,
stuff?
No, you know what it is? A lot of these
saying it's peak, bro. It's over.
What's going on, bro?
All right, that's what you're referring to. Never mind.
Bro, I'm trying to also in that second comment about player mindset, all that's there.
You want to make it bigger?
Bro. No, just that comment, bro.
If you look at the foundations being built, new management team, new academy leadership, sporting director leadership, and player mindset, all that's there, and now it's about cultivating the development of the team. You are always going to try to get better. I kind of think that goes back to the whole idea that the spine is pretty much done.
My thing of that comment is that, again, you know, clearly he feels like he's building on like a backroom staff, right? Like a whole staff that's gonna be doing.
I mean, we have a lot of different people in different positions.
Look at what he's talking. He's talking about like this sounds like to me, like again, I hate to use this. It sounds like an NBA front office. It's got an NBA of the front office, then the back office, the coaches. You know what I mean? Bro, it sounds like it. You also knows what I'm talking about. That's it, bro.
I know what you're talking about.
Genuinely, it sounds like
what happened to the sport I love, bro.
Listen, man. That's the UKification.
To be fair though, this isn't surprising because we all knew from the get-go that he's had this obsession with building a structure since coming into the club. Like Boehly, they've always wanted to build a structure.
What structure's been built, big man? You know what I mean?
Can I ask you a question, Marshall? If that's the case, why did they not get that structure in straight away when they joined?
I mean, it takes time to hire all these people.
They were
in these
waiting for the
positions.
rugby guy to retire, bro.
Waiting for the
he was waiting for his last scrum.
He was the missing.
I don't get the obsession with rugby players being the mentality.
I'm not gonna.
It's just because they're bugs.
Why not get John Terry?
I could speak about that, but Marshall give me a red card.
I get
that.
That's stupid.
I could speak about it, but Marshall give me a red card.
They do realize they bought a football club, not a rugby club.
I'm not gonna give you a red card if you don't waffle. Or if you waffle, or if you don't waffle, yeah.
No, it's just the outrageous.
I just don't want to speak on that one, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Here's the thing, though. Like, it's like it is a process to build this structure. It's not going to happen from the get-go, because obviously you saw what they did. They fired a bunch of people. They sacked a bunch of people, right? They got rid of a bunch of people, and then they went off on a hiring spree to hire. Obviously, they hired a lot of people from Brighton, which I wasn't a big fan of. And they got Joe Shields in whatever position he's in. You got Win Stanley, Lawrence Stewart. We got Sam Jewell that they just hired last summer. You got Bernardo Cueva in the coaching department. All these other like profiles that I can't even think about. There's a business guy. There's all types of positions that I can't keep up with all these positions. I think it's way too much in my opinion. But hey, you run the club.
Okay,
You think you
so
want to
Marshall, I've got a question for you, and this is going to be
I just
a
know
question.
it's not overnight.
I've got a question for the whole panel, right? And this is a question
Go for
that I think is really gonna, again, it's gonna echo through a lot of these quotes that we're hearing through Boehly, right? And I think this is a good question that I think needs to be asked, because I think I have different views upon it than maybe some of you guys will. Because what do you judge success by, right? Right? Because I think for me, I think we need success in football is an immediate thing, right? I would argue that in many other sports, on some sports, that is the case. In football, the way you judge success is on a short-term thing. It's a season-by-season thing. It's not over a 5-year period. It's not really over a 10-year period, if that makes sense, right? You're judging it per season, the success of that season. And I think for me, because of that reasoning that I'm speaking about, right, I think this club is being looked at too long-term, if that makes sense, Marshall.
I mean,
because this is something that echoes throughout all of his quotes.
I'll say my piece on this, and then you guys can speak on it. I mean, you can have immediate success and you can have long-term success, right? If you look in a span of 10 years, right, and in those first 3 to 4 years, you weren't able to win a trophy, but then in year 5, you won a Carabao Cup and you challenged for a league. Year 6, you won an FA Cup and you got into Champions League, got into further stage in Champions League, and maybe you won the league. Year 7, you win the league again. There's, and then you look at the last 6 years of those 10, and you can see the amount of trophies you hauled in, and you can say those 10 years were successful, although the first 4 weren't. Even you look at Liverpool's tenure, would you say in the Klopp era, were they successful? I would say yes, they were successful. They won trophies and they were constantly challenging for the league under Klopp, right? Although the first few years under Klopp weren't that great. But the last few years of Klopp, when Klopp was already established, he built his team. He was consistently challenging, consistently winning trophies, if not that many trophies, but he was at least winning a trophy, right? He got the UCL in there. He got the league in there. Like, I would say that was a successful era for Liverpool. So for me, if the idea is long term, up until 2032, if you won more trophies in your time than not, then I would say that's a successful tenure. Right now, it's not being run successfully, but that's because I'm looking in the last 3 years. But who knows? I don't know. Things might change, things might not. I don't know. That's my piece.
I mean, the way that I look at it is that I think what we define as success is, like Ahmed was saying, I think it's clearly different as to what they define as successful. I think for them, they're looking at a building period, after which, in their minds, we literally win for years until the players kind of age out. They don't see it as an incremental process. They see it as you get nothing until you're there. So for them, there's going to get a point to, like, we're going to win leagues, we're going to win Champions Leagues, we're going to win trophies, but that's not right now. So they don't care about doing that right now. Which, obviously, us as fans, we disagree, because you can build and win on the way.
Exactly.
But they clearly do not see it that way.
Mm-hmm.
So while for us, we're like, okay, you should be able to, for example, easily be able to get top 4 and compete in the cup and win the Conference League. Like at the club of the level of Chelsea, you should be able to do that. In their minds, it's fine if we get top 4 and win the Conference League, because again, Conference League is not really like a big trophy. But for them, that's fine, because 26, 25, 26, 26, 27, we're challenging and winning the leagues and in Champions Leagues and stuff like that. So they don't care that there's a trophy drought, because they're predicting that there's going to be years on end of trophies until the players age out their contracts. So that's what I'm saying. There's a complete disconnect as to what we're looking at in terms of what we want in every season and what they're going to be okay with. Eventually, it's going to align. Like in a year or two, they're going to be demanding leagues now.
Yeah.
Given what they're saying at this point. Like, he's saying everything is built basically behind the scenes. And obviously, we disagree. We're going to disagree. However, if we just take what they're saying, right? Boehly's saying everything behind the scenes is already set up. That's what we did all these years. We got the players in. The background is set up. Now what we're looking at is in a year or two, we're going to be challenging. So in a year or two, I need to see the rhetoric change. Now you better be demanding leagues. Now we better be, demanding cups.
Yeah. Scott, what do you deem success?
For Chelsea, like, I don't know if I'd call it success, but the bare minimum in Champions League, that is the bare minimum. Like, that's the only thing that's acceptable. And as I said, it's not really success because then you kind of start sounding like Arsenal fans, how they were under Arsene Wenger. But it's like,
100%.
Yeah, like, success starts by getting in the Champions League. Success for Chelsea Football Club ultimately is winning trophies, and not your
100%.
FA Cups, not your Carabao Cups, not even your Europa Leagues. I'm talking Premier Leagues and Champions Leagues. That is success. So if you're not progressing to that point, then what you're doing is not a success, which is why for me, what these guys have done since they have been here, and I think we can say that now after 5 windows, because I don't count the first one, that was Boehly doing his own stuff and a bit of Tuchel. After 5 windows, 2.5 years of them doing this, what they have done is not a success. We have built a squad that is still about 6 positions away from challenging from the league title. Next season, I expect a title challenge. I expect a title challenge next season. I expect you to build a squad that is capable of challenging for a league title next season. That's what I expect. But it's not going to happen. I know it's not going to happen. So they're failing miserably.
Saliman's got a good question here. Do you guys not think they're putting a structure in place and
No.
building for the future, just like what Man City did in 2008?
No, because there's a big difference. What City did in 2008 is they went and got the pieces and the people from Barcelona with the view of when everyone else is in place, we're going to go and hire Pep. That was what they did. They put the building blocks in place. They went and got Cheeky. They went and got Burrell. They went and got all these other guys that worked in and around Pep, so that when they bought Pep in, all they needed to change was the players to fit the system. And they went and bought players that fit the system exactly, which we have not done. They bought a keeper for a season. He wasn't good enough. They fucked him off and then went and spent, I think at the time, a record fee for a keeper. Like, they went and spent 50 more on Walker. They had 4 fullbacks and sold all of them because all of them didn't fit the system, and went and got Walker, spent big money on Walker, big money on Mendy, who turned out to be a flop. So they went and spent big money on other left backs. Like, they just kept buying players to fit the system, which we haven't done. Really, we're buying your Felixes and Kunku was before, so it's a bit different. But you're buying your Felixes. We're buying wingers. That one's not really a touchline winger, but we play with touchline wingers. And both wingers want to link up with a striker, but we don't really have a natural striker, like a box presence. We went and signed KDH for him to do fuck all apart from peel onions or oranges or whatever it is at halftime to hand out to the players. Like,
be crazy if he was peeling onions.
The way that they did it with a plan in terms of we're building for this guy in particular. Yeah, like it's facts. Like, what's the plan here? To put the pieces in place to go and get Hurzeler in like 3 years' time?
No, I think you're like, I think it's pretty simple to see what the strategy is that they want. Like, they want to be like the Chelsea of old, but they want to add on the stuff that Brighton is doing on the side. And so for them, in order to do what Brighton is doing, they needed to set up the structure behind the scenes where they're able to do that. And now that's what I'm saying. In a year or two is when we're going to see the rhetoric from the owners change, when they're going to start demanding stuff. Like, and again, not that I agree with that whatsoever. I'm just explaining, like, this is what they are expecting. This is what they are planning for.
Call me optimistic. I think the structure is there, but the staff isn't. I think the directors that we've picked aren't necessarily the right directors. I do think in time, when they see that they're not getting the results that they wanted sooner rather than later, they will just take the directors out and put someone else in its place. But there's already a structure built in place. You have a Sam Jewell you can go to. The Luis Campos, we'll discuss that if that's even a thing. If they bring in a CEO, there'll be a CEO you can discuss, someone who already knows what the plan is, that can get these guys that come in, the new guys or the new directors, up to speed. I think there is a structure in place. There's just mistakes being made, and they need to fix up these mistakes. Again, these are non-footballing people, so they are going to make mistakes. And then on top of it too, like, I do believe that based on what we've seen already, they do seem to learn from their mistakes, and I do think they will fix up on that. How long it'll take, I don't know. I don't know how much they wait. I hope they don't wait that long. What is the structure? I in my opinion, the structure is basically how they have it set up right now, the chain of command, right? You have the coach and the coaching staff who go and speak with the directors, and those directors then go up to the global director or whatever Sam Jewell's position is, right? They also are involved with him in terms of like what they're going to get at Chelsea versus what they're going to recruit for Strasbourg. And then that guy, I believe, is the one that also speaks with the ownership, and these guys just come together in a board, and that's how they work around how they do transfer business and such. I believe there's like a chain of command.
None of that is what's been reported.
What do you mean?
Everything that's been reported is that Winstanley and Stewart have the say in terms of how they build Chelsea. So Sam Jewell is not involved.
No.
Sam Jewell is involved in like recruitment for the multi-club stuff. Like, if anything, he's more involved in the recruitment for Strasbourg than he is for Chelsea.
Yep.
Currently.
I was under the impression that he basically helps set up how they're going to recruit for Strasbourg and versus how they're going to recruit for Chelsea. Like, he's going to be in charge of how each club recruits once we get more clubs into the multi-club model. That's what the impression I had for Sam Jewell. Yeah.
My second question to this. What other club do you know, successful club, runs like this?
I can't say successful club, but I mean, you know, you have Red Bull, you have City. I don't know who City would have that runs like that. I don't know if it's structured the same way either.
It's cool. City have two people that decide who they sign. One is Pep Guardiola. One was Cheeky, is now Hugo Viana when he joins. Those are the people who, and then Sheikh Mansour provides the money. That is how it works. That's how it works with most clubs. Can't believe I'm about to agree with Ahmed about something. Like, the way that they have built this structure to an extent with what you're saying of it going up like almost a ladder, very, very Americanized. It's very Americanized.
It's true.
Which, cool, I understand that because you're American, but you also need to understand that in the European game, that doesn't really work. Like, it doesn't really work that way. And so there's a reason it doesn't work that way. It's because the other way is kind of a lot simpler, especially because when you have guys who are not used to working this way, it's a very weird way. And especially when you've got guys that have never worked together, because that's the biggest thing as well. Because the only thing I can compare it to is like MLS clubs. But most of the guys I can think of successful it's people that have worked together for multiple years, so they understand each other and how they work and the type of players they want and everything. So yeah, like this is all just a bit of a mess to me.
This is
because you've got
no club comparable to
working under guys that they were working with. Like, it's just a mess. Like, it's just a mess, and there's no. It doesn't look like there's a clear way of it being run.
I'll be honest. I don't mind the model. I think the model could work. I know it's very unique. My issue with it is that there's too many cooks in the kitchen, and the other issue that I have with it too is that the way it's structured in terms of like the goals, it's like what RSM said, right? The long-term success, where it could be long-term and short-term. Like, it doesn't have to be one or the other.
Is it short-term right now, though, Marshall? Like, I think my thing about the club, you've had my...
It's not short-term. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like, it's not short-term. And I think the problem is... And I think the big problem is, again, in football, the reality is, particularly when you're at a big club, there is a need for you to have short-term success, right? I give a good example of this.
That's why Boehly said December was peak, bro.
No, that's why I'll give a good example of this, like Arsenal, for example, right?
Yeah.
Arsenal have been doing their process, their project, for example, for 5 years, right? Yes, they won a FA Cup in year one, but it wasn't really year 1 for them. It was like year 0.5, right? Because we were just trying to end the season. But the thing that made the frustration build up at Arsenal was because they finished 8th, then it was 8th, then it was second, and now it's looking like second, right?
So it was 8th, 5th, second.
So 8th, sorry, my apologies. I think I was
It was
at another
8th,
year.
5th, then 5th, then 2nd, yeah.
8th, 7th, 5th, yes, yeah, exactly, right? Something like that at the end of the day, right? So that's what happened with them, right? And you've seen how the anger's been drawn up. Again, yeah, maybe you can see Arsenal fans are a bit emotional, etc., so whatever you want to call it. But like, you can see that the way it's built up. I think our thing is the thing that's hurting us here is that even while we're trying to even build a so-called project, we're not winning stuff, bro. Yes, you can say we get into finals, but we haven't won anything under them.
Yeah, but what's that have to do with Arsenal? That's similar to Arsenal. We win 12.
No, but that's the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to make this is.
You're saying the frustration is similar because they're not winning anything. Well, okay, yeah, I get you.
See, now you got me right. So,
yeah.
But like, and because I'm giving you an example of a team that's doing our project and what it's.
Yeah.
I think with Liverpool is a bit different because they went through that process kind of too under Klopp. But I think you could give the excuse for that FSG were pricks as well, right? And that they could only spend so much. But like the point I'm trying to make is that when you're doing this sort of thing, bro, you have to win some little things here and there to appease your fans, bro. Because otherwise, all you're doing here is you're still allowing this thing to continue. Like, if honestly speaking, I know I don't like Poch, but if you had won of the FA Cup or the Carabao Cup, genuinely speaking, right? Yeah. Do you think the level of pressure would be out here would exist? Genuinely speaking.
No. He would have probably stayed too.
Right. So like, but you get my point, right? So you've seen where my point lands, right?
Yeah. I get you.
That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, this is I think my thing is you need to get short-term wins to allow you to continue the long-term thing.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, I think most of us, even if we win the Conference League, that's not going to be enough to satiate anything because honestly, like, I feel like I value the Carabao more than the Conference League. I feel like I value the FA Cup more than the Conference League. Like, these are more, much more competitive competitions. And it's like, listen, time will tell with the winning. I agree. We do need to win along the way. And that, for me, is something that will buy you time and will buy you patience. There's something that was said a long time ago under the Roman regime that I still sympathize with. Like, at Chelsea, you're not given time, you earn it. And I think the same goes with the directors as well. They have to earn these results. I think also, real quick, Scott, let me just read this comment and address this real quick, and then let me also hit the next quote. Would you guys say you moved like a big club in the last 2 windows? I think you could be confident in the club investing to improve. Just to add context to this, Vader, I believe there's a clause in the negotiations when Chelsea were purchased that the new owners needed to invest $1 billion into the club, and they kind of expedited that. So they spent the $1 billion, which is nice. They spent a little bit more than $1 billion, which is nice. The issue that a lot of Chelsea fans have is that some of the $1 billion that they spent were badly spent and invested into players that we didn't even nourish or even give really much of a future to, i.e. your Cassidays, your Diego Moreiras, your Angelos. These players were flipped for bare minimum profit, if not breaking even. So there's a lot of issues with some of the recruitment done. Scott, before I go into the next one, what did you want to say? I'm sorry.
I think there's 2 issues as well with this. I think number one is that when it comes to like from a manager perspective, typically in football, at least European football, a manager's shelf life is like 2 to 3 years, typically speaking. Like, you don't really see guys lasting that long, typically speaking. So
Simeone,
they're in a position where what's the plan here with Maresca? Is it for him to win trophies? Is it like he's going to eventually reach his shelf life and you're going to have to replace him? These guys have already shown that they have no ability to link managers that play the same system or play the same way. They've already shown that 3 times in a row that they have no ability to do that. So I have no confidence that the next manager we go and get is going to fit the players we have. So you're back to square one again. And then the other thing I'd say is, going back to what you said about the what I was saying about like the grace period or like the short-term wins, I agree. But I think what also would endear yourself to the fans, even if you weren't winning, right? Because like, I look at, let's use Arsenal as an example. Even though they've won a couple things, the main issue that their fans have is that they're on the cusp of being able to win a league title, and their recruitment is Calafiori and Mikel Marino, and that's like kind of the same with us. It's like if you were out here signing Elise and Osimhen, if you were out here signing Osimhen or Elise, or you were actually getting a proper centre back or signing a proper goalkeeper like a Costa or a Mamadashvili or whoever, if you were doing this and there were still some bumps in the road because maybe Maresca's making some stupid decisions, or you're still having issues here and there because of certain things, it's like, okay, at least you're buying players that are pushing us in the right, should push us in the right direction of winning the league, right? But I've already said it. I want us to challenge for a league title next season. Let's say they want. Let's give them the grace period and go by their timeline. We should be challenging in 2 years. That means within the next 3 let's say 2, they're not going to do anything in January. In the next 2 summer windows, I expect at least 5 or 6 positions to be addressed with players that are going to help us win the league title. And I don't trust them to do that. They've already shown that the past 2 windows, they're not going to do that at all. They've shown us, in fact, most of their time here, that they have an inability to effectively address positions to the quality that we need them.
Are we talking about the owners or are we talking about the sporting directors?
Both. Like, both. Because ultimately, like, I think the owners are doing, like,
the owners,
the owners
we
ultimately...
do are clueless, bro. They don't know anything about the sport. So we already knew that going in. So being like, the clueless owners are clueless, big whoop. The issue is the sporting directors, bro, because they basically are giving these two the reins to do everything, bro. The only thing they sign off on, what it looks like, is the big money signings. I'm talking near 80 plus. Anything 80 plus, it seems like they get their hands on. Past that, aka the rest of the squad, they don't care.
But the things the owners do control is the wage budget, which is becoming an issue because you can't be doing this. Like, I understand you want to get the wage budget down, and I agree. There have to be players that you allow them to break if they're worth breaking it for, because ultimately, who cares? No one cares if you're paying Osimhen 300 mil if he's scoring you 20 plus goals a season. No one gives a shit. No one cares if you're paying Olise 250k a week if he is the best winger in the league and getting you numbers every week. No one gives a shit. No one cares Haaland's on like 400-500k a week. No one cares because he's the best striker in the league. Like, it just doesn't matter. So that's where I have blame with the owners, and I have blame with, like, as I said, the model in terms of the young players. But yes, obviously the sporting directors take a lot of blame in terms of who we're signing. But that's why I say, like, these guys, they're not serious. Like, how do we need 2 centre-backs still? And I don't expect them to address it effectively in the summer. We still need a goalkeeper. Like I said, all we keep hearing about the goalkeeper situation from the PR is they have high hopes for Penders. Penders is fucking 19. He is 19. Like, he's not going to hit his peak for 7-8 years.
No, and you know what? To go to your point too, like, I feel like I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm saying this now, I wouldn't be surprised if in the summer window we fail to go for, we go for Delap. I think that much is going to happen. And then rather than addressing the center back issue, we get more midfielders because we need more midfielders, right?
No, we don't know.
It's like, see, the thing that pisses
no,
off
that's
is
sarcasm.
Like,
yeah, I know. We don't.
So sorry. He's like, that's bullshit. It comes from the owners. The owners are not doing the scouting. And we already discussed that, like, we wouldn't care about signing.
The owners aren't building the team. They're just writing the checks.
They're not building the team. The owners are not like, you know what's missing in the team? They don't do that, bro. That's the sporting director's job to see. We built the team up to this point. What are the gaps in it? That's up to the sporting directors, which is why I'm saying the sporting directors are going to continue killing us because you know what Vader just said, right? You guys are going to keep investing. I agree. They're going to keep investing more and more money into the squad. My issue is the people who are spending the money are incompetent, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but
they're going to kill. They're going to keep killing us.
But RSM, that part can be true to an extent, right? But the problem with that is that the model itself is being backed by the ownership. They are happy with bringing in the young players and doing this sort of model, irregardless of the matter. Yeah, we can criticize the sporting directors, say get them out of our club, which we agree with and everything like that. But it's still the buck still stops with the guys on top because they want this model and are happy with it, bro. No? I'm not saying if you're wrong there.
I disagree. And here's where I'll disagree. Because I believe if it gets to the point, right, where the sporting directors get sacked by the owners, there will be a change in the model. because the issue isn't the issue, like we said, is deeper than just them, right? If it comes to the point where the results aren't happening and you can see that that window after window they keep getting the signings wrong, right? They're gonna notice, okay, the model that they proposed to us, that these ones proposed to us, is a failure. We have gained nothing from this model. We need to sack them and go a different way.
I think what RSM is saying, it's going to be based on results, not so much recruitment.
I'm going to be honest.
That's what I'm saying. Results. They have to fail with the model. Otherwise, they're not changing. This is what the protest showed. The protest showed that. The response to the protest showed that. Literally, unless the team results the results are giving the fact that the model is a failure, we can protest all we want. It's looking like it's not going to change.
I don't think it's even a result thing, bro. They don't care about the results, bro. They believe the model's the right way.
Stop. I'm talking about 5-6 years in the future. Stop. I'm not talking this season.
They do.
I'm talking 5-6 years of straight failure. They're gonna care.
Like when they keep seeing, like, we get to the final of the cups and we don't win the cups. When they keep seeing that we're not getting the top 4, like that, those results are gonna start to impact financially.
But I'll be honest. Like 5-6 years in the future is way too late. Like way too late. Because at that point, 5-6 years in the future, all of these young players that they've bought, that like. I know we're going to get onto one of the comments he made. I can't remember off like what it was, but he basically like the reason they're doing this is they want, and I've said this before, they want to build a team. They want to build a team that like grows up together. So like they're together for years, so they have this kind of like core and understanding of each other and whatnot. And it's like, and ultimately, if that's what they're doing, that's cool. If you wait 5-6 years in this scenario before changing the model or doing anything, most of these dudes are either hitting or starting to go over the crest of their peak.
Okay.
So at that point, you've wasted that time, and you have to then go and sign the big names that are going to hit in that moment, in that season, for you to win. Otherwise, you've completely wasted the young guys you've signed, pretty much. Outside of your 18-year-old, you would have signed.
Let me read that quote that Scott's referring to. Todd Boehly on the Chelsea model. You have to accept it. It is a unique model, but it is the way this market operates. I don't see it as good or bad, but I see it as the way the market operates. You always focus on how you keep something together for a very long time, and that's an option you are trying to cultivate. How do you do that? You identify younger portfolio of players to be consistent and reliable for a long period of time, and that's an option that's valuable. There's another one after this one too. On the long contract, a 7-year contract is really a 5-year contract, because the reality is 95% of the time you're going to have to make a decision or you shoot yourself in the foot. You're either able to come to terms and agree an extension, or agree that there's greener pastures out there. There's a reality of the model. If you deny that, you're kidding yourself. I think he also mentions here, a 7-year contract is really a 5. It helps with amortization, but you look at dynasties, they have superstar captains, and what you're trying to find is that superstar captain.
No, they don't, bro. Like,
he's speaking in NBA terms, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, this is what RSM said earlier, and like this I've said. You're like, and like people know I'm not on a like American thing, but like this ultimately comes, like we've talked about, like this comes from being in that American model, like of the NBA and the NFL and stuff like that. Like this is where it comes from, because it's like also, when it comes to football, this is not how it's run. This doesn't work like that.
It doesn't, because it's frustrating, because the reality is like, bro, basketball is really a 5-man sport, bro. Be honest. So at the end of the day, the impact that one individual can have on the team is way more than a one individual can have on 11. So that's why the people who do have are such an overarching impact on the team, right? Like we saw like Messi, Ronaldo, right, or Hazard for us. They're so insane. They're seen to a different level that you don't see very often. In the NBA, there are a ton of people that you can build a team around of like superstar quality, but you can't do that in football, bro. You need a team. It's 11 people.
Nope.
It's not 5.
Do you know
the
what's
impact of every individual divided by 11 is a lot smaller. Bro, it's just
the other thing is,
like you two, like RSM and Ahmed will be able to talk about this better than I will, because I'm not a massive NBA guy. Like I don't really keep up with it. But I swear, with the Lakers, they have arguably the best player ever in NBA history, and they still win fuck all. Yes. They still do shit all. Yes. They do nothing because they don't have the rest of the team. Exactly. Like they've got bums. That's what I keep hearing about them.
Yeah. They don't got the team.
They do nothing. And they got the best player ever, arguably.
My thing is, in the NBA, you've got 5 guys, bro. You have the ability to become a superstar on the team. And the other thing is, in the NBA, bro, each player is doing attack and defense, bro. Right? In football, that's not the same, bro. You have guys that are specified to attack, guys that are specified to defend, right? And to do different jobs. I just think for me, you know, you don't need a superstar, what's it called, leader to get a job done. We've seen that at Chelsea, bro. Okay? Ourselves. Like, when we won the UCL, I don't think we had a superstar captain. Did you have a superstar captain then? No. So like
it was Silva, wasn't it, or was it someone else?
No, Silva wasn't captain. It was Jorginho.
Oh, it was Aspi.
I would say, dude, the thing is, we had a mix of youth, and we had some veteran old heads who've been there, done that, and we had a coach who could put the pieces together. Yes. And like Conte was also having an unreal, a Conte Mendy. Like we had a ton of things go right at the right time, but it wasn't all youth.
Yes. Like I just think for me, regardless, at the end of the day, like we can't be run like an NBA team, right? We're not gonna get you. Particularly in this day and age, you're not gonna get this captain-like figure that's gonna be able to rally the team around.
No,
it's impossible, man. It's impossible.
By the way, especially in the system era, bro. Like maybe back in the day where you could get like a Maverick 10 for your team, that'd be able to like break open defense and stuff. But in the system era, bro, let's cook.
Do you guys reckon that maybe his view on having that superstar leader is skewed because of last season with Cole Palmer?
No.
Not even his, just the board's view on it.
No.
Because we were Cole Palmer FC last season,
they were always trying for that, bro.
He wasn't even, again, he wasn't even the leader last season, so that wouldn't even make sense.
Yeah. I mean, he led our attack pretty much. He basically took Chelsea.
The thing is, that was accidental.
What he's talking about, they did not think it was
gonna be that good.
Is not that though. He's talking about superstar player that's gonna be a defensive juggernaut here, bro. That's what he's talking about. He's not talking about like, you know, a leader that's like, you know, in the sense of like, leader of the team. If that makes sense.
Right? Okay. Let's look at other comments here.
Let's bring up the protest comments, because I can't lie to you, there is a little bit of it that was a bit of a nasty work, I'll be honest.
Right here. Todd Boehly on fan criticism. I think it's just par for the course. The reality is that the sooner you learn you can't keep everyone happier all the time, then freedom comes from that. You are just trying to execute a plan, but recognize things aren't linear. As long as you are trending in the right directions, then you feel better. I think the trend is in the right direction, and that's the thing that matters. In June, it will be 3 years, and it isn't a lot of time as a 60-year-old, especially in an industry with so little downtime. I mean, he's not.
No, there was another one. It was like when he's like talking about 50 to 60, 70-year-olds.
This is the part. These quotes are. I've been looking all day, Ahmed. These quotes are like, some guys have part of the quote, some guys have this extra bit of the quote, but it pretty much comes here. In June, it will be 3 years, and it isn't a lot of time as a 60, 70, 80-year-old, especially in the industry with so little downtime.
That's the point I'm trying to make. Like, you know, that bit of the quote, is nasty, because he's essentially saying, the people that are crying are old people that are about to die, basically. That's what he's basically saying.
I mean,
I can't lie. It's like, the one bit of this I hate is the bit about that as long as you're trending in the right direction. I hate that, man. I hate that.
For me, sometimes, like.
By the way, this is the damage of the TalkSport interview, by the way, because that first part is directly shots at the dude who's like, "So are you chanting we got our Chelsea back?" And the guy who said yes. I'm telling you, the infinite damage that was done to the movement of the protest by that dude who went on that TalkSport interview.
Yeah, like
is you
like,
can't.
Genuinely speaking, I agree with you, like, because like this comment there, bro. He's literally saying, bro, these guys are about to die soon, so that's why they're complaining. Basically, that's what he's literally saying, bro. And that on bitter, some level,
old and bitter.
Yeah, that's what he's literally saying, and that's nasty work for him to be saying that. I'll be honest, right? And part of me, this is where it kind of then it comes back to, like, when I was talking about the protest, where it's like they're essentially saying we don't care what you say. Essentially, they're saying it's our way, and that's it. And so no.
Here's the thing, like, again, I hate to be devil's advocate on this, right? But I said this. You
love it, man. You love it, bro.
No, because I like to be reasonable, guys. I said this last year. At the end of the pod season, what did I say? Technically, when you look at what the sporting directors have done, they have made progress. We went from 12th to 6th.
Oh, fuck all.
Right? I told you this was going to happen. And this is exactly what he's saying. He's saying we're making progress.
Sorry, literally just left.
It's okay. I said, if you look at the end of the last season, I literally said, the way they look at it, they're going to see it as progress because they ripped up the model that Roman had and they had to start from scratch, right? And they dropped down way below what we expected. They dropped down to 12th. So for them, that was square one. And the way they see the progress is that, okay, we went from 12th to 6th, and now we went from 6th to fighting for top 4. That looks like progress to me. That's how they're going to look at it. Statistically, that is how they're going to look at it. And when you're looking at, we've been saying this is a long-term plan, a long-term plan. There's another quote where he said, you can't turn left, you can't turn right, you got to stick with it, right? If it's trending in the right direction as from starting to 12th, going up to top 4 battle, with the whole plan that they're going, with the way they're recruiting, the way that these guys see it, and the guys that are most involved are the directors, they're just putting the money into it, like what RSM is saying, I agree with him, then for them, it looks like progress, and it looks like a plan that is going to take time. I think for them to execute their full plan, it is going to take time. I gave it 3 years. I'm not happy where I'm at year 3, but for them, it might be longer than that because they have 10 years here.
But bro, this is where I'm saying that we're getting screwed by these sporting directors, right? Because for them,
yeah,
the sporting directors are telling them that this is good. So they're believing the sporting directors. I told you, they gave the reins to these two dudes. So when these two dudes are like, hey, we took him from 12th to 6th, and now we were second at some point. We fell off a bit, but we're still in the challenge for top 4. That's progress. We're hitting all the markers, right? We're hitting the markers. I'm telling you, these dudes are telling them everything. And that's what I'm saying. These sporting directors they're giving the keys to the kingdom, bro. And so they're reporting
we get 6th and we're in trouble.
We're hitting all the performance metrics, right? Because that's also, a front office term. You feel me? It's an NBA thing. They're hitting all the performance metrics that a winning team. I'm being serious.
I'm trying to tell you what
they're hitting all the performance metrics that a team, and they show them the graphs and everything. Everything's trending upward, right? We're at more points this season than last season. We were. You look at the graph of our position this season compared to last season. They are
data driven.
They're telling these dudes exactly this. So then they come out and they say, because they don't know about the sport either. So they come out and say, hey, listen, everything's trending the right direction. Everything's working well. And I said,
see, me and Scott are not getting this, but the Americans are getting this. That's what I put out.
No, I think Scott gets it. He just doesn't like it. I don't like it either.
Yeah, I get it. I'm getting pissed.
I'm trying to do the little winky thing. I tried to do the little winky.
No, I'm getting pissed.
Marshall didn't invite. He didn't invite Marshall. He didn't invite.
Yeah.
This is why, for me, the sporting directors is so good, bro. If we had different sporting directors who actually knew what they were doing, who spent this billion, bro, because I'm telling you, it was literally the fact that they said, here's $1 billion, do whatever you want with it, we'll trust you.
You know what's crazy, Scott? You know what's going to happen? I feel this is going to happen. I was saying it as a joke before, but literally in the summer, I would not be surprised. We get a striker, and we just get more midfielders where we don't address the goalkeeper, we don't address the center backs. And the owners won't bat an eye. They won't care. They'll see like, oh, well, you're making progress on the table. You must be recruiting right. They won't give a shit.
My thing for me is that, I don't want us to finish in 3rd this season. Because if we finish 3rd this season, that actually proves the trend that they've been showing, that, right? 12.
But here's the thing. That's where I got to stop you.
Listen,
that's where I got to stop you. That's where I got to stop you.
That's what I'm saying. It's going to be full.
No, but this is the thing. This is the thing, right? This is why I say this protest bullshit is all result-based, right? Because if we were still in 2nd and in challenging for the league, whatever, right? Title race, whatever. We have our Chelsea back, all that bullshit, right? This protest wouldn't have happened, right? I'm not going to sit here and now you tell me that I don't want them to finish 3rd and all this and that. Because as far as I'm aware, if they are finishing 3rd, then it proves us wrong. They had the team. They haven't. Listen, as much as I want to say we still had deficiencies in the team, they still did what it took to get us to 3rd place and to finish top 4. And you know what? Maybe they knew a lot more than we thought, because maybe they knew they had enough of a team to get to 3rd place. And then I would hope it goes to what I said in a previous stream, that this season is a season for them to analyze what players fit the Maresca system and what players don't. And then next season is get those players out, bring in the players that do fit the system, and now Maresca, no excuses, you have everything you need. That's what I'm hoping for. That's optimism. That's hopium. It might not even, I don't even think it's going to go that way. I literally think the window's going to go exactly like I just told Scott. One striker in the lap and a bunch of midfielders that we don't need. And we'll go from there. But if they do finish 3rd, then I'm going to keep my mouth shut. Because honestly, that's higher than what I predicted for them. Actually, that's not. I did predict them in 3rd. But at least that's a Champions League spot. It's in a convincing spot as well, a third place spot, which right now most of us are pretty much hoping and grasping onto fifth for that. And you give me a Conference League? Well, that's the bare minimum I needed. Let's stop doing bare minimum. Build me a team that can actually compete in Champions League next season and challenge for the title.
This is the thing, Daniel, is like, my thing is, first of all, we might not even need to finish top 4. Fifth might be enough for UCL spots. And like, I'm not convinced by it. This is the issue. I said this like when we were in the bad run. I said, we might just stumble our way into UCL, bro, because every other team is just as inconsistent as us, man. I said this before. We have been awful a month and a half. And if we get a win and one draw happens, we're in third. That's insane. Like that should not be allowed with how bad we were. It's the same thing with City, bro. City were like 1 in how many games without a win? They were like 1 win in like 18 or something. And now they're fourth. Like, I don't know, man. Like the league's kind of cooked. This is the only reason I think we still have a chance. Because if everything was functioning as normal, if every top team was actually, decent, I'm not even saying good, decent, we'd be in the mud, bro.
I'm going to read this comment. You guys let me know what you think about this, because I haven't really looked into it. I haven't even read this comment, but people have been going crazy about this. So Boehly suggested in the thing, Premier League are given to, he suggests Premier League are given to shares each season. What are given? Okay, whatever. As an investor in sports, I have the ability to drive emotions and outcomes. The top football brands are well equipped to grow in value. The NFL is probably worth $200 billion. Netflix is $400 billion. So the question is, would you rather own the NFL or Netflix? And my bet would be on the NFL. They will continue to create great content. Now, if you look at football in Europe, there is an evolution ongoing. The stadiums were built with an old utilitarian mindset. And what you are going to see is more professional sports coming to Europe, like NBA, and the product will evolve and provide new revenue opportunities. And you grow revenue and you grow value. There is a bit of unorganized landscape in European football, which reminds me of the retail sports network market in America. There is a handful of things that need to be sorted. One of the challenges in relegation in football, it's hard to price. If everyone was equal, you'd have 15% chance of relegation, but everyone isn't equal, so you have to work out how to address the valuation challenge. Relegation is cultural and not going anywhere, so why not every season when a team is in the EPL, you get one share of EPL stock, and even if you go down, you keep that stock? Huh? Wait, huh? People were losing their minds over this. I'm kind of confused.
The problem is, again, I think this is part of the problem.
Pretty much
he needs to realize
he's trying to bring up the bottom of the Premier League, pretty much saying like we need to help out the bottom teams in order for the league to be more competitive.
In terms of value or in terms of ability to come back up?
In terms of giving the money. In terms of literally just giving the money.
Consistent revenue, basically.
Yep.
They already
because in the NFL, right? In the NFL,
no, he means more. Because the thing is, there is no draft system. There's no like, oh, you're so ass, you're gonna get a couple first picks, and you could use them, or you could trade them away and move smart in the market. There is literally none of that, which is
Scott, can you explain
I'm sorry to keep coming back to this. Again, it just shows more ignorance because you don't know the sport, and like I've never really talked about this and like gone in. Like it comes from just ignorance because. I don't like
American. I'm kidding. It's a joke.
A simple Google search, by the way, would tell you that if when teams get relegated from the Premier League, they get parachute payments.
They get the parachute,
which means those teams that get relegated from the Premier League, there's a reason there's a term like yo-yo clubs. It's because the likes of your Norwiches and kind of Leicester at the moment, your Southamptons, your Sheffield United, your Leeds, etc. There's a reason they can go up, and Watford back in the day, they could go up and down. It's because when they get relegated, the money they get is so great that they're able to invest. As long as they don't lose a bunch of players like Stoke did, they can reinvest in their squad. And because they already have a decent enough squad, they can get players that mean that they can still dominate the top of the championship most of the time. Obviously, there are exceptions to that rule, Luton, Stoke, etc. But they're still able to challenge at the top. They already get paid. One Google search is all that requires.
But question though, that parachute money, it only lasts one season, right? If you don't promote from there, you don't get the parachute money the following
I don't think so.
season.
I think it's 3 seasons.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 3 seasons.
Yeah, it's 3 years.
Yeah.
Oh, god damn.
Yeah, they already get
That's
money.
what we're saying,
And
bro.
by the way, Marshall, it's not even just that. In the championship, do you know what the most expensive game in the world is? Football-wise.
Wait, huh?
Do you know what
the
the most
expensive game that's ever happened?
No, do you know what the most expensive game in the world is?
No.
It's the playoff final. The amount of money you get from that is more than any other competition in the world.
In championship?
Championship playoff final is the most expensive game. You get more money from winning that than you do basically anything else. Outside of maybe the Club World Cup now. Because you get that like the 100 mil. You get stupid money for winning the
Premier
playoffs.
League?
Yes.
Wow. I did not know that. I'm a dumb American.
Yes, Des is right. You get 100 million for winning the playoffs. It's the most expensive game in world football.
Jesus Christ, I did not know that at all.
These
actually crazy.
Teams, like, bro,
Yeah, this
it's
guy doesn't know what he's talking
bro,
about.
like the relegation thing is stupid. By the way, like again, it's just stupid because it comes down to ignorance. The reason why these teams at the bottom get relegated is nothing to do with money. It's not a single thing to do with money. Because the fact that Brentford is still in this, the fact that Brentford, Bournemouth, Brighton,
Bro, there have been a teams in the past
Nottingham
decade
Forest,
that have managed to stay up.
100%, bro. If the reason why the teams at the bottom currently are at the bottom, Ipswich is because they haven't invested. Ipswich is just they haven't invested in enough quality, and Southampton and Leicester is down to mismanagement, whether that is on the manager's side or the owner's side.
Exactly.
It's nothing to do with money. Leicester have invested money. They spent 30 mil in January on a new right back who doesn't play.
Exactly.
Bro, but that's exactly what I'm saying is like they have no idea what the sport is, which is why I'm telling you that the cancer in terms of the awful decision making in the club is just the sporting directors. These dudes are just giving money to the sporting directors and trusting them. Because
we haven't heard Boehly say this sort of stuff, bro. That's the problem, though.
No, we have.
Have you heard Boehly say this? Like,
not in terms of relegation,
like,
bro. We've heard him say
this.
stupid shit.
Yeah,
we've
but
heard him say
said,
stupid shit.
he said, no, the thing is, like, Scott's right. He said enough to where we can tell he doesn't know what's going on.
But then my question is,
Go and look at his comments. Go and look at his comments. I've said it before. He did a what's it called? He did a panel show in America with the owner of AC Milan and another owner. I don't know who the owner was. And that was where the comments that came out about Brighton, where he said, oh, you look at what Brighton are doing, how they're spending 10% of the wage bill and still winning things. Brighton have won 5 trophies in their history.
But that's the point I'm trying to make. See, the stuff you're saying, Scott, though.
These guys say stupid shit because they don't, like, I'm not even, like, they don't understand football. They don't understand.
No, but they're saying stupid shit, but then Boehly said that stupid shit, and he's trying to implement that into our squad too. So like, so I think for me, my thing is, I think we can safely say Boehly's not doing anything related to the squad, right? So anything he says, bro, you know what I mean? It's just hot air. With due respect, right? But like,
no, but that's what I'm
like
saying.
Boehly is the one that you have to look at what he's saying, because he's the one I genuinely believe that he's driving a lot of.
Iqbali isn't saying much at all. To be honest, like he doesn't even go to the games that often. It's both.
No, but yes, that's true. But like, remember, we know Iqbali is doing is controlling everything at Strasbourg. We know Iqbali is heavy into what's going on at Chelsea's. No. He last season. Last season, Scott.
Yeah, but this season he's not, and you see, this season he's not, and you see the improvement they're making. Because the guy that's running
to be fair though, their squad was hella strengthened for this season as well.
No, but it's not.
That's the point. But that's the point we're trying to make.
I don't know if you saw the comment. So one of their like legends made some comments about Strasbourg this season and where they're going, and he's like, the guy running everything at Strasbourg is still Mark Keller, the guy who owned it prior to Blueco buying a percentage. So the day-to-day running of the squad running of the team in terms of recruitment, everything is being done by Mark Keller, plus who was already there, plus like Sam Jewell. So like there's still an element of the old Strasbourg of like, because I think the quote, I'm paraphrasing, I can't bother to go and find the quotes, but the guy basically said that like there's still like he said he was confused because he didn't think there'd be Alsatians there, but he said there are still some Alsatians, which I think is like the area from Strasbourg.
Yeah. But like,
there's still guys there that understand the squad and everything, understand the club.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying to make is that we know that Boehly's hand is very strong in general within Chelsea. We know that already, boys. We know that he continuously talks about stuff as well. Yeah, so that for me, my thing. So my thing is, regardless of like we can criticize sporting directors, what the main owner, the one that owns the majority of the club, is still pushing his stuff through.
I disagree, bro. I don't think he knows what's going on.
I think
I really don't. I really don't think that he knows enough to be pushing anything. I'm gonna be so real with you, bro. I think.
But sometimes, bro, it's the people that don't know. But the thing is,
I think he talks.
It's the guys that don't know anything that push the most stuff, bro.
No, but he's not pushing. This is my whole point. He's not pushing shit. He talks to the sporting directors, and the sporting directors are the one that are making all these signings and stuff. He only shows up, like I said, when it's above a certain dollar amount type of transfer. He shows up. Everything else is just phone calls, bro. Like the day-to-day, the scouting, the stuff that they do to prepare for the summer, they just tell him what to do. I'm not sure he's like I don't think he's the type of person to be like, hey, I'm looking at this player for the summer. That's maybe more Boehly, who would be willing to be like, I'm looking at these players that I might want in for the summer, but he's not doing that. And my issue is, and also to DHL's comment, right? As an American, bro, it is nothing new that incompetent people find themselves at the head of something. Because they have money.
That's actually true.
That's one of the most American things that could possibly happen is you have to realize just because people have money don't mean that they're intelligent. Just because somebody finds themselves as a CEO doesn't mean that they have a single idea of what's going on, bro.
That ain't even just an American thing. That's a universal thing. There it is.
Well, yeah, we're really about like American, like so many companies make dumb decisions because the people up top have zero idea what's going on.
I remember when I was watching the Mets like consistently back in the day. Obviously, baseball is such a long season and such a long sport that it's hard to keep up. And after a while, I just stopped watching because it's such a commitment. But I remember when the old owner, Omar Minaya, for the New York Mets, all he ever did was buy like washed players, like Luis Castillo, Jose Valentine, like players that were like great in their prime, but he would buy them past their prime. Pedro Martinez, Tommy Glavine, like all these players that were like way past their prime. They were okay, right? But like, dog, you would never, they would barely ever make the playoffs. They'd struggle to make playoffs. They never won a World Series. Like till this day, the Mets haven't won a World Series. They came close, but when they did come close, it was like a fresh, younger team and a mixed bag, right? Like experience and like the stuff that we're saying, right? But even then, like, yeah, it's when people come into the sport and like, honestly, that's kind of what Boehly was trying to do when he took over. He was like, yo, let me get Ronaldo, let me get all these big name players, Sterling and shit like that. It would have been all just washed players. And it's like, dog, I don't want washed players. You got to give me like players in their prime, so on and so forth. Like that's what we're all asking for. Like Kvaratskhelia, for example, right? Like we all wanted Kvaratskhelia. That's an option that you could have had. It's just, It doesn't matter if it's an American, English, Indian, South African, Canadian thing. It doesn't matter. It's just, I was about to say, it's sport in general.
I literally would not get offended, bro. I'm gonna be so honest with you. Like, I don't care enough, bro. Like when somebody stupid says something, bro, like at a certain point, I just can't take it seriously, bro. If it's somebody in a position of like power to actually do something, that's when I start caring about what bullshit they be saying. You feel me? But if it's like a random person who just gives their opinion, I'm like, okay, cool. Like, but when they have influence, when they have power, that's when I'm like, okay, I'm a bit more worried now because now your stupidity can have real world impact. You feel me? And that's what I'm saying. Like
the nationality has nothing to do with it because at the end of the day, they have to hire the right people. And right now, I think our issue overall, right, is that these owners hire these guys that haven't been getting results. I'm more patient than the rest of the panel, but at the end of the day, I did say 3 years, right? And at the third year, I'm still not seeing results, right? Like maybe get top 4 Conference League. Okay, I don't think I want you guys to stay in the club, but fine. Let's see what else you can do.
Can I ask you a question, Marshall?
What's up?
Like my worry right now is that we're still in year 3. Listen, in 4 or 5 years' time, bro, I could hopefully be married, You know what I mean? I could have a kid. You know what I mean? At that point in time, maybe not. You know what I mean?
Where you go with this, bro?
You know what I mean? Like, the point I'm just trying to think is that if I'm gonna say the next 5 years, right? That'll be like 2031 essentially, right?
Sure.
No, 2030, right? Sorry, it'll be 2030. Yeah. I'm gonna be 31 in that period of time. So if you go 31, it's crazy. But we move. But you know, listen. The point I'm just trying to make is that. So like the point I'm just trying to make is that by that time, you know, if we're still trophyless, we're just meandering as a essentially a regular top 4 side. Basically, what we were doing like under Roman towards the end of his reign.
This is never going to happen.
That? Like, how would you feel?
I'd be pissed. Also, Scott, I agree with you, but I'd be pissed.
This is never, brother.
I'm just giving a hypothetical because I want to give like I'm just trying to.
No, he's reading a quote, Ahmed.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no. I'm not talking about you. I'm saying what I'm seeing like in front of me.
He's talking about you.
What RSM said earlier is facts, by the way. Like this guy, this guy just needs to stop talking. Like, stop talking, bro. Like, do you understand how broadcasting rights work? Do you understand anything else outside of like just business, like just pure business?
Well,
hold
on. Dude, that brother has zero idea that there's a blackout, by the way. I guarantee it. I guarantee you.
I think in terms of global football, I think it's such a pipe dream because there's way it can almost never happen. There's way too many.
There used to be, at least in South America, there was a channel where you could watch French, Italian, and Spanish league. I think it was one package. But obviously, we hit like the
people just need to look at you know what? It's funny coming from Boehly because Boehly lives in the sports world. He knows about the NBA, bro. There's so many packages you need to get just to watch the flipping NBA locally.
Bro, forget about the bro.
Well, for you,
the NFL, bro, you can literally
in the NFL, bro, it's 5 different channels.
Bro,
the NFL
I thought it was all one package.
No,
there is literally a photo of LeBron watching on Stream East. That is how complicated.
So Marshall, yeah. Teams. So Marshall, literally.
I always thought you could buy like the NFL package and you get all the NFL.
No. So Marshall in the NFL, listen, the NFL Marshall, yeah. Let me explain to you how it is. So you got Thursday Night Football, for example, yeah. That's on Amazon Prime in the US. Right, you then got there's no games on Friday, right? Then you got the Saturday one, which is on like a lot of them. Sorry, the Sunday one, on all of the major sports networks in general, right? Then you got Monday Night Football, which is on ESPN. The Sunday night one though, it could be on CBS, it could be on Fox as well. So they got a show on CBS, a show on Fox, right? So that's like 5 different programs. Then you got the Christmas Day games, which are now only on Netflix as well. So as well, yeah. Then you've got like some of the playoff. So then you got like the wild card game and stuff like that, which is on another channel too.
I think so, YouTube gets a push. YouTube gets some games as well, by the way.
Like, yes. Go ahead.
Let me ask. I'm gonna ask 2 questions. First is to the Americans on the panel. To watch a Premier League game, let's say to watch a Chelsea game. What do you watch it on?
Discord.
I watch it illegally, so that's my answer.
Then you have the ability to on cable TV. What would you watch it on? Or
Premier League?
So on cable TV, by the way, it's on cable TV. You cannot decide, even if you pay for like ESPN, right, or whatever. You cannot decide what game you're watching. It is whatever the most popular game is at that time.
No, that's fine.
If there's like a Liverpool, Man City, and Chelsea's playing like Southampton, you're cooked. Like there's no way for you to watch it on cable TV. You have to pay a subscription package.
Let's just say it's on ESPN. Cool. Question to Ahmed: how the fuck am I watching that in the UK?
Brother, we're not watching that, bro. You know what I mean?
I'm not sponsored by them,
genuinely. So the problem, and like
VPN,
I think the problem
whatever.
is in England it's worse actually. I would argue, right? So you got the BT.
No, it's not even worse. Look, Ahmed, forget worse. Forget whether it's like how easy it is to actually watch the games. Forget all of that. The point I'm getting at is, cool. We have Sky Sports. To RSM and Marshall, how in the US would you watch Sky Sports?
We would have to get a VPN. And
cool. It's not fucking possible. Is my point.
Yeah.
So because you haven't got for what he's saying here to be possible, it would have to go on a streaming service. It would have to go on a streaming service, which is never, ever going to happen.
Well, let's go down a hypothetical, the Marshall hypothetical train. Choo choo, let's go. Here's the thing. In the USA for the Premier League, it's USA on cable and Universal or NBC as well. And then the streaming service would be Peacock and USA. If you have cable, you watch it. If you don't, you can't watch it. I think it's like
Spanish
NBC Sports as well.
Is Telemundo
Universal.
and ESPN in Spanish as well.
Oh, I didn't even know that. That's crazy. All right, so there's
that,
right?
No, because that's how sometimes. By the way, that's how sometimes I watch the Chelsea games, because the English providers literally do not cover the game, but because there are Spanish-speaking players in like Liverpool or Chelsea, they will play the Chelsea-Liverpool games over other bigger games because they know.
But that's because Telemundo is part of the NBC network.
Yep.
I don't know if you knew that. So it's part of Universal.
But they favor the teams that have more Spanish players in them.
Argentinians,
like South American and stuff like that.
I get you. So then for Champions League, you have to watch it on CBS or Paramount on the streaming service. Champions League is ESPN Plus, or not Champions League. FA Cup is ESPN Plus. I don't know where Carabao Cup is. Maybe Carabao Cup is ESPN Plus, but FA Cup is somewhere in there too. So there's all types of streaming services. I think I see this as a pipe dream as well, because you're talking about multiple continents, each of them in each of their countries having leagues and all that stuff. It's not as simple as like an NFL package or an NHL package or a MLB package, like where it's like all the games from one country in one package. Like this is way too far-fetched of an idea, and I agree. In an ideal world, it'd be nice. I just don't think it's gonna happen.
And all these channels,
you just make
by the way,
they make so much money.
It would be hundreds of dollars a month. Yeah, it's hundreds of dollars a month.
However, one thing I do see, like for the future that he's talking about, I do see a future where TV and cable do eventually get phased out, and then it's survival of the fittest for the best streaming services.
It's already happened, Marshall.
It's already happening. Think about it this way. Like, look at what Netflix is doing to survive.
I'll be real.
The thing is,
I don't think that's going to happen. Like, I don't think that's going to happen for the Premier League. Like, we've just seen, like, the only streaming service that tried to get on the apps was Amazon, and that's now, like, they've fallen by the wayside. They're not showing games anymore.
No, but
like,
the thing is,
it's just Sky, and when it comes to Premier League, it's just Sky and BT. Like, and the thing is, I had a look, bro. The current TV deal is $5 billion. And that's only going to go up.
The thing is, though, Scott, I genuinely am of the belief here that obviously they just sold their rights until 2029 in the UK, right? I'm of the belief, and I'll tell you this right now: the next set of rights is not going to Sky Sports, bro. I don't think Sky Sports,
for real?
Sky Sports genuinely after this is getting outsold. I'm being so serious, bro.
I don't know if it is,
yeah.
So who's getting the rights over Sky Sports?
Yeah, Sky Sports is. I'll be honest, Netflix. I could genuinely see Netflix, or like Netflix getting over Sky Sports. I'm being serious.
You think they got the juice? You think Netflix got the juice?
Yes,
like that?
Netflix got the juice like that. I'm being serious, bro. Like, listen, I was not expecting to get Netflix Raw. I was shocked that they spent that money.
Do you know how much that?
I didn't even know they had that money.
Yeah, that cost them $5 billion as well.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that genuinely shocked me, bro. That they willing to do that. And deep that voice,
investing a lot into live sports. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
And like the thing is, I wouldn't be surprised also if Amazon come back in again, for the EPL. The next round of packages, but they try to take the whole thing.
Bezos got infinite money like that.
Even Apple TV, bro. Even Apple TV. Apple TV is another one, bro. They got the MLS. They got the MLS, unlock.
Oh yeah, no, it's shit. It's bullshit.
Right, and it's shit. So like, but the point, I think the point in my personal opinion,
yeah, they do,
yeah, like the point of mine still stands that I think a streaming service is gonna be the main provider soon enough for sports.
Cable will be phased out. I really do believe that.
I think for me the problem also is that I do think
they're holding on.
I think my thing is also, like, we need to realize this too, is that I think a lot of people are not happy with the Sky Sports as a package. I've said this before, right? The commentaries.
I mean, look at Chris. He always complains about the streams on Discord.
Listen,
then he comes on Discord.
Listen, I'll be honest, man. It annoys me, bro. I'll be honest. Like, the commentary's crap. You always got Gary Neville glazing, or like Jamie Carragher glazing on the commentary, or talking about something rubbish, bro. Like the pre-match stuff is boring as well. Like, the service they provide,
and you know
is
what?
meh.
You're not wrong, bro, because you know how much.
And the price is mad. The price is mad, bro.
Yeah.
That you're paying for them as well.
People literally illegally stream on the US version of the Champions League because they want to see the US version over what they got in Europe and the UK.
TV, like, bro, I don't know if you know this. Yeah, I just put my stuff. I literally listened to YouTube videos while I watch the European games, bro. Genuinely, if I'm not watching it with someone else, that's what I just do. Because the commentary sucks, bro. Like,
no wonder
listen,
you never noticed Cucurella's
bro. I'm telling you, yeah, guys. Yeah, listen to Manchester United game. You got Robbie Savage doing United. Oh, lovely, United. Oh, lovely. Just 90 minutes non-stop glazing, bro. I swear to God, bro. He just never gives it up.
He's so sad, bro.
No, because Scott can back me on this. Because Scott knows that what I'm saying is true about some of these commentaries, bro. Like,
oh man.
No, but it's bad. Hilarious. It's really bad. Like, listen, the only commentary that I like to listen to, genuinely, and the only reason why I don't listen to them as regular is because they're on radio. It's like BBC Radio 5 Live. That's the only neutral commentary I can listen to. I'm like, you know what? That's not too bad. They literally describe the game to me. You know what? I like that sort of commentary. The other ones, bro, glazing the teams, glazing the ownership, bro. Give it up. It's not a Liverpool game. It's not a Manchester United game. That's what. It actually irritates me, bro. I'm so serious.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I get irritated listening to Peter Drury kind of fucking drool all over fucking Liverpool all the time.
Bro, he does not because like because at some point,
but
because
I literally watch in Spanish, by the way. When I get to choose,
I love
when I'm
Spanish
not on stream or watching
Spanish or Arabic, bro. It's genuinely amazing,
bro. When they go, you know, somebody's running in, Allah, bro. It hits every time. Come on, stop lying.
It slaps.
Even Italian commentary,
commentators go crazy.
Yeah,
you get
bro. The Italian commentary is much better than what is better than a lot of the commentary. And like, bro, and the thing is also, there is an aspect to it, like it's just like this, the people they've got on there, this poor rubbish. Like I just think, it's just a ticking time bomb. It's gotta go soon. That's what I would say.
Bro, they're arresting people in the UK for selling stuff to watch the games on, bro.
Yes.
Like, let's read this comment right here. Todd Boehly on the most misunderstood part of the Chelsea project. The most misunderstood thing is we are thinking
sorry,
about
Marshall.
measuring...
So sorry, Marshall. Just one more big thing, I forgot to say this, You know the Premier League is the most illegally streamed out of all of the sports, by the way. Like in general.
It's the most, doesn't surprise me.
Genuinely. Because the only reason why I know this is because, again, I will link the video obviously in private Discord and in main Discord, but like there's an actual good video documentary guy that does like stuff on different teams and like different stuff. But he made a good video on like how the Premier League actually loses the most amount of money than any other league, in terms of illegal streaming, both at home and abroad.
It makes sense, bro, because the way that they package everything is trash. Like for the modern day,
I hate the way
bro, NFL is next year. I'm being serious. NFL, is next. I'm telling you, bro, because that red zone, bro, is getting cooked by the
thing is, the issues that we're speaking about are things that like haven't even been dealt with here in America correctly yet. Because everybody is moving away from TV. Let's be honest, bro. Like cable's dead, so everything needs to go on streaming.
Everything's apps now.
If you start dividing every little game, every little team into different providers and different subscriptions, you're just gonna lose money. Let's be honest, bro. There's a reason why Netflix took over, because Netflix put everything on one platform at one time. Same thing with YouTube. YouTube is so ubiquitous because everybody upload on YouTube. Like,
however, this is why I kind of see where Boehly's coming from. I just don't know how realistic it is. I do feel like once it does become all streaming, there is a certain amount of money that has to be injected in order to even have the platform to be able to stream, i.e. why you saw what happened with Netflix when they decided to stream the Jake Paul Tyson fight. The amount of money that goes into being able to actually stream and stream high quality, like what Twitch does and so on and so forth, is a lot of money that goes into that. It's expensive to do. That's why it's always been rumored that YouTube is low-key trying to get out of the live streaming platform, right? Because it's expensive to maintain being able to actually have a streamlined avenue of data going through to be able to actually provide that service.
Amazon can eat the cost because a lot of people don't know, but like I think like 30 or 40% of the internet is supported by Amazon infrastructure. So they don't have to build anything.
That's crazy.
Yes,
Amazon. No, it's called AWS. It's called my friend.
Oh yeah, true. Amazon. Yeah, I've heard of it.
AWS, bro. That's why they can eat the cost on Twitch. Like, yeah, they would. Any other company would lose money on Twitch with streaming at high quality. It
costs a lot of money to be able to stream, let alone have a streaming service. It will get to a point where the streaming platforms that aren't making enough money streaming their shows and having people come to their platform, i.e. Peacock, Paramount, all that BS, it won't be long until they're phased out and there will be like a main 5 or 6 streaming platforms. You got your like Netflix, Hulu, you name it, like popular streaming platforms. So I don't know. Time will tell.
They're already trying to package this together, bro. You got like Disney Plus, HBO Max, and Hulu. All exactly. The one thing. Like they're desperate, bro.
Showtime.
Hey, chill out on the Paramount one though, because like, listen, we need some more Dexter shows.
It'll just move to Showtime or it'll move to another platform.
Showtime is owned by Paramount. That's why all the Showtime shows are owned by.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. But yeah, exactly. It'll eventually move to a platform. There will be less streaming platforms as more platforms are being monopolized. That's my theory. Todd Boehly on the most misunderstood part of the Chelsea project. The most misunderstood thing is we are thinking about measuring success in years. You have to think both short and long. Well, you're not even thinking short term, bro. Short and long term. We are focused on the combination of both those things and seeking the best way to execute. It is the balancing act. Strikers are hard to find. You don't go into the grocery store and say, I'm going to get a striker. It's an amazing skill set and you have to have the right mentality.
Oh, this guy needs to shut the fuck up, man.
But this is the issue though with like people think that just because somebody has money they have literally any idea of what they're talking about. It's like, why are you inviting this brother to a football conference? He knows nothing about the sport, bro.
You know what the issue is? You know what the issue is? People will be telling me, oh, there's a loophole, you know, in Chelsea for them to get rid of the club. And then I'm hearing quotes like this, man. And it's like, all right, buddy. You know what I mean?
Okay, mate.
You know what I mean? All right, mate. You know what I mean? But if he's saying this sort of stuff, man, you know what I mean? We're not making it out of the hood, bro. You know what I mean? And there's no loopholes here, mate.
You have a guy, as much as like some of us on this panel may not rate him. You have a guy who's literally won a league title like 2 years ago, bro. Is on the cusp of winning another league title. I don't care what league it's in. Like, you got another guy out there who's on the cusp of winning a second league title in a row. Don't tell me there's no strikers out there. It's hard to find. Like, respectfully, shut the fuck up.
It's hard to find.
It's hard to
find. By the way, it's not hard to find. We were actually in negotiations with one in the summer.
He's one of the ones I was talking about.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. But it's where I go back to what I was saying in January, right? Like, it seems like they're so obsessed with finding the right model or the right profile that they're not willing to settle for
everything has
else.
to be absolutely perfect for these guys, and if it's not like exactly perfect,
their wet dream is a Cole Palmer in every position, bro. Like, not the player, but like the way that they bought him, the way that his impact has been, that is their wet dream, bro.
The Scott just slurp now? Is that what just happened?
No, it's left.
Okay. That was crazy because the Cole Palmer in every position. Okay. What's the next quote I have here, man? I don't even know. Do I have any more quotes?
God, I haven't pressing the wrong quotes, man.
There's so many. I couldn't even I was able to compartmentalize most of it, but it was tough. We read this one already. We read these 3. Okay. We look how we put these together. Look at that. Okay, cool. Will the Chelsea ownership be the exact same time? Will be the same this time next year in February 2026. Boehly said, "Listen, I can't predict the future. If I could, I wouldn't be here talking to you. Listen, I'm gonna say this.
Yeah, they offer him fat stacks for that percentage that he owns, bro.
Thank you, RSM. Key word: the fat percentage that he owns. It's people are like saying like, oh, you see, they can sell. It's like, no, you fucking idiots. He could literally either, he could either sell his shares to Iqbali, and it could be mostly Clear Lake and Heinzborg Weiss and Walter that owns it. Walter and Weiss can sell their shares to Boehly, and it can be Boehly and Iqbali, or Boehly can buy it all by some miracle. And that's what they mean by this. It doesn't mean, there's a loophole and they can sell the club entirely to Roman and shit.
Yeah,
Listen, I look forward to it,
buys
man.
it all, it's another consortium, bro. He doesn't have the cash like that.
Yeah,
he's rich, but he's not.
He would basically have to buy. He would have to be 100% owner, and then these guys giving him money as loans. Yes, that's how it would have to work. It wouldn't be another consortium. It would be Boehly and then guys that he owes money to that would give him the money to buy that as a full package, basically.
Yeah.
Listen, at the end of the day, listen. At the end of the day, guys, yeah, we all knew that Boehly's time at this club was finito. So let's wrap it up, man.
You think Boehly's?
I'm telling you, by this time in the summer, Boehly's finito, bro.
This time of the summer,
crazy. I ain't gonna lie.
we'll see.
Listen, listen
me,
again.
it's
I'm willing.
Fitty, bro.
Listen, I'm willing. Listen, I'm willing to bet my ability to have children again. On this
No,
one
you already lost that ability.
Doing that,
you
bro.
gotta do another one.
Bro.
What's the new one? What's the new one?
Apologize to your future lineage, bro. Why you betting?
Yeah. No, I'm willing. How about this? You're willing to lose your ability to call yourself a man.
Okay, chill out, man.
Nah, because you lost the ability to reproduce. Now just lose the ability to just.
No, that's crazy.
Listen, you need to have the ability. Listen, I still have the ability to shoot blanks. That's always the positive, man. You know what I mean?
This is what happens. We're 4 hours in. This is the longest one I've ever done. But hey, these are important quotes.
No, but I'll be honest though. I just think I would be willing to bet the house if that makes sense. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that he's not going to be here next season.
I still think it's a coin flip. I think it's gonna be like an internal power struggle, but I still think it's a coin flip.
Oh, I'm setting my people back. What do you mean by that, Jazz? Listen, man. I need to shoot blanks, man. Don't worry, man. Ladies, call me up, man. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Ladies, call me up.
Bro,
hey,
what
chill out.
happens to black men don't cheat, bro?
Hey, chill. But don't cheat. Sorry. Said something crazy there.
That's what I'm saying.
Chill. I went a bit too. Yeah.
The last of his comments was this one. Todd Boehly on sticking to a strategy. You can't turn left and turn right every 3 minutes. You might be that might be some of the advice we get if you really boil it down. I mean,
great. Cheers, mate.
You're not wrong, but
cheers, Jeff,
they're gonna
mate.
stick to this. It's a long.
You know, Danish Maldini, bro. Why are you here, Danish, bro? We don't need you here, bro. Just leave. Just leave, Danish. Just leave, Danish. We don't need you here, bro.
Leave Danish Maldini Christensen alone, bro.
Oh, here we go, man. Always on your knees for Danish, man.
He's doing just fine, bro.
Yo.
I mean,
Hey, shout out
nothing
Danish,
wrong.
man. Shout out Danish. Big up.
I had a cheese Danish this morning, bro.
Big up as always.
Yo, chill.
I did. There's nothing wrong with having a cheese Danish, bro. It's a delicious treat. All right. Let's close it out on this. We'll make it quick because this is getting late.
Why am I hearing fire right now?
Because I'm spitting fire, bro.
Sorry,
that's the issue, my guy.
Any final thoughts?
See what
Any final thoughts on the Boehly?
You spoke on your future generations. Now you hearing the hell, bro. Crazy.
You're hearing the burn up in your ears, bro.
Listen,
any final thoughts on the whole Boehly comments?
Tic Tac, mate.
I think
Boehly out, Clearlick out, Igbali out, Chelsea fan base out.
I can tuck my toe Danish.
Tic Tac.
You sure about that?
Tic Tac.
Yeah, man, it is. But the question is, Danish, can you? That's the real question.
Is that the real question?
That is because I already know I can.
That is the real question.
That is the most.
Go ahead, Scott.
I was just
Scott
like,
has a
I
real
just think the comments just highlight what we've said, like just such a level of ignorance, which is to be expected considering like where they've come from, and their lack of knowledge and seemingly research about the sport. But yeah, I'm kind of not surprised, but also at the same time, it's just highlights.
Reaffirms everything we kind of knew, anyways.
Basically.
Yeah, I think this is one of them ones where how do I say this in the nicest way possible? You know what I mean? Sometimes
you're on the yellow, don't forget.
Do your research in it. That's just the best way to put it, really.
Hey, nice. All right. Last topic. This. Luis Campos, CEO for Chelsea. There's been a back and forth on this. Because
I've got working slave labor, man. This is slave labor. No money as well.
Fuck up, bro.
Modern slavery.
Someone in chat said earlier about Fabrizio debunking this, and he did, but at the same time, I don't even know what to believe because this seems like a very back and forth going on.
It keeps getting reported, bro.
Yeah. So first we have here from this source right here, Blueco Extra also tweeting it. Luis Campos was spotted in London this weekend as both Chelsea and Arsenal push hard to convince him. Chelsea reportedly offering the CEO a football role above Winstanley and Stewart with expanded responsibility beyond his current position. Also saying here, clearly capital ownership recent meeting with Luis Campos took place in Monaco. So confirming Duncan Castle, who I don't think is a very reliable source, but regardless, apparently this has happened. So we continue on. Ben Jacobs pretty much debunking it, saying, understand links with Luis Campos and Chelsea are wide off the mark. Chelsea not currently looking for a CEO of football or to bring in Campos in any capacity. Chelsea valued their current recruitment team led by the sporting directors who continue to work closely with Maresca. PSG are still working on Campos extending although freelance the terms of his PSG contract both now and if a renewal is agreed, prevent him from working with any Premier League club while contracted to the French champions. More news here for Duncan Castle apparently is that Chelsea's majority owner, Clear Lake Capital, are understood to have held 2 meetings with Luis Campos to discuss becoming head of football for Blueco across its own multi-club portfolio, which is due to expand beyond Strasbourg. Time will tell if that happens. And Fabrizio also saying, happy with current directors and planning with them. No negotiations taking place with other directors. I want to extend Luis Campos' contract, Al Khalifi said about Campos' future despite Chelsea links. And I think this is the last of the tweet. Actually not. Journalists, especially from France, Duncan Castle confirmed meeting between Blueco ownership and Luis Campos entourage. Other journalists from England, Ben Jacobs, are understanding no link, while Fabrizio played with words. Interesting. And a little bit of an opinion piece here. In 2.5 seasons at PSG, Campos has overhauled the club, radically reducing the wage bill, changing the squad's age profile, discarding overpaid stars such as Neymar, Lionel Messi, Sergio Ramos, and creating a squad more suited to demands of modern football. Scott, I'll go to you, man. What are your thoughts on this? If it were to happen.
If it were to happen, it would be the best thing these guys have done in the entirety of them owning this football club.
I'm on my knees. No cap.
Yeah, pause. I'm on my knees as well for this to happen. Like this would literally be the best thing.
I'm leading that far back saying I'm on my knees. It's crazy. Bro.
I'm telling you right now, this would be the single biggest signing and best signing they've made for this football club. Since
greatest sign of all time, generally. It'll be the greatest sign of all time.
You're talking about a guy that has single-handedly built 2 different title-winning teams in French league football and has managed, as has been said here, to completely overturn whatever you'd call that PSG team prior to him getting there. He's arguably the best sporting director in history and certainly currently in football.
As I said before, man, I'm on all fours. I'm on my knees and everything. Get me this guy, bro.
Yeah, that's wild.
Get me this guy, bro. Get me this guy, bro. Get me this guy.
Marshall, you need to clip that, by the way. Him saying I'm on all.
Hey, yo, you not clip me, Marshall. You know.
Marshall, you gotta clip that. Marshall, you gotta clip that.
You giving it me?
Enough's enough, Ahmed.
Bro,
Enough's enough. Enough's enough. Enough's enough.
Yo, Ahmed, you gotta appeal that, bro. You gotta appeal that, bro. You gotta appeal that.
Enough's enough, Ahmed. On all fours, like we're doing some furry type of thing, bro. Like,
bring me that, man. It's crazy.
That's insane, by the way. That's
insane, dude. Bro, this is why we don't go past 3 hours, man.
Why would you say that, man?
That's crazy, Ahmed. Fucking A, bro.
He said that with Chet as well.
Yo, he really did. And leaned back.
No, he leaned forward when he said that, bro.
Yeah, he leaned forward. Yeah, he leaned forward. He was like leaning all the way back.
Oh my days, man. Bro.
No, that was peak. That was actually
all right.
peak,
I looked into the appeal. VAR made a wrong decision.
That's crazy.
We got you back.
No, but like,
yo,
like generally,
for you guys.
Killing me.
Wait. Question for you guys though. Didn't this guy hire Poch for PSG?
No, he doesn't do that. That's not him.
No,
he doesn't.
No,
he does not hire. He does. He is specifically about building teams, bro. He's not like doesn't. He doesn't do that.
Wait, I'm pretty sure he was. Was he there when Poch was there?
Yeah, he came. That was his first season that he was there with Poch. But like it was, I forget the guy's name that was there before
Leonardo.
PSG. Leonardo was there as well. That's the thing,
right? Yeah, that's right.
Remember,
I forgot Leonardo, and he fell out with Tuchel. I forgot. Yeah.
Yes, remember. So he was, but then obviously afterwards, All right. Leonardo obviously left, but then we move. But like, listen, at the end of the day, guys, yeah, this guy, he knows how to build a team. He knows quality. You know what I mean? We keep on trying to snatch the kids from France, yeah. Who better than a guy that knows that market quite well?
Especially with the way. Hold up. With the way that league is going, the fire sale might be crazy.
Or I'm being very honest when I say this because like I know me and RSM in a group chat, right? And like I was telling RSM, bro.
No, I watched the video. It's nasty what's about to happen to them.
I told you, right? Remember that video I told you? Every team that's not called BHG, that's not called BHG is on sale. And Strasbourg, obviously, right now, right? Is on sale right now, bro, in that club. There are clubs that are literally getting about to
Marshall. We could band together, form a consortium, and probably buy a French club. That's how bad it is.
That's how bad it is right now, bro. Genuinely, and like I say this a lot.
Damn, that's crazy,
bro. Like again, like the reason why they like this, Marshall, obviously, it's to do with PSG to make
it Casually FC.
Wait, like listen, Bridge Nation Sport Director, Bridge Nation Sport Director. Bring me in, come here, check. No, but on a serious note, guys, yeah, the reason why the league is like that obviously is partially to do with PSG to a major extent, and the second thing is, yeah, they had a really bad TV deal that fucked up, by the way, yeah, which meant they lost so much money that all these people were already like on the brink. Basically, just hit the brink. Basically,
the teams took out money that they didn't have. That's the issue, bro.
Yep.
Every team took out money that they no longer had.
Exactly. And so essentially right now a lot of these clubs are on sale and they're essentially about to become what Strasbourg is, which is essentially feeder clubs right now, bro. Like the vast majority of this club.
But while they're becoming feeder clubs and before they get bought out, they're gonna be selling their players for cheap, bro.
Exactly. And so this is why, again, I come back to this, bro. You need to get this sort of guy, a guy that knows the league, knows the players, has the contacts, everything like that. You're already going into that league. And he knows other leagues too that he's been able to scatter well in. Look at the Portuguese league, for example, like in terms of like Marco Ruiz and etc. Britannia, some guys like that. So listen, this guy knows his markets quite well.
Do you guys think it's even possible though with our ownership? Because that's the thing. Like,
I think our ownership would win. I think our ownership would win,
and he would follow the model.
Listen, well, like, they would.
It goes back
Look
to
at Lille,
Marshall, where like, from a structure point of view, it works because he could be the equivalent of like the CEO or the chief football officer, and then you've got the two sporting directors who are kind of like the technical directors or GMs. It's a better way to put it. So like it kind of fits the structure. It's, as I said, it's still a stupid way because what the best case scenario with him coming in ultimately is hopefully, even though he's like he'll be. What was the role? It was CEO of something. It wasn't just Chelsea, was it? It was
going to be ahead of them.
Of the multi-club model. CEO of the multi-club model.
Cool. So we'll have about 4 people doing the same fucking jobs. But again, just more complicated. But at the end of the day, getting Campos in, I kind of don't care. Hopefully, him coming in means he does just focus on Chelsea. And if he does, he allows the sporting directors to go back to what they should be, which is scouts. Because ultimately, like, these guys still, as much as we cuss them out, they still have managed to find good talent. Now, some of that hasn't mattered because they then haven't signed them. So it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But they've still managed to scout them. So if they can still do that, if they can still find, from a quality perspective, some of the guys they were signing, whether that be your Durans, Samus, whoever, but then you've got someone in Campos who can actually, like, properly...
He can pull the trigger, bro. He's a guy who knows how to pull the trigger, bro.
Yeah, and knows how to build a team, knows like when to splash the big money, when to go and like
I like where this is going. Called?
Yeah, knows when to splash the money and knows when to like go and get the cheap deals. Not the cheap's the wrong word, but like you go and your bargains, go and find your like
value deals, the bargain deals. Yeah.
Right, you go and look at what he did. Because like it's not even what he's doing at PSG that's impressive. Like it is impressive, don't get me wrong, but like it's kind of amazing what he's been able to do now. He's got money. It's what he did at Monaco and what he did at Lille that's even more impressive.
Was he working at Lille when Lille won the league?
Yes. He's the one who built that team that won the league. He's the one that built. That's why I say, bro. He has been a part. Wow. He has built 2 title-winning teams. He's on the precipice of He's on the precipice of building / rebuilding 3 title-winning teams in Ligue 1.
Okay, fair enough.
That's why PSG want to keep him, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only club that I know that he didn't really do much at, but like, to be fair, not many people have, is Celta Vigo.
Yeah.
But like, when he was there, he was only really a, what's it called, a consultant more than anything.
Well, this is the one time I'm gonna say I hope Duncan Castles is right. I mean, again, not that I want too many cooks in the kitchen, but at the same time, it's like having someone.
We finally
with
have a head chef,
experience.
son. We have a head chef.
Yeah, having a head chef.
Please.
Yeah.
All I say is please.
And not even
Please,
just a head chef, bro.
Yeah,
Bro,
and that's all
is
you
like-
should have said.
Bro, this isn't even like a head chef, by the way.
Thank
this is
you.
like dealing with fucking cooks who have just come
There we
out
go,
of culinary
monies.
school, and you're literally getting given there's a Michelin star chef right there who you can get. It's not even just head chef; it's Michelin star. Like you've got a Michelin star
Two
chef.
separate Michelin
Bro,
restaurants,
this is like having
Yeah.
Gordon Ramsay or like one of them guys right there.
Michelle
And
Roux, man. This is like getting Michelle Roux Jr.
Like they're there, they're available.
See, man, these Americans, man, don't know cuisine like that, man. That's another Frenchman right there. You fraud. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man.
Don't know cuisine from a person living in.
I was gonna say, yeah, some
Direct red for that one, bro. Direct red for that one. Bring my nationality into this, bro. Direct red.
Man.
Oh man. I mean, listen, just to end this segment and close off this stream because it's so fucking long. I invite the Luis Campos. You know, if we were to get him, I think we do need like a head chef, something to guide the beacon. And listen, his repertoire speaks for itself. I mean, I am impressed with the teams he's built, especially when you said the little part. Like, I think that's impressive in its own. So, hey, time will tell. He's got the links, all that stuff. I really hope that it's something that could happen. But for now, it's kind of like a rumor and stories. So it seems like these guys are going back and forth saying, no, I'm right. No, you're wrong. No, I'm right. No, I'm wrong. So who knows? But yeah, better us than Arsenal. I'll say that. But yeah, guys, I'll close it out on that. Big up to every single one of you. Big up to Ahmed for accumulating 3 yellow cards or yeah, you're on something, bro. That's a record. 2 games, 3 yellow cards. That's insane. And a direct red twice.
Direct red.
But big up to RSM, big up to Scott, big up to everyone that came on the panel today. 4 hours and a half. You're not gonna get this long of a stream anywhere else except for like maybe League Hunter. All right. So yeah, big up to every single one of you for joining in. I hope you enjoyed the content, the news stories that we spoke about, and you know all the discussions we had here. We'll be back again. I'll be back again tomorrow for the Chelsea Hour show. We got a guest coming up, so be sure to be there or be square. Let me see if the person I'm gonna raid is still live because it's been a while, but. I think so. We'll see. But yeah, Sarcasm City once again playing EAFC. So be sure to banter him when they miss clear-cut chances or back them when they actually score and win. So yeah, big up to them. Also, big up to every single one of you in the chat and big up to our members. And that's the proper casual members get shout out at the end of every show. That's going to be going out to TM127, EE, Dark, Adrian, A. Soliman, EPL Turf, Pels, STFC, Benny, CAA Mafia, Adam CFC, and Daniel. Big up to you guys for your support and big up to everyone else who's a member. Be sure to subscribe, guys. Be sure to smash the like button. Thank you for your support you guys have shown. As you can tell, it's upgrading the stream in general, but yeah, you'll still see stream growth and all the stuff that we do here as long as you guys keep supporting. So big up to every single one of you. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you tomorrow, and as always, stay casual. Peace.